Welcome back to the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino, the home of poker in Europe and the home of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in North Cyprus. Randy, I didn't get much sleep because we are down to the final table of the 100K main event, and this is quite literally shaping up, at least for me, to be one of the most epic tournaments that I've ever covered at a Triton Super High Roller Series. I mean, this is ridiculous.
You know, it's our marquee event, the 100K main event. You know, we've got a star-studded cast, and really it's just going to be a display of the best talents going to war with quite a distribution of chips, but it'll be fun to see how they navigate to the top.
Now, obviously, we're just a few moments away from the main event final table. You mentioned some of the storylines, but one of the biggest storylines emerging from last night, of course, a Triton OG, one of the nicest guys that comes to Triton, a good friend of all of ours, Danny Tang, getting it done in the 50K late last night, going home with 545,000, beating Santosh Savannah heads up and taking down his second Triton title. And you could tell, you know, the atmosphere. We had Jason Kuhn step away from the final two tables to come over and congratulate him. All of the team here, Punat Punsri, some of the guys that are on his rail. And Danny has been knocking on the door all the way up to Vietnam and now getting another title here in North Cyprus.
Of course, you know, Danny was just so happy to be able to take down, you know, the second title for him. And as you mentioned, Jason Kuhn stepping away from the 100K main to go congratulate his friend on such a hard-earned victory. And, you know, Danny Tang's been loved by all of the players out there, all of the fans, and really has just been a supporter of the Triton Super High Roller Series from the beginning, and it's just quite nice to see him take one down.
No, I couldn't put it better myself. Beating Santosh heads up now. Obviously, coming into yesterday, it was Jason Kuhn, top of the player of the series by just 3 points. Jason obviously still in the main event, but Savannah with that second place finish, although we have the PLO coming up, although we have the short deck where we assume that Jason's going to claim more points, Savannah has obviously now separated himself again at the top by about 150, 200 points or so. And with those Player of the Year implications for Jason, maybe Savannah is going to be the one that kind of closes this one out. And, I mean, let's see. I mean, Jason's got some work to do, right?
This is the last stop where we're going to be able to add points to the Ivan Leal Player of the Year leaderboard. So it's important actually for Jason to have a strong showing here in this main event, as if he can cinch the top spot for the Cyprus series, he'll get an additional 100 points, and he really needs those additional 100 points in order to overtake Stevie Chidwick in the leaderboard, which has a 200K prize up top as well as the prestigious bragging rights.
Well, of course, there is that. There's, you know, Stevie and Jason at this final table. So there's some weird ICM stuff. We'll dive into that in a bit. 101 tickets were punched into this main event, generating a prize pool of 10.1 million for only 15 places paid, $175,000 min cash. It was our four-time champion, Makita Badziakuski, busting out on the stone bubble. Ace-king in the big blind against Sir Watts' pocket eights. Sir Watts opening from under the gun. Came Queen, Queen, Jack. Looked like, you know, more outs for bads, needed a 10 or a jack. The 8 on the turn, however, meant everyone else was guaranteed 175K. And then it was actually Chris Brewer that busted first into the money in 15th. And if you remember, I want to say a level before we made it into the money, Chris Brewer had like 17, almost 20% of the chips in play. He even put a tweet out late last night saying that, you know, the team asked him for some new photos. They interviewed him. He was the overwhelming chip leader. So from 1 of 17 to out in 15th for 175K, that one's going to sting for a while, right, Randy?
It was a huge disappointment for Chris Brewer. And as you saw when he made that 1.2 million chip bet for practically all of his chips on the river against Steve O'Dwyer with Queen 10 against Ace Jack's top 2 pair, he was, you know, disappointed. He was like, man, I'm the worst 20 player in the world. You know, he's hard on himself because we know that this is a very prestigious event, 2.6 million up top. Did he perhaps press it a bit too hard with that triple barrel bluff? He'll be able to review that, but, you know, it is tournament poker, and you got to just go with what you think was right.
Yeah, I think that's what makes these players some of the best in the world, is that they are hard on themselves. You know, they sometimes don't sleep. They stay up till late reviewing spots from the same day. And, yeah, I mean, I think Chris will be looking at that one. There was obviously the double elimination. Chris was short. Kiatley woke up with ace-jack in the big blind after Dan Smith had ISO'd with the ace-king. So Kiatley, another deep run. But again, just a crossbar for Kiatley. Just seems so consistent. He had 4 top 4 place finishes in Vietnam. Then final tabled the 200K, making the money here. But his ace-jack not able to convert against Smith's ace-king. Then it was Fedor Holtz out in 13th for 190K. His ace-6 of spades rejam couldn't get there against Smith's pocket 5s. Then it was Adamo next to bust out 6-5 after defending the big blind on a queen 6-4, stacking off against Vyacheslav's pocket 10s. GG's Adamo. And then it took us a while to go from 11 to the final table. It was Nacho Barbero out in 11th for 215K. Blind v blind. Greenwood just open jammed the 8-4 suited. Barbero called off with the ace-6. Unfortunately, for Barbero, of course, Greenwood turned the straight. And then the final table bubble. Alex Ponokov's out with the ace-5-0 versus Hecklen's pocket 4s. And with Ponokov's elimination, of course, late in the day, the final 9, the main event final table was set with the Great Dane 2.0, or the second, Henrik Hecklen, leading the field as we head to the Triton Poker Plus. Have to take a quick look at the chip counts and the seat draw. So obviously, chip counts first, Henrik Hecklen coming in with a sizable chip lead, Randy. And given that there are short stacks such as Sean Winter and Jason Kuhn, this kind of opportunity for Hecklen to lean into the middle of the field is something that we're probably expecting to see from the start.
100% we're going to expect to see this from Hecklen. You know, Hecklen has won a main event title. He knows how to get it done. With the chip lead, big separation from second and third, he's going to be able to apply pressure. And with Sean Winter just lingering with 9 big blinds, he's just going to be able to accumulate so many more chips and potentially get that second title in that main event.
Well, talking of Sean Winter, first Triton Series, final table the 200K, came 4th in that. Now final table of this main event. I mean, again, we know Sean Winter is no stranger to high rollers, but coming to a Triton Super High Roller Series with such a strong performance, even though he is the shortest stack, he's not out of this fight, right?
You know, Sean Winter is one of those guys that just hangs around there. He's got his antics that just works for him. No one can really get a live read whenever they try. They just seem to be lost, you know. It works. Whatever he does, it's working for him. Sometimes he maintains a short stack for a long part of the tournament, but was in contention in that 200K the other day and another spot in the biggest tournament of this week.
Now, Henrik and Stevie, both recent main event champions. Hecklen taking down the main event in Madrid. The No Limit Hold'em main, I should say. Stevie then taking down the short deck main. Both looking for their second Jacob & Co. watch. What do you do with 2 watches? Is it on the same wrist? Are you wearing a watch on each arm? Like, I mean, come on, this is Jacob & Co.
There
pieces.
must be some GTO strategy on how to approach the watch wearing situation. Is it 2 on 1, 1 on each? You know, how do you put your arms on a table as you play? That'll be fun to decide. For now, though, it's just let's get that title. Worry about that later.
There we go. 263K guaranteed for these final 9 players. 2.6 million going to first, and obviously very top-heavy payouts here. So maybe expecting to see players playing for chips rather than ICM at the start, you know, until we get down to the final 5 or 4 players.
Possibly, but given that we are at the final table of a pretty large field of 101 players, you know, every pay jump is just so important. You know, you just kind of need to just survive a bit, and we've seen that in the 200K where some players were just, you know, understanding the ICM considerations, just folding outright and just fold. You know, like Patrick, he got 3rd place just playing a snug strategy and scored a rather large score.
He did indeed. Stevie and Jason, of course, Player of the Year implications here. Jason has done a tremendous job to close the gap on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leader, Stephen Chidwick. So a lot at stake for these two, not just the money, but some weird points ICM.
Mainly because we also have that 200K prize up for grabs if they happen to cinch the #1 spot in that leaderboard. So that kind of changes the prize pool for them a little bit. It may come into play depending on how this plays out, but definitely at the back of their minds.
I mean, there's going to be over 500 plus points for first, so just outlasting each other by a couple of ladders even could be huge for that final tally. Level of talent, I don't really think we need to dive into too much detail. We have multiple title winners. The only people without a title coming into this, Dan Smith and Sean Winter, as obviously it is his first series. But everyone else has been here before. They've lifted a Triton trophy. And some of them, you know, obviously Hecklen and Chidwick have both lifted main event titles. So just a world-class final table.
World class and well said, Henry. You know, it's just going to be how can these 9 players just maneuver in this spot? There's no wild card out there that's just, you know, throwing ICM out the window. So perhaps maybe these players have understanding how one another will approach this final table, but maybe it is a time to kind of step away from that and attack and accrue some chips possibly.
Well, let's take a look at the seat draw, because there's a couple of things we were talking off air just before we dove in terms of, you know, some of the variants. Hecklin with direct position on Vyacheslav, who finds himself second in chips. He also, you know, he can lead into Chidwick because Chidwick's always going to have those shorter stacks behind. But then the other side of the table, Greenwood, very comfortably in third, and again, position on those shorter stacks. And once Jason and Winter out the way, it really opens the door for Greenwood to lead into O'Dwyer and Watson, right?
Yeah, and for now, like when I look at that table draw, Hecklin with the massive chip lead, it's pretty bad for Vyacheslav here, who's out of position against the chip leader. He really is going to have to tighten his ranges, expecting the chip leader to attack him. So it's actually pretty good for Greenwood that he sits across from the chip leader, and he will be able to get some opportunities. I don't believe the chip leader is just going to recklessly raise every single hand 100%. Against this cast. So opportunities for him. And yeah, it's pretty much their show right now. Depends on who opens first.
Well, Hecklin with the chip lead with 55 bigs. Sean Winter, bottom of the counts with 9 big blinds, coming back to an average stack of 28 big blinds. About 30 minutes left on the level, if I'm not mistaken. So again, you know, kind of that coming into it, knowing that the levels are going to be going up soon rather. Some of these short middling stacks are going to look to get busy sooner rather than later. Randy, 2.6 minutes for first. We're just a few moments away. I mean, game on. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm excited. Who's going to take it down? Who's going to play the best? Let the cards do the speaking and the talent as well.
The cards do the speaking, Randy. The time for talking is done. The stage is set. It's time to let our MC, Ali Najad, introduce the main event final table.
Welcome to the Triton Super High Roller Series North Cyprus main event final table. Over the course of the past 2 days, the world's finest poker talent collided in this 100K buy-in. And of the 101 final table wishes that were made, ultimately, only the following 9 would be granted. In seat 1, with 1.4 million in chips, is a man who epitomizes everything that the Triton brand stands for. Feared and respected by all who face him, his is a name never far from occasions such as this. It is the fearsome Jason Kuhn. In seat 2, coming in as the short stack with 875,000, this high-stakes regular has shown an incredible survival streak en route to this final table. Please welcome the resilient Sean Winter. In seat 3, with 3.6 million in chips, this Canadian poker pro has lifted hardware on 4 different continents. One of poker's most consistent performers. Make some noise for Sam Greenwood. In seat number 5 with 2.6 million in chips, yet another Canadian superstar. An online phenom who burst onto the scene all the way back in 2008. He has seen his star rise ever since. Give it up for Mike Watson. In seat 6, with 2.5 million in chips, yet another globe-trotting superstar. He has accumulated tens of millions in earnings, one of the game's biggest winners over the last decade. It is the one and only Steve O'Dwyer. In seat 7, with 2.8 million in chips, this avid chess player and one of poker's true grandmasters will be looking to make all the right moves to leave his opponents in check. It is Dan Smith. In seat number 8, with 3.6 million in chips, coming into the final table as the second biggest stack, the always animated, a true joy to watch, the smiling assassin, Vyacheslav Buldigin. Seat number 9, with 5.5 million in chips. Good for the chip lead. This Dane is one of the game's great characters, already adorned with a championship watch, the man to beat, Henrik Hecklin. And completing our final table lineup in seat 10 with 2.3 million, this man is widely considered by his peers to be the best player of his generation. A true trophy collector, none other than Stephen Chidwick. Joe, please draw for the button. Gentlemen, blinds will be 50, 100, 100 for the next 15 minutes. Ninth place will be worth $263,000. The champion will take home $2.6 million. Good luck, shuffle up, and deal.
So without further ado, Randy, the main event final table stage has been set. here in North Cyprus. It is Henrik Hecklin leading the final 9 with 55 big blinds. All players guaranteed 263,000 for their efforts, but anything short than a win will leave a bitter disappointment, knowing the caliber of players that we have at this FT. I mean, look at this lineup, Randy.
It's a tough lineup. I'm super excited to watch how this one develops and unfolds, right? It's anyone's game. It is poker. Sure, 9 big blinds not in great shape, but he's willing to spin it up. Could put himself in a position to take it down, but it is Henrik Hecklin at the top, a man who's taken this tournament down before.
Yeah, saw him flexing the watch there on the way in.
Saw it.
It's like, two of those would look good in the cabinet. Let's not forget about Stevie, of course. Little Jacob & Co. timepiece of his own. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hand number 1, as expected, chip leader. Henrik Hecklin opening things up with the aces. First hand. Okay. 15 minutes left on the clock. Big blind 100K.
You can see Greenwood laying down ace-10, respecting the chip lead.
Sean Brazilian. And Sean comes to the table and he goes, "Oh, he called me a Brazilian."
You should see the look on his face when he said the word.
A super aggro pre-flop player.
Of course, the word used was resilient,
Yes.
not Brazilian, from our MC Ali Najad, Sean Winter.
On the 3-bet.
BBV gonna defend. Second in chips coming into this FT. Will be tangling with the chip leader.
It goes away in about.
Comes 10 deuce deuce, couple of diamonds, 1 club, complete whiff for Vyacheslav Boldigin. 1 title already here in North Cyprus. Won't be getting more involved in this pot, one would assume. Got a close-up of Stevie for the time being.
Yeah, but not just 1 title. Also has a 9th and a 5th here in this stop alone for Vyacheslav. Pretty good.
I'll say. Been absolutely crushing it this series. So consistent, as has Sean Winter. Of course, all of it means nothing to these guys right now. All eyes and focus on this FT. Vyacheslav, by the way, 4th, the player of the series. A win here today, 500 points up for grabs. Certainly leave him walking away with that series title. But as 2 trophies, there's Sean Winter, the short stack, the man that everyone's going to be watching to make a move sooner rather than later. Sub 9 bigs, +2. Ace king off.
5 seconds.
450.
Raise to 450,000.
Gonna effectively jam half of his stack into the middle. The idea behind this, Randy, to fold if there's somehow like a 3-way all-in, or?
Occasionally, there not, seldomly that there's an all-in behind him, another all-in where they commit all their chips, then he can potentially lay down his ace-king and get a big pay jump, which we know is massive at this 100K final table.
Stop.
There is a $95,500 ladder between 9th and 8th. Again, very top heavy here. 2.6 million going to the eventual champion.
No one knows.
What an insanely stacked field. 6-time Triton champ, Jason Kuhn.
Having a
On the
strategy
shorter
is
side.
overrated anyways.
Fold. Fold.
Got the trinket next to the owl.
Fold.
He does. There's also a time chip on the owl, Willie.
Raise to 200,000.
Minimalize on the button, says VBV. Stevie with a defendable one. Queen 10-0, some options on the table. Chidwick certainly not going to be one to be scared of getting the chips in if he deems it a profitable spot.
Yeah, but you're going to expect him to keep it slow right now. As we said earlier, winter with 11 blinds. Not really worth the risk of putting all in there with Queen 10. But, you know, certainly a hand worthy of a flop.
How about the ace, king, queen flop? Both players connecting. Vyacheslav with top pair. Stevie with bottom pair and a gut shot.
Yeah, great board texture for the pre-flop raiser of Vyacheslav. As a player off of a 20 big blind stack, if for them to smash this board is pretty much Jack 10 exclusively, as these ace, king, king, queens often just piled in pre-flop with, you know, 20 blinds.
Let's see what Stevie comes with, facing a third pot bet. We've spoken several times throughout the series, of course. When the stacks are this shallow, just losing a single raise pot and a c-bet can really make the difference between going home early and making it all the way. Not to state the obvious, but every pot just worth insane amounts of money in ICM value. Big turn incoming. And how about Queen of Diamonds to give Chidwick trip queens now?
Yeah, clearly a great card for Chidwick. Contemplating taking the lead here, as this queen is perceived to be better for the defender, you know, pairing the bottom card. Maybe doesn't want to see it get checked through. The nice thing though with Queen 10 is you've got that straight draw, and sometimes your opponent, you know, hits their straight, but then you got a full house of Queen 10 if a jack drops off. So it does cross his mind on how that might play into future streets. You can see him really contemplating some kind of lead.
Action still on Chidwick as he thinks this one through.
5 seconds. 275.
There it is, Randy.
75,000.
Small lead on the turn, 275 into 950.
The tricky part here is, of course, the queen is a scary card for you. But if he perceives Chidwick to kind of lead his whole range on these board pairing cards, it's a bit of a mandatory call here of ace-5, as, you know, you could be up against, say, king X, ace X, some heart draws that you beat.
Just third hand of the FT. Vyacheslav in a tough spot already. Opened the bottom with the ace-5, continued on the ace-king-queen. Not being led into. Not going anywhere just yet. Understandably so. Pot size bet back for Chidwick. As the 3 of diamonds rolls off. Those front door hearts bricking. Some of those gut shots also bricking, Randy.
Yeah, extremely good card for Chidwick, of course. Now the big question for Chidwick now, is it better for him to try to extract max value with, you know, practically an all-in? Would he get hero called by an ace-king, given the line? Or does he maybe perhaps come in with a very small milky bet, just hoping for some crying calls from some ace-X's? It is a situation where it is rather risky for Chidwick to kind of just push all his chips in as a bluff. So maybe the smaller bet becomes ideal.
1.5 out there.
5 seconds.
See what Chidwick comes with. He's going to go for the milkier sizing. He's going to go for 2/3 million into 1.5. And immediately, of course, you see Vyacheslav just pained by this spot.
So with the sizing he's up against, Vyacheslav is probably thinking ace-X maybe a bit unlikely, like trying to blow him off of a chop. It appears to kind of be one of those queen or nothing situations. Does my opponent follow through, though, with the river bluff as played? It would usually be in the form of 2 hearts, right? For him to just have some bluffs to check call in lead turn.
Vyacheslav in the absolute blender. Through no fault of his own. Just lets it go. Maintains that 2.6 million chip stack. And with that pot, Stevie started off the FT 7th in chips, up to 3rd now. Just to give you an idea of how tight it is there in the middle of the pack.
Come on.
Just
don't want to kick it over.
I'll put it here. It's
I'm
unopened.
thinking that one through. You can see Vyacheslav pained by it. Did make the correct
hand,
fold.
Steve.
Just let you know you used 2 this week.
Yep. Alright, grab 2.
See a bad start for Jason Kuhn when it comes to Player of the Year leaderboard
Stevie,
points.
Stay, since Steve is here.
Second only
I think you say Steve even if
to
Steve isn't
Chidwick.
here.
Steven.
Let's see what Steve has to do with it.
Fold, fold. Fold, fold. Fold.
It's all the way round to our chip leader
Transformer version.
on the button. Ace 10
Stevie or Steven?
for Hecklin.
Raised to 200,000.
Two-time champion. Took down
Fold.
His name is Steven.
No Limit Hold'em
Same.
main back
Transformer livery
in
score.
Madrid
Right.
last year. And Jason Kuhn
Right.
finds an ace in the big blind.
Yeah, he's a 2-syllable kind of guy.
Could this be trouble for the 6-time champ?
5 seconds.
All in.
Player all in.
It's 1.4, right? Yep.
Wow.
Oh,
All in a call.
4th hand of the tournament. Jason Kuhn, the all-in player at risk, taking the rejam spot with the ace-7 and snapped off
7 from heaven.
by Hecklin's ace-10 on the button.
No Germans at the table. Is 7 still always coming?
I'm 25% German,
Okay.
so it's 25% to come.
Ace,
Have the right
queen,
odds, actually.
8.
Choppable kind of board.
There's some chops available for sure. An 8 would do it.
8.
It's not greedy. Asking for a deuce or an 8 to chop this one up. A 7 for the win. All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Deuce, deuce, run out, Randy.
Chop it
let's
up.
chop it.
Ducks fly
Jason Kuhn going to be relieved to chop that
To
one.
tell you the truth, I go up against the main event. I thought I was fucking out of here.
This is Triton, buddy.
That's a question.
You're never out.
Yeah, can I take change also?
Almost just one card away from our first elimination.
Yeah,
Six-time champ finds the running deuces to chop the pot.
That was a big run out for Jason there. I mean, like, he took a stance against the chip leader, expected to raise plethora of button hands, and got the chop.
It's heaven from heaven, but
Well
heaven
timed.
from heaven also rhymes, you know?
We only had 15 minutes left in the level. Played most
Fly
of
together.
this level last night.
That was nice.
That was really nice.
Now I'm saying the line.
Fold,
Greenwood's a
Felt
fan.
like a chop on the flop, didn't it?
fold,
I thought I was showers.
I thought there was at least one more
Whoa.
3-spotter coming.
Didn't-
I was real confident in that.
fold.
I would think he chop on the
Raise to
flop, and then in the
200,000.
turn, I was like, I think.
Every top pro knows that they need a little bit of run good on their side.
Fold.
Full bin there,
Fold.
We don't want to
both the giving end and the receiving end.
8-handed, sorry.
Winter with Jack 4 of hearts in the big.
Seconds.
Here's the shortest stack.
He's
Let's
out.
let it go. Very own short stack ninja.
What are you doing? I'm playing 120.
The blinds going up.
50, 125, 125 big blind dancing.
50, 125k with 125k big blind ante.
Hey, you try. You
You act like you're not aware of the situation.
You snuck one in with the.
John's just there doing all his weird mannerisms, distracting you from the fact that he just fucked you out of 50k chips.
Yeah.
I'm sure Sean had a huge decision.
61.
I actually did. There's a lot of people that would have gone broke with my hand. One of them being Robbie.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
Jack 4.
Fold. Fold.
Sean Winter, ladies and gentlemen.
She would have
Been a
doubled
lot of props.
Yeah, she famously won the hand with the Jack 4, Sean.
Fold.
Yeah, but I don't want to beat this guy.
Yeah, stupid. Flat tire was already a good
He's
tick
too
game.
nice guy.
It's just been taken away.
With that blind level increase, average stack has dropped to 22 big.
got
Shortest is Winter
You're gonna win.
with 7. Jason on
That's gonna
11.
help
Then a
him
bit
out,
of a
but I don't know
jump
if it's going to be
up to
50 or going to be.
Steve O'Dwyer on 20. So Watson 21, Dan Smith on 22, Vyacheslav on 23, and Stephen Chidwick on
You were getting
23.
clogged.
Huh?
You were getting clogged.
Barely? Or medium barely?
I wasn't.
Yes.
You're not thrilled. But
I'm
you
not.
have to.
I had King Jack offsuit,
It's good.
so it was. I'm giving you some strategy advice here. If you shove, I call King Jack offsuit.
Your strategy is different than
So
my
you have thought about your strategy coming into today.
You don't have to tell
No,
me.
I didn't.
You don't have to tell me your strategy.
That's the only tidbit I'll tell you. That if
It's
you
okay.
shove, I'll
I
call King
respect
Jack
your
offsuit.
strategy, by the way, whatever it is.
Fold.
Mine like 2.4 dog.
Yeah, 2.475.
Raise 250,000.
Vyacheslav been pretty active here, raising multiple hands in a row. King 10 suited now.
Fold.
How much are you playing?
Fold.
2.9.
2.9.
Ace Queen looks like a nice spot to activate.
This is second v fourth in chips at the start of the hand. Greenwood is out of position, but does cover.
5 seconds. Fold.
And notice that he just comes in with call here. It's mainly because he's respecting the ICM implications, and Vyacheslav's got 23 blinds in early position. Doesn't feel that it's worth risking all the chips, but needs to get involved. So comes in for flat call. Flops top 2.
Flops top 2 indeed. Vyacheslav with the inside Broadway draw as well as some backdoor hearts available to him. 750 in the middle, opening from early position. See what he comes with here. It's perceived to have a range advantage on this board, but as we can see, Greenwood with top 2.
Bet of 200,000.
Yeah, Bordigan has deemed that there's a lot of stuff that's just going to fold to a flop c-bet with these positions, early versus small blind. Could be some pocket pair heavy type holdings that will just have to lay it down with 2 overs to come. For now though, top 2 looking good.
5 seconds.
Certainly knows he's got the best hand, but no reason to just blow out your opponent who's got very little equity usually.
Well, the 10 of clubs on the turn. Maybe going to slow Vyacheslav down now. He has picked up some fake showdown, as we like to call it. Turning third pair.
Yeah, it does give him added equity just to take out one of these Ace-X type holdings. These chips are very valuable.
5 seconds.
You tend to see a bit more passive play too at these final tables, especially with 9 remaining. Let's see if he does decide to check. Well, is contemplating a bet here. And bet it is, Henry.
Oh, the Russian has been so strong during this series.
500,000.
3 final tables, 1 title, now a 4th final table.
So Vyacheslav here must feel that Ace-Queen is the main hand that will continue. Ace-King would have heard from pre-flop. Him having the 10 himself actually blocks the Ace-10. Ace-Jack would be an incredibly tough spot.
Maybe also some King-Queens.
Yes,
Or
also
a bit more.
attacking the King-Queens and Queen-Jack suiteds of the sorts. But once he gets called here, he's got to be very worried. He's up against some 2-pair type holdings.
SPR going to the river is less than 1. Vyacheslav looking for a jack or a 10. As Greenwood boats up on the river. Checks it on over to Baldigan.
A bit of an interesting card, actually, because he probably expected Greenwood to fold Queen-X type holdings that isn't 2-pair. So like King-Queen and Queen-Jack on the turn for the double barrel. It's a hard one to make multi-barrel bluff on for 3 streets. But unless he's up against Ace-Queen,
5 seconds.
he might be able to blow his opponent off of a hand.
Time.
Oh boy. VBV came second in chips into this final table. It's covered by Greenwood.
5 seconds. Time.
That unfortunate spot against Stevie, of course. Button v big blind. Is he going to empty the clip here? He's reaching, Randy. Looks like 1.2 million. Running into the second nuts.
Yeah, great spot here for Greenwood with top boat. Understandably, it's just that Vyacheslav just thinks the only way you could have Queen-X is if you have Ace-Queen exclusively. Ace-10 would be in trouble as the, kicker of Ace-King would now be in the lead. He puts this kind of milky sizing in there to perceive to have strong holdings. He doesn't feel that Ace-Jack would, call a 3rd barrel. Probably so, as played. So it's Ace-Queen or nothing, and unfortunately, Greenwood's got Ace-Queen.
5 seconds.
For the Greenwood fans out there, he's moments away from becoming the chip leader of this final table, and more importantly, having Vyacheslav down to sub 10 big blinds. Vyacheslav really just trying to lean into those Ace-Jack, Ace-10 type hands that Randy mentioned as Greenwood announces himself and comes over the top, and obviously Baldigan with the snap fold down to just 725k now.
The most perfectly played Ace-10 suited I've ever seen. Well done.
You had Ace-10 suited?
He did, obviously.
Oh, so what's
That's a good
giving
strategy. I like your strategy today, baby.
Greenwood?
They're needling. They're needling.
No. Greenwood, Watson means it.
Perfect strategy.
He knows that Greenwood's capable.
Man, what
Carry
would the
cat
betting
strategy.
favorite?
Yeah.
That's what Carey does.
Oh, with that,
He's a
Greenwood,
legend, man.
top of
he-
the chip
he made
counts.
day 6 of
Vyacheslav
NLH
down to 6 bigs.
with like 10 bigs, right?
This is a hard final table. It's pretty hard.
And he made day 2
Very
of
firm.
the 50K,
Very fun one.
right?
Mhm.
So he's playing the 50K short.
So with that pot, do we have a new tournament
He ends
chip
up
leader?
making the final
We
table
do.
50K
Greenwood,
He was in the booth
while he's still
for
in the
day
main.
2 of the 200K.
Booth, run good.
The booth run good.
250.
Queens now for
I could
Smith.
never do that.
That's actually going to slide Vyacheslav down to 9th place with 6 blinds. He was just
You ever seen him
in
walk?
3rd not too long ago. Big bluff. Mistimed. Back to this hand. Henrik's got ace-jack. It is undergun versus undergun +2. He may apply pressure here. Nice fold there of ace-jack. Just understanding that Dan Smith's range should be pretty narrow given the 2 6 and 7 big blinds that exist.
Yeah, real world-class fold there from Hecklen. Smith 4th in chips, comfortably so. He knows that he's not going to be opening lightly with Jason, Sean and Vyacheslav all sub 11 bigs. Dwyer with the same hand as Hecklen.
However, the difference here is O'Dwyer will be able to close the action. No players to act behind him. Getting, of course, a good price with the big blind in there. Big blind ante.
5 seconds.
Seems to be a spot you just exercise caution and take a flop.
So heads up to a flop we go. Dan Smith against Steve O'Dwyer on the 5-5 tray board. Great flop for Smith.
I think in the history of my career, this is the most stacked final table I've ever seen.
If you just remove me,
Yeah,
Did you hear that?
soon.
I did.
'cause I made a
Most
final
stacked?
table one time. Oh, I won't talk dancing.
Dan's in hand. We'll quiet down for a little bit.
Final tables is
175.
gotta be the most stacked
Especially,
one.
especially for a tourney that had like 60 uniques or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know, 15 VIPs. This is definitely the
Tricky spot here of ace-jack as you feel compelled to continue with ace-high normally.
I run the hottest at the hard ones somehow.
Me too.
That is true.
Every time you're there, I win.
Yeah, you do. Actually, you win every time.
Not looking to fold just yet.
Yeah, that's true.
We cut out calling chips, slide them in.
He has indeed. So over $1 million in the middle now. Steve-O with the club in hand, but no club development on the 8 of diamonds turn. He's to a 4th and 5th in chips, kind of battling it out in the midfield. Jason Kuhn just saying to Sean Winter, this is the most stacked final table
5 seconds.
of his career. And I'm not surprised to hear him say that. I mean,
450.
excitement coming into today as Dan Smith fires a double barrel and gets ace-jack out of there. Smith with the goods, up to 3rd in chips now.
Will you,
now
no,
look
no.
at that, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like,
I made a final
50K
table.
in Prague, will you
I made a
beat
final
me
table
at
with
that?
Nick
It's-
Petrangelo.
You want to?
And it was a stacked final table. He's like, this is such a normal final table if you just remove Sean. I thought it was funny.
High rollers over the years.
I don't know.
Definitely
right up
Find,
there.
find me a tougher one than this. I mean, it's like, seriously, like probably 170 years of poker played at this table.
What about Madrid 75?
170 years. Quite a long time.
Yumi, Seth.
This is Stevie coming in here like, what are you talking about? This isn't the final table.
Yumi, Seth, Adamo.
Who else was it? Were you there?
No, not close.
I remember it being.
Some of those London ones.
Madrid was very much not my style.
There was a
Oh, that guy's soft, though.
somewhere. There was like a 12-player 250K. Price 275. That was pretty funny though. Stevie's just like, what are you talking about?
But
You gotta respect the confidence.
we'll look at the Madrid final table, but there might have just been like
Two.
like one or two VIPs there too. Yeah.
I wonder what the combined earning is at this final table. Like in live poker, it's got to be fucking insane.
I was thinking that earlier on.
No Bonomo though.
Yeah.
No Bryn.
No Bonomo. That's what they said.
It's got to be north of 200 million.
It's up there.
Yeah, Dan and I are always like the same.
Who has more, you or Stevie?
Stevie. I think.
Adamo, Stevie, Seth, Divorce, Laszlo, Jason, Tony G.
Yeah,
and
so
then he.
yeah, this was
all I know is
disqualified.
I thought he might have been at that final table, but then in my head it was like maybe it was just
Oh, that's
remember
right,
you
he
beating
was.
him in the
He bluffed me.
100K short.
That's what I had
fucking-
the exact same thought.
Yeah.
He bluffed me in some stupid pot. That's right.
The first.
It was like for one big blind, and he's like, "This is how you play poker, baby." Blah blah blah. Yeah.
First 40 million is the hardest to get. Once it gets past that, you lose track of the results. Oh, never mind.
These guys.
There was
It's a
another
friendly
one
game right
where I
now.
feel like short deck.
Yeah, they all admire
That
each
was
other,
crazy,
obviously.
The 101, the 150.
Yeah, the 150.
That was insane. Yeah, but you can't really gauge it from short deck because we're all kind of crazy.
True, yeah.
But yeah, that was a crazy. Seth, Ike, Boris, Slammy, me. Were you there?
No, I was not.
Perhaps a little bit of action here for Vyacheslav. 7-4 of hearts. He's getting rather shallow in the big blind. 275K open, 125 in the big.
That's not true.
Looking to find an opportunity on this flop incoming. Any piece could see a stop and go situation here with 7-4 of hearts.
Yeah, VBV the shortest by a considerable margin now.
He does have an inside straight draw on his 8-6-2 two-spade board. Might this be the one? Does check. And a very quick jam here by Greenwood.
Deems it not enough to go for the stop and go.
It's a big decision here for Vyacheslav. If he's up against an unpaired hand, does have 35% equity. However, if his opponent's holding a pair of 8s or higher, would be in big trouble. Doesn't even have the backdoor hearts. And he does see Winter. 7 blinds just around the corner. Maybe some opportunity where he gets it in before his 325 goes in.
See what Vyacheslav comes with for his tournament life. 1.1 out there, 325 behind. Just an orbit into this FT.
Yeah, 1 orbit ago, he had about 3 million in
He
chips.
came in second in chips overall. Really pained by this decision.
if we weren't at a final table, these chips would be flying in there with the equity he's got and the pot he's been laid. But there's a real consideration for just preserving your tournament life. Does make the laydown. Still in the running.
Yeah, no, it's your turn.
It's indeed. Now, Randy, I crunched some numbers.
What did we get? What
Over
did we
on
get?
Hendon Mob.
It'll wake you up a little bit.
Come on.
I've kind of shown it to you now,
Enough with
but
your mind games.
3 straight.
263 million in live earnings between these final 9. Stephen Chidwick with the most, coming in with 47.8, followed by Jason Kuhn on 44.9 million in live earnings, followed by Dan Smith, 41.9. Then a bit of a drop off to O'Dwyer, 35.6 million in live earnings for O'Dwyer, 31.2 million for Greenwood, 26 for Winter, 19.7 for Watson, 10.6 for Hecklin, and 5.7 for Vyacheslav. 263 million.
A $250 million, just north. Okay.
Not into it.
Could be more. Maybe at the end of conclusion of this event, we can add another, what, 8 million or
10
something?
million
8,
or
9
so?
million?
Yeah, there we go.
Oh my God, you're punishing
Okay.
me this week, huh? That was nasty, bro. Holy shit.
Do you need this plate?
No.
Dynamics have
Well, didn't I?
greatly shifted here. Vyacheslav, our short stack, 3 big blinds, currently in the small as it folds down to Dan Smith. He's going to let Vyacheslav tango with Henrik Hecklin. He's got 9-4 offsuit, has to lay it down to get a free round of cards.
Oh my God. I was just like, cool, he's gone dead.
Supreme Cajun is incoming here from Winter all the way through Dan Smith as they await Vyacheslav's fate. However, he is on the dealer button. Plenty of hands to go.
Stevie with a win here would cross the 50 million in live earnings and would be on Daniel Negreanu's tail with 4 more events left in this series if he can close this one out. Top prize of 2.6 million. He'd be just 200,000 behind Dean Eggs. Dan Smith
Maybe a casualty.
going to take over Makita
I think maybe,
and
maybe.
David Peters if he can cash for 800,000 or more here. Potentially Seidel as well if he can cash for more than $1 million.
Couple 9s here for our chip leader.
250.
Bump things up to 250,000.
Stevie, how many in whites do you have?
I have, you mean? Yes, me?
91 whites.
Stevie.
No, 91.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
91 whites.
Yeah, I thought he was looking at you too. I thought it was the biggest needle of a fan. Oh my God.
Did you respond with the exact number of white chips you have?
91, yeah.
Is that legit? Does Chidwick know he has
He has
91?
91 whites. It's a very specific number. No approximations.
That's insane.
Everyone just giving Winter some curveballs with their
89
answers, you know.
There's 46 here.
Keep him on his toes.
35.
Oh, it's Sean Winter's world and we're just all living in
I mean,
it.
he said 35. Is that the number of whites that Sean Winter has? Do we just play in denomination of the actual chips?
Pretty sick when you have like more than double the whites at the next place. That's how you know you're having a good final table stand.
He's chilling.
I guess Henrik's got
Dan Smith maybe thinking of
I don't know if I've
trying
ever
to get
played
a
a final
sneaky
table.
one through. Queen 8 of spades.
Or maybe
Yeah, gonna
Trying to
attack
go.
here. It is perceived to be pretty strong here, given how short our short stack is.
America very much, so.
So maybe he can get away with this one. Although,
much.
I see an ace-king suited for Jason Kuhn.
You in the US or Bahamas?
You see ace-9 for Stephen Chidwick.
Yeah.
Steve, you won like a
There's
50K in the Bahamas.
So many different ways this hand could play out.
Steve cashes, I would
Smith pouncing with Smith potentially saving Chidwick, actually. Had he not opened, Hecklin was on the button with Jack 10.
Right.
Maybe you were at the final table.
If Dan Smith doesn't open the spot,
Yeah.
surely these two will go to war. But there's a chance that Chidwick puts in chips. You can see him contemplate making a stance here, knowing that Dan Smith is supposed to be tight.
Oh, I beat John Noel.
Yeah, I think you got there.
Maybe he can appear to be strong in the Horma 3-bet.
I want a televised.
Perhaps maybe a little bit of
50K
call.
single day already.
Looks like he is going to slide out chips here, and what timing it is for Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, it was like 2017 or
Although
something, right?
scary with a 2 big blind stack right in front of his face.
3-bet to 725 from Chidwick. Jason with just 1.1 million back. 8th in chips. Sorry, 7th in chips at the start of this hand.
Huge ICM implications with this decision incoming. Good news for Jason, though, is that we are 9 players remaining, where the pay jump's a little bit smaller than, say, the final 4, 3, and so on. A title means so much to him, and he really is considering how important it is for him to potentially preserve his tournament life here. Is going to go for it. 1.25. Chidwick will be forced to pay this one off.
Two Triton superstars going at it for the Chidwick clan. Doubling up Jason Kuhn could cost a lot more than the immediate ICM implications. And pay ladders, of course, as Jason looks to narrow the gap and overtake Chidwick going into the final 5 events of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. Club in the window, followed by a king in the kitchen, and that looking incredibly tough for Chidwick. Finds himself dead on the turn, and Jason Kuhn has doubled up to 2.87 million, up to 4th in chips, and with that Stevie now down to 7th. They basically switch roles. Ill-timed.
Huge player of the year consequences, repercussions there in this pot.
What a professional.
Wow.
Even in the big blind.
Well, I mean, it's true, though, right? Kuhn with more chips now than Stevie. Player of the Year implications are very real.
My favorite suit? Oh, it's full of diamonds for sure. That's all right. That's all right. Nah, it's a long road, bro. We're gonna break even. Some days you're gonna fucking deal me some gnarly ones. Some days I'm gonna god mode. I know I get like a 2 or 3% equity boost though, because I know in your head you're like, come on, hold. I know you are. You don't. I know you gotta keep it pro, but I know you're rooting for me.
I mean, we're all rooting for you, Jason.
I don't know, Sean.
They asked me in the pre-interview, they were like, what's it like being at the final table with the other 2 guys at the Player of the Year race? I'm like, I really wish they weren't you. They got a lot of ground to make up.
I'm honesty there. Wish they weren't here. They are.
You're just mad they didn't put you on that little banner over there.
No, I'm not mad about it.
Well, because he wasn't top 3.
If I had no hat on and a white hoodie, we would all 4 look like the same guy.
75.
Some of the early stories, of course, from this final table. Vyacheslav down to just a couple of bigs after bluffing against Greenwood.
Yeah, Jason and I are the short model.
Jason with the double against Chidwick.
Like slim tall model.
Right,
Could be a spot here for him. Just saw Dan Smith raise fold the last hand.
Guys, you know?
Smith opening from the low jack. Vyacheslav with just a few more hands before he has to put pretty much all of his chips in the middle blind, so he does make the call. Jason with king, queen in the small.
Big spot here for king, queen. A very big decision. Perhaps he comes in for call, try to eliminate this Vyacheslav. 2 holdings difficult for him to win. But also contemplating maybe just pushing in chips to isolate the situation. That does come in with call.
There we go. Dry side pot. 275 was the raise. Vyacheslav all in. $95,500 ladder between 9th and 8th. Smith looking for some spades or an 8. Jason looking for some Broadway as it comes. Queen 3 deuce, and with that, Vyacheslav now finds himself drawing incredibly thin with 2 cards to come.
Yeah, there tends to be a lot of checking when there's a dry side pot right now, as you do have to win showdown against a player willing to commit his whole stack of 275 in the hijack.
Does check through, and we head to the 5 of hearts turn. So now a few additional outs for Vyacheslav to potentially chop this pot with Smith.
Bit of a decision here for Kuhn. You know, king, queen, usually the best hand. Wants to kind of deny equity from the open raise that checks through, seeing the wheel card pop out. Doesn't want to give free opportunity to lose this key important pot to his stack. And as played for Dan Smith is, you don't expect 2 hearts to bet here, given there's no side pot to win. Let's see.
Is going to get out of there. Vyacheslav looking for an ace or a 4 to triple up. So 1 ace busy in Smith's hand. Again, has been so consistent throughout this series. Getting a bit unfortunate against Chidwick early on, button v big blind. Then ran that massive bluff against Greenwood as the 9 of diamonds rolls off on the river. Always smiling is Vyacheslav. Whether he's winning Triton titles or exiting an FT early. First elimination of this 100K main. He'll be going home with $263,000 for his efforts. And I got a funny feeling, Randy, going to be seeing plenty more of Vyacheslav at future Triton stops. Fantastic end to the series for him. Cashing for an additional 263K, but always going to be bitterly disappointed coming in 2nd in chips to today. Ace 5 for Stevie's Queen 10, costing him a few chips, and obviously that massive bluff against our tournament chip leader Sam Greenwood. So with that, Randy, everyone now guaranteed $358,500 for their efforts. Chip counts brought to you by Bookmaker. Playing down to a champion today in North Cyprus, and what a stacked final table it is to the viewers around the world watching. Whether it be YouTube, Twitch, or the Triton Poker Plus app. Smash that like button. Click the subscribe button. Drop us a follow if you haven't. More high-stakes poker to come. Help Triton on their mission to bring the best quality high-stakes poker action to the world, completely free of charge. And Randy, I know, I want to say there's been like 10 cash games filmed here already, if not more.
Right, yes. More to come, of course. And to get alert on when those are released, the best way is to subscribe and be alerted and, you know, indulge in the great game of 2-card, 4-card, or short and full deck.
Really looking forward to that. I mean, you're going to have your hands full between now and London. Would love to get up to 1,000 likes over on YouTube, and would love to get up to 170K subscribers by the end of the trip. Do appreciate you all keeping myself, Randy, and Ali company as we cool down the action to a winner here. The Merit Royal Diamond Spa and Casino, Jason Kuhn on the spin.
A tough one here. He's seen Chidwick open to 325K. The big blind is 125, so sizable open off of this shorter stack. Winter just looming there, 5 big blinds right behind him. aware that Steven Chidwick is supposed to play a tighter range. Looks like Jason is willing to come along here. Let's cut out some chips with a 3-bet. Nice.
Really leaning into Stevie. Ace-Jack hits the mark.
Best hand is out.
So this would be massive for the Player of the Year leaderboard implications to eliminate Chidwick in 8th.
Very nice read from Jason here, understanding that Chidwick is still going to find some spots to apply pressure. Perceived to be strong, but still makes a stance. If King Queen got blockers whose hands are willing to continue. There we go.
King 8 off? Yeah, sick read. Spot on. Heart diamond.
Nice, John.
Jason up to over 4 million now. Came into this FT 8th in chips.
Jason Kuhn shit.
These two need a talk show, mate. Maybe Sean Winter just needs his own panel show.
It doesn't matter who he's with. It's just it will be great comments.
The Sean Winter show.
Yeah.
Don't forget, the winter
It's got a
always
nice ring to
outlasts
it.
you. Thanks for speaking over my punchline there, Randy. Obviously, with that first elimination. Wow, Ace King of Hearts now for Jason.
He's put himself in pretty good position with these remaining 8 players currently in 3rd, 34 big blinds. Rewarded with that nice play. King Queen, now he's got Ace King of Hearts.
What's Greenwood thinking of here in the small Queen 10? First in chips, Jason at the start of the hand, 3rd in chips. Maybe thinking of going after him.
Yeah, normally you wouldn't be playing Queen 10 offsuit, but given he's the chip leader, can exert pressure on these top 3 stacks. Is going to lay it down.
Had us sweating for a bit there, Randy. Well, Greenwood might take it north. Michael Watson. So Watts, one of the greatest to have ever done it. True legend of the game.
You can
defend.
see, yeah, still defending here, Jack Deuce of Hearts, despite, you know, the 5 big blind stack that is still at this table. Watson hasn't really been shy of just making stances, understands, you know, players are going to be attacking his big blind, making some stance. This is the flop, though. Nothing he can do.
I think a lot of that to do with the fact that because it is so top heavy, kind of feels like we're playing for chips at the moment compared to ICM and the C-bet from Jason. Obviously met with a snap fold, and with that Jason closing the gap between himself and Henrik Hekland in 2nd.
I was excited.
Couldn't have asked for a better start to this final table.
We were going to take a look at it. I would have been all right with the shoot 'em up part.
And then you chose fold.
Would be an insane achievement. That's how things stand. Chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker. Blinds 50k, 125k with a 125k big blind ante. First elimination, the Russian Vyacheslav Boldigin. Unfortunately, just an ill-timed bluff against Greenwood left him incredibly short. Then it's ace-9. No good against Jason's king-queen on a queen-high flop. 358,500 guaranteed for these final 8 players. Look at that, Randy. A little 111k ladder between 8th and 7th. Playing down to a champion today. 2.6 million will be going to first. What a time to be alive, Randy. Triton Poker, Super High Roller Series. These guys,
Just trying to do the thing.
as Jason was alluding to, maybe 170 years worth of poker under their belt.
You're saying they've been playing since the 1850s.
Saying as a collective.
Gotcha.
He pulled all of the time together.
No need to explain, Henry.
Well, clearly I do, because you're saying these guys have been playing since the 1850s. I didn't even know if Hold'em existed back then. Steve-O. Tens in the big. Dan Smith has been one of the more active players. A couple of open folds to 3 bets behind.
One.
Play all in. You know how much it is.
Nice spot here. No, Dwyer is aware that Dan Smith has been still opening rather regularly with this kind of medium-ish stack.
Surrender.
Knows there's a lot of fold equity. Surrender it is. Nicely done.
Yeah, with that, they kind of trade places. Steve-O up to 4th, Dan Smith
I think
down to
the trick
5th.
is to give the, before you shove, to give the little jingle. That might be the trick.
It might be.
I play with some people with those type of things, and that's always what they do. Or they put the chips in. They do the magic.
I'd like to see what your hotel room looks like.
You never play with Ren Lin? He always just shreds people in all ins.
I bet you got voodoo dolls of all of us hanging in your fucking...
Dude, I'm probably...
Len's got no idea. He once had a very lucky orange on the table, was crushing everybody. He fucking eats the orange, incinerates the stack within an hour.
Ooh. No,
I don't know.
250,000.
I'm pretty normal off the felt, actually. No,
I remember that.
it's just food. You just have food in the room and
Fold.
standard.
Fold.
See Randy and I doing our best to just
Fold.
not talk over the players.
Organic oatmeal.
We're aware that you viewers around the world are here for them.
It ran out the other day when that lady was cleaning the room.
You guys hear much on winter hotel room story? I'm coming back from the gym, and I see like a maid's cart in front of a room. I see an open door, and I just hear this guy saying, "You've got to get out. I have to get naked. I have to leave soon. Please, you have to get out. You've got to go." And I'm like, "What is going on in this room? Like, am I have saved somebody's life, or what's going on?" And it's just Sean asking a maid to get out of the room because he has to shower.
Am I gonna have to save someone's life?
It was, dude, I mean, it was like out of a movie. I couldn't believe it. I peeked my head at it there, and he's just like pleading with this maid.
You didn't
like,
peek any head in there. You kept walking.
That was hilarious, dude. You're like, how do I ask her to leave in Turkish, man? I don't know. So, dude, I couldn't take it. I was fucking pissing myself.
I could see that. Sean Winton just trying to get up Google Translate English to Turkish.
Fold. Fold.
Queen 10 in the muck for Winter.
Raise 275,000.
Oh, so what's with a chance to play a hand, but unfortunately
1.8.
for him, O'Dwyer has other plans yet again. Waking up with a couple of tens.
Yeah, and this is a spot where it's even more comfortable to jam given the cutoff open. Whereas last hand it was under the gun and he was in the big blind with 2 tens.
Seconds.
1.8 million.
Every pot just so crucial.
1.8 million.
Now looking at 6-figure ladders, every bust out. As Steve-O does effectively jam, leaving himself just 400k back. storyline, the FT so far, as we're got to assume that this is going to go fold, fold, fold. Jason Kuhn with that huge double, followed with an elimination of Vyacheslav, followed with a 3-bet against Stephen Chidwick. Now finds himself 7th in chips. Jason started the FT 8th, now moved up to 3rd. Of course, Greenwood, top of the chip counts.
Might have got a Mad Dog foiled.
It might have gone cold.
Vyacheslav
I don't know what it was.
bluffed off against him. Everyone guaranteed 358,500 for their efforts so far, Randy. Receiving word that at the next break, you and I
What was it?
are going to be stepping out as we have a special guest commentator going to be joining Ali Najad. It's none other than David Yan going to be jumping in the mix and providing some insightful hand analysis.
I like your chance of winning that all in.
What suits?
Yeah, real treat to have from someone of his caliber commentating on a 100K main. Lots of experience with these players, so he'll be able to give us some good insights.
I'm not like.
Do we still have
I
jobs?
think I'm like above average.
Probably knew he
It's-
was going to
like-
run out
Are
all
you
day.
worried?
You haven't played with me, so you just.
I've just come to terms with it already,
No, he's
but
not.
it's
You've made peace with it,
understandable.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
it is what it is.
Listen, if all fails, we can just go back to Twitch streaming.
Yeah, let's go get that $1 subscription bonus or whatever it is.
We'll go back. I remember watching you back in the day, bro. Don't pretend. You were sick.
2 red 10s.
You and Lex. And shout out Lex, by the way. I mean, that guy. So much for poker.
Here we go, King 9 of clubs.
Got me off flip.
All in.
Smith going to take the spot from the button with the King 9 and going to pick up the blinds and the big blind ante. Now, obviously, because we came back with just 15 minutes on the clock of that big blind 100K level, with this next blind level increase, average stack is going to drop down to around 20 bigs. Really is go time.
Yeah, we could definitely see players making their stance, knowing that the blinds and antes coming around rather quickly.
Oh, come on. That's emotion.
Steve is very lucky that I was offsuit, or he would have been out 100 or 1.8 million chips probably.
Hey, see the connector. Well, 2-to-1 gaffle.
I love Greenwood, man. This guy is just so good.
It's got some quirky comments.
Heard them talking about how this is the most stacked final table of most of their careers. Chidwick had another idea. Did mention one FT from, I want to say, Madrid of last year.
Chip leader here, doing chip leader things. Ace-8, early position, 275. Could see some defense here from Jason Kuhn. Isn't shy of giving some action. Currently sitting in 3rd, ace-5 offsuit.
Didn't realize how short Chidwick's getting. Sub 10 bigs after just passing through the blinds.
Yeah, it was a pretty big pot that he lost with that ace-9 suited against Jason's ace-king. You know what's happening right now, actually, Henry, is that he's trying to bleed the level into Sean Winter's big blind. Make it bigger for him, as it's very detrimental to the shortest stack. So he's not actually contemplating putting chips in right now.
That makes a lot of sense. We are just, what, a few seconds away from the blind level increase. See, before the blinds go up, we will be going into a scheduled break. Yeah, that's a great point. Sean Winter on 575,000 chips.
Enjoy.
Blind's going to be going up to 150K.
Yeah, so he's using as many time chips as he can to just force that blind level increase on the very next hand, and deems that that's a better use of the time chips than potentially future hands. But for now, ace-5 offsuit, Jason Kuhn.
You got 6.5 now?
I had 6.5 since I shoved on Slava.
Wow.
10th, I can better have 7.
Does lay it down.
Yeah,
board,
and it
guys.
goes. So with that, we're heading into our first scheduled break of the day. It means the blinds will be going up, Randy, when we return to Big Blind 150K. And you can see Sean Winter and Stephen Chidwick with a lot of work to do. Chip counts brought to you by PokerStake. It is none other than Canada's Sam Greenwood leading the final 8. All of these 8 players guaranteed 358,500, and from every ladder here on out, Randy, a 6-figure payout guaranteed. As we welcome you back to the break desk. Obviously, 2 main talking points there. The elimination of Vyacheslav Boldagin in 9th after running that huge bluff against Sam Greenwood. But maybe for those viewers around the world who've been watching us over the last year, following along with the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard, Stephen Chidwick doubling up Jason Kuhn, and then just a few hands later, Jason getting a light 3-bet through against Stevie.
Yeah, you know, Jason definitely in contention of closing the gap at that leaderboard distance, as Stephen Chidwick is currently sitting 7th of 8 players remaining. But, you know, we still got that 2.6 million to play for.
Yeah, we
the
do.
most important thing is to attack that, see where you stand in the leaderboard, and go from there.
A stacked final table worthy of a main event, over 250 million in live earnings between these final 8 players. Randy and I are stepping aside. Ali Najad and David Yang going to be jumping in, and whilst we throw it to a break, check out this interactive quiz from our good friends over at GTO Wizard.
The following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. You're in the early stages of an MTT. The cutoff opens and it folds to you in the big blind, holding pocket 2s. You're 20 big blinds deep. You fold, call, or shove. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's passenger traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Yeah, extremely good card for Chidwick, of course. Now the big question for Chidwick now, is it better for him to try to extract max value with, you know, practically an all-in? Would he get hero called by an ace king, given the line? Or does he maybe perhaps come in with a very small milky bet, just hoping for some crying calls from some ace X's? It is a situation where it is rather risky for Chidwick to kind of just push all his chips in as a bluff. So maybe the smaller bet becomes ideal.
$1.5 out there.
5 seconds.
See what Chidwick comes with. He's going to go for the milkier sizing. He's going to go for 2/3 million into 1.5, and immediately, of course, you see Vyacheslav just pained by this spot.
So with the sizing he's up against, Vyacheslav is probably thinking ace X maybe a bit unlikely, like trying to blow him off of a chop. It appears to kind of be one of those queen or nothing situations. Does my opponent follow through, though, with the river bluff as played? It would usually be in the form of 2 hearts, right? For him to just have some bluffs to check call in lead turn.
Vyacheslav in the absolute blender, through no fault of his own. Just lets it go, maintains that 2.6 million chip stack. And with that pot, Stevie started off the FT, 7th in chips, up to 3rd now. Just to give you an idea. Points.
Say, since Steve is here.
Second only.
I think you say Steve even if Steve isn't
Chidwick.
here.
Steven.
Let's see what Steve has to do with it.
Fold, fold. Fold, fold. Fold.
It's all the way round to our chip leader
Formal version.
on the button, ace 10
Steven.
for Hecklin.
Raised to 200,000.
2-time champion, took down
Fold.
His name is Steven.
no limit holder main back
formal
in
advice.
Madrid last year, and Jason Kuhn finds an ace in the big blind.
He's a 2-syllable kind of guy.
Could this be trouble for the 6-time champ?
5 seconds.
All in.
Player all in.
It's 1.4, right?
Yep.
Wow.
Oh.
Fourth hand of the tournament. Jason Kuhn, the all-in player at risk, taking the rejam spot with the A7 and snapped off
A7 from heaven.
by Hecklin's Ace-10 on the button.
No Germans at the table. Is 7 still always coming?
I'm 25% German.
Okay.
So it's 25% to come.
Ace, Queen, 8.
Choppable kind of board.
There's some chops available for sure. An 8 would do it.
8.
Not greedy. Asking for a deuce or an 8 to chop this one up. A 7 for the win. All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Deuce, deuce, run out, Randy.
Let's chop it.
Jason Kuhn going to be relieved to chop that
To
one.
tell you the truth, I go up against the main event. I thought I was fucking out of here.
This is Triton, buddy.
That's a question.
You're never out.
Yeah, can I take change also?
That's the only tidbit I'll tell you. That if
It's
you
okay.
shove out
I
King
respect
Jack
your
off,
strategy, by the way, whatever it is.
Fold.
Isn't like 2.4 dog.
Yeah, 2.475.
Raise 250,000.
Vyacheslav's been pretty active here, raising multiple hands in a row. King 10 suited now.
Fold.
How much are you playing?
2.9.
2.9.
Ace Queen looks like a nice spot to activate.
This is second v fourth in chips at the start of the hand. Greenwood is out of position, but does cover.
5 seconds. Call.
And notice that he just comes in with call here. It's mainly because he's respecting the ICM implications, and Vyacheslav's got 23 blinds in early position. Doesn't feel that it's worth risking all the chips, but needs to get involved. So comes in for flat call. Flops top 2.
Flops top 2 indeed. Vyacheslav with the inside Broadway draw as well as some backdoor hearts available to him. 750 in the middle. Opening from early position. See what he comes with here. It's perceived to have a range advantage on this board, but as we can see, Greenwood with top 2.
Bet of 200,000.
Yeah, Bodegan has deemed that there's a lot of stuff that's just going to fold to a flop c-bet with these positions, early versus small blind. Could be some pocket pair heavy type holdings that will just have to lay it down with 2 overs to come. For now, though, top 2 looking good.
5 seconds.
Certainly knows he's got the best hand, but no reason to just blow out your opponent who's got very little equity usually.
Well, the 10 of clubs on the turn. Maybe going to slow Vyacheslav down now.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the $100,000 main event from here at the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series No Limit phase of the program coming to a close. Currently, 8 players remain at this final table, and at the top of the chip counts lies Sam Greenwood. Here at the desk lies one David Yan. Ali Najad alongside, and David, I know you've had an opportunity to kind of observe not only this final table, but also play with just about every one of these gentlemen at some point in your career, be it online, be it right here in North Cyprus. And when you first cast your eyes at this FT, I'm sure as many of those at that FT would agree, this is one of the toughest ever to be assembled.
Yeah, I think really exciting stuff. As you pointed out, it's yeah, possibly the toughest final table ever or close to it. So yeah, a lot of very, very great poker play I expect to see.
Perhaps not surprising, the fact that we have none other than Sean Winter on the short stack right now with 4 big blinds. Jason Kuhn, prior to the start of this final table, said this is a guy you just can't kill. He is oh so resilient, and I'm sure you, on your way to a bubble or on your way to an FT at some point, have seen him linger and do so to great effect.
Yeah, he definitely makes his presence known, even with a very short stack, so no surprise to see him still in there.
You feel like it's like a skill that he is just extraordinarily good at, being able to grind away on those very small nubs?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, and honestly, there's something to be said that, it depends if maybe it's not all 100% science, he seems to know something that other people don't, so
yeah,
it's fun to observe.
Vyacheslav Buldagin, 9th place, $263,000 went his way, $358,500 awaits the 8th place finisher, and of course, $2.6 million up top, as we are moments away from sending it back down to that final table where the blinds will be 75 and 150,000. As you get a look at those chip counts, brought to you by Merit Poker, the real poker experience. Touched on Greenwood being up at the top. Of course, you've got a couple of former Triton main event winners in Henrik Hecklin in 2nd, Stephen Chidwick currently in 7th. Worthy of note that this is Sean Winter's first ever Triton Super High Roller Series, and he has performed extraordinarily well. This, his 8th event, already with 4 cashes under his belt, 3 of them final table appearances. This, his 4th. 2.25 million plus already earned, and a minimum of 358.5, as we mentioned, still available if he can work his way off of that very, very short 4-blind stack.
You have 275 behind Sean?
Right, yeah.
Seconds. 375.
Steve O'Dwyer will begin the affair, raising things up to 375,000, quite understandably with ace-king, as Henrik Hecklin wakes up to a pair of 8s. David off of a stack of 5.7, 2nd in chips right now. O'Dwyer currently 4th. Got those short stacks out there. You tend to see a little bit of a more snug approach, right?
Yeah, I think it's already a pretty interesting situation for him. Oh, he just goes for the shove. I mean, he's got a lot of chips.
I stand corrected, and are you surprised at all to see his willingness to make the jam?
No, no. I wouldn't have been surprised to see him maybe consider calling or something too, but I guess this is going in. Oh, already in. And this is just like a huge swing of equity, both players, I'm sure, are sweating it really hard. It's a very, very big pot.
I believe.
Almost 6 million in the middle.
And I mean, you have like these people with, Sean with 4 big blinds, Stephen with 7, Michael with 11. They're really hoping that Henrik manages to hold here.
And those hopes are dashed promptly on the ace-4 deuce board. As you can see, the disappointment come over Hecklin's face, but it isn't over yet.
3-5, 1-10.
There's one part of the chop puzzle.
Oh no.
As Hecklin could use a 3 to carve it up, or an 8 for an outright W. Instead, the Queen of Hearts will double O'Dwyer.
2,275,000. Or 2,775,000. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty wild swings. We've seen the chip positions shift quite a bit already during the final table. So yeah, there's a really, really, really key pot of the tournament.
And on the receiving end of it, in terms of beneficiary, is Steve O'Dwyer. Consummate professional.
I knew I hit the door card because I heard you go, even though I couldn't see it.
Very confident you were flopping.
Very low morale seeing the door for so long.
Couple of cashes under his belt.
Hit before you even see the card.
Already here at this festival, one-time title winner with.
Don't get to like properly sweat. I don't like that. When I'm in this seat, like you see it last.
Yeah.
12 career Triton cashes coming into this one, $4.25 million in earnings.
When I was all in,
And you just
in Monte
see
Carlo,
people
when I had
are
family
just
all in Monte Carlo in the main event.
Thank you.
Like we were all in on the turn.
Just a little,
I couldn't see
a little tournament
over,
ship.
but like I was
All that was.
looking at him and
Well, a new world of poker is coming, and your chance to get in on the action is right now. Triton Play is a social poker game that is looking to revolutionize the way the world plays poker, and they're open for pre-registrations right now. When you see that QR code pop up on your screen, scan it and start your journey into our new world. Triton Play has some really exciting things coming up, including a stealth demo, a London giveaway, and so much more. You don't want to miss out. So scan and join us today. Will you be joining us, David, out in London at our next festival?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be going. I pretty much booked it already, so yeah, I'll be there.
Nice.
Looking forward to it.
There's a new sheriff.
As are we.
He's always the sheriff. Always the sheriff.
The same sheriff.
He even put the end to the sheriff yesterday. Back-to-back days, you put the end to the sheriff.
Now Dan Smith.
No, but Brewer was the sheriff.
With the 2 nines.
Brewer's not the sheriff.
He was.
No, he isn't.
I was a bit surprised, David, as just prior to coming into the booth, as you and I were sitting there, it was brought to my attention that Dan, at some point between the player intros coming into this final table and right now, taken to Twitter to take a bit of issue with the manner in which he had been introduced as what he felt like was maybe lacking in proper accolade for him.
Yeah,
I referred to him as an avid chess player, which of course he
okay.
is.
Sorry,
but I also went so far as to call him a grandmaster of poker, which is why I brought it up. Kind of omitted from that, and I think it was because Chidwick had been introduced as being widely regarded by his peers as one of the best players of his generation. But truly, each and every one of the guys at this FT, I could just say, is one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah,
it's just so easy. I'm always looking for kind of a creative way to say the same thing, I suppose.
I did.
Yeah,
all day yesterday.
Saying earlier as well, just that, you know, it's sort of that thing where no one really needs an introduction almost, and you know, it's for the formality you're going to introduce them. So, you know, I can imagine it's nice to mix it up a bit as opposed to say, oh, this is one of the best players in the world, or this is one of the best players in the world.
It can become a little monotonous, but obviously, for the record, each and every one of these guys, Dan Smith included, could absolutely be regarded as such. Have earned the respect and admiration of fans and colleagues alike. As Chidwick going to take his chances from the hijack with this ace-7. Ace-5 suited for Greenwood.
That's
Chip leader
1,075.
who can well afford to provide a spin.
Yeah, I mean, he's really just hoping for a fold here. I think it looks like Sean Winter has one big blind. But at the same time, he's pretty short himself, so just hoping to, you know, get everybody to fold.
But the fact that Sean Winter has one big blind, David, not to interrupt, clearly should lead us to presume, even though in this situation, not necessarily the case, that he's going to be well up in his range.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a pretty decent hand, and that's why we see Sam folding the ace-5 suited, even though he's got quite a lot. So I think he took his time, but he identified that Chidwick is probably not going to be shoving really wide here.
But of course, Stevie knows that that's what everyone's going to think. So in that sense, there's the opportunity to maybe exploit, deviate.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll definitely be very aware that people will think he's shoving pretty tightly. But even if they call with pretty good hands, it's just the times he does get called, it's not that great of a spot, I guess. But yeah, ace-7 goes in, and he's pretty happy to take that one down, I'm sure.
To be fair, it was dominating ace-5.
Yeah.
I didn't know if he's like factoring in the series, like the year-round. I didn't know what you're.
Okay, no,
yeah, I doubt you.
I just thought if Stevie looked down at ace-2 off, is he going all in? And then I decided I don't think he is. And then I thought I should fold my hand.
Well, I mean.
So similar thoughts going through here, I guess. He's still, he's got 10 big blinds, but just with the, Sean with 1 big blind, Mike with 9. There's no real good option here. You can shove and really pray that you get the fold.
Oh yeah,
because Kuhn's probably going to incinerate that.
Well, I also think about my own leaderboard chances here too.
Oh my.
And as the players talking about huge stakes here for the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award, very prestigious and
325.
something that these players have been all competing for the whole season, really.
Chidwick currently in the lead. This is the final festival in which to obtain points toward that title, which comes, of course, with that $200,000 overlay as we see Greenwood open the button with the ace-9. Jason Kuhn currently well ahead of the pack in terms of player of the series, which comes with a bonus 100 points, a title, and a second under his belt already. TBD how high up he will finish here, but obviously with Chidwick at the FT as well, he's going to want to be finishing in front of Stevie to narrow the gap, as O'Dwyer, newly minted deep stack, defends the big and flops a gut shot on a spadeless jack-high board where Greenwood has middle pair, 875 in the middle.
Okay, goes for the check. See a turn. O'Dwyer pretty happy to just try to hit something.
The under pair on this texture, David, unlikely to leave him all that excited.
Yeah, he still has hope though, so I guess he's probably gonna go for check and then hope to either see a check or maybe a smallish bet. And Greenwood is now thinking like, do I want to bet my hand for value? I can get called by a lot of worse hands. But then if I bet, maybe I'll get raised. All sorts of things, you know, going through everyone's mind all the time.
Game has certainly evolved to a place where multiple streets of check back don't always indicate disconnection with the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very clean river here. O'Dwyer might think he's up against some unpaired Broadway combos and ace highs as played.
Yeah, his hand can definitely be good, and I think he's probably even considering to maybe go for a small value bet. Try to get called by exactly those hands that you said.
You don't have to show me the screen. I can see everybody's chips.
Huh? No, I know you're always paying attention.
6.
Snap
9.
call.
200K, a bit mergy in terms of being a block bet so that he wouldn't have to pay off a maybe larger sizing if he were to defer.
Yeah, if he had checked there, I think Greenwood would definitely bet his hand and very likely bet more than 200. So in that regard, he saved some chips.
Yes,
it's kind of a cooler situation, really.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty big. It's like a kind of a small pot, but still pretty important now. Like Sam, sort of takes the lead a bit. It's going to affect how they play a little bit now. Just the fact that he covers him a bit more.
Oh yes, thank you very much.
O'Dwyer currently second in chips. Jason Kuhn third with the average stack at 3.2 million, just north of 20 bigs. Hecklin has fallen beneath that mark, just shy of 3 million in front of him to start this one as he opens with ace-10 suited.
Pretty decent hand. Right, at some point when you have the one big blind, you kind of just have to take a stand. Oh, just goes in.
Well, Sean Winter, King Jack offsuit, deemed adequate, understandably, with that lone blind.
Yeah, I mean, he only has 200K, but like if he wins this pot, it's huge. I mean, he's gonna like quadruple up or something with the big blind ante, big blind, small blind.
Yeah, all of that very much weighing in is 775K.
It's probably the biggest pot in terms of how much it's worth that he's ever going to play off, one big blind or whatever.
Right. To the flop of King, Queen, 8 we go as Sean has top pair.
Jeffrey.
Mouth breathing his way through this one. Turn is safe. Does not want to hit a jack or see an ace.
Oh, there it is, 775K.
Should be out, by the way.
And now he's really not that far from, Watson, Chidwick. So.
Endlessly entertaining is for the record. Sean announces that he should be out. Yes, you were a dog.
Talk to the dead.
Dude, I'm not like I'm a little bit clairvoyant and I don't understand how, but I'm sure everyone is. I'm the only one open about it.
Yeah, I get it.
No reason to be fake.
I like the facial expressions on Chidwick right now. It's quite amusing for me.
You think Chidwick believes in clairvoyance?
Not sure, it's hard to say, but he
Modern
definitely
day, everyone's genuine
didn't
on
have
the
a
surface.
completely straight face there, in my opinion.
Sean just said modern day, everyone's genuine on the surface. I mean, just endless entertainment and trolling.
Yeah, I played with Sean a bit. It was really entertaining, you know. Just a fun guy to play with, I think.
He's a guy that truly online poker does a huge disservice to, because you cannot appreciate the Sean Winter experience through your monitor.
Yeah, someone you want to play with live. So Sam, chip leader, going for an open with the Jack-8 suited, putting some pressure to all these other stacks.
How many blacks do you have hand with?
7 now.
Thank you.
So the chip leader picks up the big blind for a ride which has been squarely revealed to be in favor of Hecklin, as King 10 turning into trips. Interaction with the 10 of spades for Greenwood.
Yeah, definitely flop that could generate some action. We'll see what happens. Very small bet.
Little sprinkle.
Yeah.
Just to end the affair on a texture that Hecklin would be unlikely to proceed with a majority of his holdings.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I mean, considering his bet's so small, Hecklin just really, for example, even if he has a hand like King Jack or something, which could be the best hand now, he's really got to be thinking like, okay, now I call, but then what's going to happen on the turn, things like this. Actually goes for the check raise.
$525. It's another 3 1/4 if Greenwood wants to hunt backdoor equity.
Yeah, it'll be pretty interesting to see what he does there. I mean, Hecklin doesn't have too many chips behind. On the other hand, you do have a lot of turns that you can get something on, you know.
If you found yourself in this spot, David, would you feel compelled to peel in position?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, honestly, it's kind of difficult to see folding this hand. You know, it's probably better to call this than a hand like Queen Jack offsuit or something, even though your hand is sort of worse. Just having some equity to hit a very strong hand on some backdoor runouts. Oh, he goes for the clip. Interesting.
This is certainly a delight for Henrik.
Yeah.
Though there will be some concerns about the occasions on which perhaps King 10 is no good, or do you think any of those occasions then Greenwood is much more likely to just flat?
I would say he's probably more likely to flat, but you know, you couldn't rule out that he has a better hand like Ace-10, Pocket 2 specifically. But yeah, it's actually a pretty interesting spot for Hecklin now, what to do, like whether he wants to raise again or just call. On such a texture like 10-10-2 rainbow, like it can be a lot of leveling wars actually, you know, if you're clicking again, you know, maybe the other person will think, oh, he wouldn't do this if he actually had a hand and stuff. So pretty interesting spot, even though you have essentially a really good hand. And I think Greenwood is just putting a lot of pressure here where it's hard for Hecklin to like, let's say Hecklin has a hand like Queen Jack himself. It's nice to make him fold that. Wow. Power poker. he's like, boy, are we in a pickle now.
Yeah, up the ladder we go, and this I don't think was a line that Greenwood anticipated out of Hecklin in response to the 3-bet, and yet in it came as Henrik able to haul in
The week of Doyle.
a tidy dose of chip leaders tokens.
You guys did
Yeah,
that for him,
not
didn't
too often you see, you know, like a bet check raise, 3-bet, and a 4-bet with like 15 blinds or something to start the hand, 18 blinds.
like 5 big blinds this week with 10 days suited once.
The difference between you and Phil Ivy. Ivy would have found the 6-bet jam there.
Yeah.
So whoever-
Jag 9.
Yeah.
Or the call. Just call him down, king 9.
Takes too much commitment.
Didn't have king 9.
Wow, man. 10-9, huh?
Folded aces, huh?
Aces, right.
Right in the
I'm sure you had the perfect hand to make it 875 with.
found out where you
I have no idea if I had the full 15 to make it 875 with. I'm kind of wishing I called. Would have saved myself some chips and could have seen the tune.
I think he's being very honest there about exactly what he's thinking, actually.
Karen might have got you in big trouble.
Got her flush draw, yeah.
300?
I think sometimes, you know, on a
These
poker
kids will never
table,
learn about the main event.
No.
you know, players don't necessarily want to give away their thoughts
The
and
main
stuff.
event never goes down without a fight.
Just over 6.
Neither
But
do
on
you,
a,
Sean.
on a table like this,
Yeah, but
it's
I'm
sort
not
of like
overcome.
everybody has so much
I'm
mutual
just the
respect for
first
each other
round,
that,
first match every time.
you know, if they just sort of say their thoughts in a spot like that, I don't think anybody's worried about like teaching each other
Yeah.
like something.
You both have around 6?
I have just over 5.
Thank you.
Ooh, same hand.
He said on his forehead.
So Steve looks like
Give me a moment,
just
guys.
calls.
Bro, it's live poker.
Jason.
It's live poker right now.
I was asking you.
You're just rude all the time. It's like you talk all the time when we're playing a hand.
Little chippiness between Jason and Dan.
Yeah.
As Smith asked for a moment. Has 2 red 9s up against the 2 black 9s of O'Dwyer, which has chosen to limp.
All in.
Literally
just
had
goes
2
for the all-in.
VIPs walk up to me the other day and say how bad it was.
Jason, he's all in. You can wait till.
It's really out of line, Jason.
How much?
Seems like it's back around to O'Dwyer.
So a lot's going through his head right now, just like, you know, what kind of hands is Dan shoving with? You know, how good is my hand against those hands? You know, if I call and lose, how is that going to affect my stack compared to the other stacks? How much do other people have? So yeah, a lot of things going through his mind, and wouldn't be surprised to see a time bank or 2 being used here before his decision is made. I don't imagine he's gonna fold in the end, but I could be wrong. We'll see what happens. You know, when you just call with a hand as strong as 9s.
Super under-repped.
Yeah, pretty much. I think Dan could definitely shove some worse hands. You know, perhaps a hand like pocket 8s or pocket 7s. You know, suited ace. You're flipping with some hands, even like ace king. It's like you're still flipping. You're slightly ahead even. Wow.
I think I'm allowed to ask for a moment. People can reject it, and I will say you're the only person this whole week who berated me.
Buddy, I had 2 VIPs, not 1, but 2 come up to me and say how awful it was playing with you because you berated them for having a conversation on a live poker table. If you want to have that conversation with them, that's fine, but you act like this is a one-time occurrence. You literally do this every time we're playing. Doesn't matter what the stake. Like, it's obnoxious, man. You got 5 time banks, you got 20 bigs, you know what you're going to do? Like, you know, it's just like, it's just obnoxious. This is what we do for a living, like learn how to operate.
I think if you wanted to address that point, you could have said it in a much kinder way away from the table.
Buddy,
but
you're the
okay,
one who's
I hear
out
you.
of line. You're the one who's out of line. You literally do this all the time.
Let's get some drinks. Does everyone
No,
drink
it's
beer?
just like we've
Let's
literally
get
been
some-
playing poker together for
let's
10
get
years.
Some
It's like,
cocktails.
Just get it under control, man.
I think you could have brought this up in a less like a different setting.
You could have brought it up, and you could stop bringing it up all the time at the poker table.
Guys, we're playing for a lot of money. Let's focus. Let's
yeah,
focus.
we'll just carry on. It's fine.
Let's focus.
It's pretty intense, you know.
Contentious
Literally
moments
every day.
It's okay.
at the final table that look like they may very well have seeds
I
beyond
promise
its
you, there are 20
borders.
people watching this,
Yeah.
and thank God somebody said something.
Bit awkward.
Okay, I would prefer if you didn't berate me when we were playing anymore.
It's.
I will not berate you again, Dan.
Guys.
I love you.
Guys,
What are you doing?
I'm in last, and I have a decision.
Nah, I respect the Sean. I think he's really just saying like. you
I
know,
can't tell if he's being serious ever. If he is, apologies. But Sean, of course, coming with a diplomacy effort of let's get cocktails.
No, I think he handled that great. Actually, I think he just pointed out like, guys, let's like, you know, relax a bit. And then when they didn't relax, he's just like, seriously, like, you know. And I think Sean is pretty well liked. I think people, hopefully, will sort of see his point there, you know. And
Yeah, obviously his plight has plenty of pressure on it as well. Granted, he has plenty of experience being on a short stack, but nevertheless, he'd prefer to be in a situation where he had the sort of depth that Smith or Kuhn have.
The cutoff.
just raise and take it. Ace King suited.
I feel like we went.
Same suits.
I
Everything.
feel like I went back in time to 2-5 and Jackson.
I forget. Is that better than A7 or worse?
Bullshit, man.
You defended Jack 2 suited in the big blind.
Imagine what that is.
It's the exact same every day. It's all every day.
What?
Oh yeah, that one.
So ridiculous.
I'm sorry if I offended anybody.
Buddy, it's like the 100th time.
Okay,
Hey
Jason,
guys,
come on.
seriously
Wow.
though, like
It doesn't
All good.
you guys
He
are.
asked you to be
You
quiet.
guys have your own
You
opinion.
didn't want to be quiet.
You guys
It's over.
both,
Like-
you know,
Steve,
made that
buddy.
clear what your
I
opinion
realize
is.
you just told me to shut the fuck up.
I did.
right?
I
Dude.
know. I'm pissed off too. Like,
Hey.
you're being just as rude as
Guys.
you say Dan is being.
I'm gonna call the floor on all
more
you
rude
guys
than
if
Dan.
you don't stop.
You're being much more rude than that.
Why don't we give them both like 2 game penalties? Sean? What do you think?
Give Sean one too from around.
If
I
they
mean,
just-
one more STFU. I think DQ is.
What does STFU stand for?
Did I say it right?
I was hoping you were going to
Pocket
try to
tens.
trap
Yeah,
you.
O'Dwyer
Get yourself DQ'd.
opening to 375,000 is feels like we have a powder keg of an FT on our hands potentially, David.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to remember that, you know, the competition can be just so fierce and intense, and, you know, the people who have been playing, you know, really long days of tough competition for sort of 2 weeks straight. So, yeah, I guess, you know, sometimes, and, you know, it seems like there may be some backstory to this, but yeah, I think it's a bit unfortunate that, you know, this disagreement has come up.
Either you guys settle it. Never mind.
I think it's pretty awkward, but also a little bit amusing.
I'm torn between
Real
being
Housewives
amused
of
because
Las
of
Costa.
We're like watching Desperate Housewives.
the absurdity of it, and then also just kind of
Or no,
wanting
The
to be
Bachelor. I don't- one of them.
appropriately reverent of the moment. This is the main event of a Triton Super High Roller Series. There's 2.6
Bachelorette.
million up top.
Yeah, I'm kind of in shock. Yeah, it's like it's such a sick spot, you know. And I don't know. Somehow this has come up. And
I'm not in shock, by the way, though, that of everyone at the table, the one man who clearly didn't engage was Stephen Chidwick, eyes on the prize, and
Yeah.
upon an ace-king suited.
yeah, I mean, it's just if you're gonna pick a spot to remain focused and try to drown out the noise, this is it. You know, you know, he's gonna have his thoughts about it later, but now he just wants to make sure he plays every decision the best way he possibly can. You know, each decision is just so crucial.
You have
Small misstep could be costing
all those
you know,
views
tens
for
of
people
thousands,
berating
hundreds of
each other at
thousands
the
of
table.
dollars.
Sorry,
They say
1.1 total?
High rollers are.
That's 1,075,000.
It's kind of funny.
All in?
Think about it.
Look, Stevie.
Greenwood jams the ace-9 off suit to make sure that last quarter works its way into the middle.
Yeah, just absolutely huge sweat here. You know, he's shoved for 7 blinds, but to win this, he'd get sort of in the middle of the pack. Sean also has 3 big blinds. You know, really sweating this for the pay jam. And also, of course, as we said, like the leader player of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year. So much at stake here, really.
Jack high flop and the ace king is in good shape. On the turn, it picks up
it's not a bad
royal
turn.
flush draw.
Give him the royal.
All Stevie's got to do is fade a 9 of diamonds or clubs.
Wow.
And he does it.
And you know, saw a hint of a smile there. He's for sure absolutely thrilled.
Right. POY race is back on.
Always on, baby.
Storyline's not lost on Mike Watson.
Looking pretty good. Yeah, wide racing. Jason got all in. Heckling. With some help.
Ace-9 suited now. Under the gun for O'Dwyer. The new chip lead, courtesy of Greenwood losing that last pot. Open raise. And now Dan.
He's considering. Goes for the fold. Discipline lay down. So Mike has an interesting spot. Sean's still sitting there with 3 big blinds. And yep, goes for the fold. Just realizes that he's going to be put into a lot of pressure from Steve. You know, even if you flop a pair or something and you face a bet, it's like, it's alright, but you're not like super loving it. He's really trying to sort of outlast Sean now, is essentially what he's thinking. And worth noting that Steve opened a little bit bigger, which makes it even a bit more difficult to call there.
So there is a look at the chip counts with O'Dwyer up top ahead of Greenwood now. Kuhn in third.
Yeah, sick final table. I mean, it's really anyone's game, I would say.
Feels like the deck has been shuffled on more than one occasion in terms of running order.
Yeah, absolutely.
As these guys jockey up and down that leaderboard. Gouldigan, the only casualty thus far. 263,000.
Yeah, bittersweet 9th place for him, I'm sure. But he's had a good series. I guess he'll be alright.
He has. Title under his belt already. Now an ace-7 suited for the freshly doubled stack of Stephen Chidwick.
Raise to 375,000. Fold. 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 Fold.
This goes for the bigger open here, 2.5x. Just basically saying, you know, look, I'm aware that getting called by O'Dwyer can put me into some pretty tough spots. You know, really being in the sort of in the middle of the pack with his stack. And O'Dwyer, I don't think is going anywhere. Gonna go for a call. See 3 cards.
Steve's defense turns into top pair against middle pair with almost $1 million in the middle.
So A7 is a pretty good hand now. On the other hand, if you bet and you get raised, it's going to be pretty ugly. So wouldn't be too surprised to see a check here.
Obviously, the presence of the shorter stacks than Chidwick's in Watson and Winter, with the sort of pay jumps that we're looking at, over 110,000 from 8th to 7th. And if you consider 8th up to 6th, over 200 and...
Oh, he just goes for the shove. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as well. I don't think Steve is going to fold though. I think his hand is just too good, and as you can see, he even beat some hands that Chidwick is essentially shoving for value. He's really just hoping for a fold for the most part. Like, there are some hands that if he gets it in against, it's okay. Like, for example, you know, 4x of diamonds, maybe a flush draw, but he would much rather a fold. I mean, if he gets it in against the flush draw here, he's okay. I mean, he's gonna get it in and really hope to win a huge pot, but he's also gonna, you know, just bust now in 8th place a decent amount of the time. So,
well, that's provided that Steve O'Dwyer does make this call, which he has not yet, David. I think
right.
You're of the mindset that eventually the call will come in, but you can relate to his reluctances that this is a massive 2 million chip bet, effectively all in into just a 1 million chip pot, and he says, let's go.
Wow.
Get the other 50 in and get it in behind.
Yeah, and you can see the look on his face. He's really not too happy. And Steve, I mean, he's in a good spot, but he's also nervous. I mean, it's a huge, I mean, maybe nervous is a little bit strong of a word, but he's certainly aware like how big this pot is how much it's worth, basically.
More than just the 5 million in the middle, of course, as the turn is an 8.
So much at stake here, and one more card to come.
5 outs once.
Yeah. Wow.
King of diamonds.
Sick.
Not one of them, David, and Stephen Chidwick will end up showered in 8th place.
Very, very sick.
We'll collect the 358,500, but obviously not the kind of outcome we might have expected for him, given the way things stood going into that one. Dug in with the A7, and in the end it was O'Dwyer who would leave him shy of whatever Jason Kuhn's haul will be in terms of Ivan Liao Player of the Year points, as 7 remain. And O'Dwyer now, a significant distance between himself and Sam Greenwood. Sits in second. 469,500 guaranteed to the remaining field.
You might want to cooperate.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hit that free blind still.
I don't know about the cooperation stuff. I just try to bust people.
Yeah, you can't leave him, can't leave Stevie breathing, you know?
Too dangerous.
I think he was just sick of you guys fucking talking.
Yeah. Get him a room, get him.
I want to go to a peaceful place.
I believe 3-1. 3-2 rather.
Just putting that pressure on with a big all-in.
Smith, King-9 suited, knows that O'Dwyer's going to be putting that pressure on with a wide variety of holdings, including, of course, 10-6 offsuit. Could be an opportunity to have a double.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that he's going to be hit really often, but at the same time, it's just, you know, Mike has 800k, Sean has 400. It's tough to call.
6 and 3 big blind stacks, respectively. David, and as much as Dan Smith recognizes the prospective opportunity before him, you see the power.
Give the man a lucky owl and you go all in against him. That's kind of...
I never said anything about it being lucky.
Okay.
Bye,
It was just a
O'Dwyer.
gift. The person I purchased it from.
Okay.
It did not
Okay,
say,
then that
like,
makes
it didn't have
the
a sign
jam.
that said lucky
Yeah,
owl or
that makes more sense.
You know what a VIP suggests for one of the tournaments here is that in lieu of time bank chips, you could use them to avid hunt if you want.
Like that. Someone who sometimes just doesn't use his time bank chips often enough. Be a nice ability to have. But I guess it would feel like way too much of a degen to waste something that potentially has value.
Fold. Fold.
Now an ace in the cutoff for Watson. One of those two shorter stacks in the room.
800,000.
Going for the raise.
Almost all of it.
Yep.
And of course, for those who have yet to listen in on our discussions about exactly why it is that the 25K is left back, David, that's in the event of a massive collision behind us where we can then fold and realize a pay jump.
Yeah, sometimes I think that's mostly what people are doing. They just sort of leave a little bit behind, and if everybody goes all in, for example, you can kind of fold depending on who's more likely to bust or things like that. Maybe people are trying to confuse people too. I don't know. I don't think that's happening here, but sometimes that's what it feels like.
Ooh.
Okay. Sorry, my bad.
So you see Hecklin deciding to give Watson a spin, immediately being advised not to table his hand on account of the fact that that 25K still remains, which Hecklin will bet in the dark.
I'm ahead right now. Oh, I'm way ahead now. Oh my god.
Just about put a fork in the 7-8 bar
got it in so
running
fast.
boats.
I love A6.
Hey, yo, all in EV graphs gonna look.
Oh, never mind. Full house.
Just 0%,
Good one,
0%
Mike.
and
That was a big one.
0%.
Thank you.
That was big.
You fold Gradu? An A6?
I have one of the nut lows. I think I would have chopped if I shoved.
With Hecklin?
Did your 8 play?
No.
Yeah, we chopped.
6 is ace, king, 10.
Yeah, we would have chopped. It didn't feel, yeah, it was a weird one. It was a 50-50.
Very interesting, Sean.
The big double for Watson.
It's huge.
Leaves him now with 1.8 plus, 13 bigs. Sean Winter all by his lonesome on the short stack. Under the gun, using a time bank here. Queen 6 offsuit.
Yeah, he doesn't have a great hand, but he's also quite short, so I guess he's just thinking about if he should just get it. I mean, now he's like very clear shortest, so, you know, if he folds, I think it goes for the fold as well, but if he folds, it's not too likely somebody else will bust, but it's possible. So he's considering it, but it's always interesting, you know, even when you have really, really good players, they're always going to have, you know, slight different approaches or just how they think about the game. So they'll play a bit differently in the same spot. Oh, just goes for the open fold there. I think he just, he's basically thinking all of the options aren't that ideal. He's, you know, potentially opening into two people who cover him when Sean has 400k. Like, open jamming doesn't seem like a great risk reward. So he just opts for a fold, basically.
Oh. Let's take a look.
Always a fun sweat facing the all-in, you know, hoping to see some very good hand.
Small rebate for Hecklin after losing the all-in to Watson with that 7-8 suited, which gave a spin. Did you feel okay about that one, 7-8?
Yeah, I mean, he was just getting such a good price, and I mean, you just have, you know, a pretty good amount of equity against a lot of hands. You know, there's not too many hands you're really crushed by. It's also pretty good for you if you bust the shover, so Mike in this case. You'll get that pay jump, so yeah, I can definitely see what he's thinking. Don't think he'll call too much worse than that, but yeah, I think that makes sense.
Just didn't want to deal with it.
Oh.
Unless Mike put
let's
it
see.
on the tone.
No, it doesn't go for the hat tip to Doyle.
When I flopped the joint, I probably would have made sure that I got that quarter paid off.
Oh.
It has folded to me, correct?
Yeah. Play roll in.
Now Sean is like, okay, probably not gonna fold here.
Good luck, Sean.
Ace-3 against King-6 as Sean
I had both of your cards.
did go a click forward
I think I like that.
in terms of his holding now versus the one he had under the gun. Queen-6 to King-6, but
I thought you meant 6-3. I
will
was
be
like, all right,
behind.
I'm cool with that.
This ace tray in a 650K pot.
Pretty good hands for random hands.
Yeah, once again, 1.5 big blinds each, yet the pot is worth a lot. I mean, just a reminder, we started the tournament with 250K chips, so this is, you know, over 2.5 starting stacks. You have to pay $100,000 to buy in for.
6-4-4. Winter leaps in front of Kuhn.
5 odds.
Motionless.
I ain't very sweaty, but that's the 4's all right.
One more out.
Third 4 on the turn as Jason can hit a 4th 4 or an ace, but no sharp top
You're back, baby.
available.
I if I wasn't gonna do it.
I know. I know you would.
Winter.
Were you at my table in the middle of the tournament? I
Resiliency on full display, David.
Yeah, he's hanging in there,
30 left.
as you said he would.
Myself one big blind.
I didn't see that.
I won the turn.
You did what?
I won the tourney.
I've done that a couple of times.
You have never done that in your life.
I've done it twice.
You've never folded. Someone shoved 2 blinds into your.
Yes, okay, no, I never did
you
that.
Never. Just stop. You came back, but you didn't make a fold. Anyway, he had 7s. I had like 6-3.
Could have won.
No, I was gonna lose.
Fold.
Man, I've had a lot of really easy decisions today.
Raise to 350,000.
Is that an easy decision?
A lot of easy decisions, yeah.
Me too, I guess.
Same. Actually, I had one tough fold.
O'Dwyer, King 10 offsuit, opens to 350K.
Yeah, gets the 5s to fold.
Now Greenwood, King Queen offsuit in the big blind.
Sean is still thinking, seems like.
We are awaiting his choice, of course.
I mean, I do think he will fold, but if anybody will consider, it's him. Oh, he just...
I was just gonna give you guys a moment to go give each other a hug. I want to be a second.
We're fine, man.
Okay. Can they edit this one out? How many do I owe? One?
No, you have 5 left.
Sean's diplomacy
You're gonna get aces
continues.
in the big line anyways, Mike. 3 left?
4 left.
4 left. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to make some money. Can they edit this one out?
What is he actually doing, David?
I mean, I think he's just thinking about if he should call or go all in or fold, I guess. I mean, you know, it's tough for me to say what exactly he's thinking. Maybe he just thinks the odds are so good. Maybe he thinks it feels lucky. Not too sure. Like, I don't think he's intentionally wasting his time bank, so I imagine he's just seriously considering all 3 options, really. I mean, he is by far the shortest. And, you know, against...
You're folding out a turn? That makes my decision a little bit easier.
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, it's... I don't know what the clock is at the moment, but maybe the blinds are going up soon.
Turn,
So maybe he was always folding.
I was pushing my cards forward to check, and now I'm...
Okay.
I've had enough time to think.
Yes, now I feel silly. I think, yeah, that maybe...
Yeah, I wish I knew you were going to defend.
Did not realize where the clock was, but
telling you, but then I thought I'd rather you
in
waste
the
your
end,
time, man.
Winter folding his
Some
Greenwood.
waste them in pots, I waste them for these.
And you know, when you have like 4 big blinds, that's a good way to use your time banks. To just,
check.
You want the blinds to go up when you're on the button, I guess. So.
About 300,000. Oh.
Yep, just the power of the big stack, getting a better hand to fold even to a small bet.
Dwyer's follow through on the Jack 8-6 board. Leaves that King Queen, which was
Good
best,
hand
into
there.
the muck.
I folded 2 overcards on the flop, see?
Seldom do I truly feel a sense of concern about
Queen.
saying anything for fear of covering up any of the exchanges that might be upon us at this fairly tense and tightly wound FT, David, but that is exactly where I find myself at present. Does it feel to you like it could erupt at any moment with just kind of the wrong series of events?
Yeah, I mean, it's been kind of quiet for a while, but for sure the tension is high. I mean, it's still, you know, a really crazy, huge final table, a lot of tension. They had that discussion earlier already, so wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't the last of it. So folds the Greenwood. They have about 8 blinds effective. I imagine he's just going to go all in. And then 7 deuce obviously folding.
All in?
Player all in.
Goes for the sweat, and he's like, nope, I have the worst hand ever.
Opposite of aces.
You were close, Sean.
I had a natural 9.
Queen 9 off.
Confirmed natural 9.
Boom.
I mean, Mike had a natural 9 too.
That 100's going to pay off for you, Mike. Remember,
Seven deuce.
I did that for you. You're going to get called by a hand that would have folded in the future.
I mean, it's fine. You had to do what you want to do, or you had to do. It's fine. You don't need to.
I'm saying
make up
it's
a
not
story about
necessarily
it.
a bad thing for you. Might get called by 8-7 suited.
All right, Sean.
Fold.
All right. You're not a real Dane if you fold 8-7 suited for 5 days.
They take away his passport.
Yeah.
Raise to 450,000.
450K open out of Hecklin with the ace-jack suited. Kuhn promptly puts the ace-10 into the muck, David.
Yeah, I guess he's just really respecting this raise and didn't really find too many good options, whether that's call or go all in. Here's opening into O'Dwyer's very big chip lead. And Sean still does have that 3 big blinds. He's hanging in there, so I think, yeah, Hecklin's going to be opening, on average, a pretty good hand. And, yeah, that's... Oh.
Pocket 7s for Watson.
Once again, really big flip.
Happy to get it into the middle, and you are absolutely right, David. The implications, of course,
Yeah, you are due.
for Watson,
I think, from what I've seen.
far greater.
And I mean, Sean is just sitting there chilling.
The door card in my favor.
Grab his bell.
Always coming.
There's been a lot of talk of 7s from Heavens, but
You think it's coming?
no, hasn't been. Does not
10,
seem
10,
like players are being
6.
answered at this point.
How about it, Jeffrey?
Queen of spades.
Jeffrey.
Jack of spades.
Hecklin asking for a jack and having it delivered to this turn here, as now Watson
Remain unconcerned.
needs to hit a 7, which he can't.
Wow.
Just like that. Henrik Hecklin, a merciless turn card with the 2 overs. Showers Mike Watson, who will end up claiming 7th place.
Pay jump alert.
469,500 going his way, David, but obviously higher hopes had been set on an outcome here in the main.
Yeah, it's always it's the sick thing about tournaments is that so often, unless you actually win, you're just going to be a little bit disappointed.
I believe.
And so the cookie crumbled for the Canadian, who will hop over the $5 million mark in terms of Triton earnings over his career, but a second title not to be his. Notching his 18th cash and his 3rd of the series, leaving behind 6
next off,
to carry on.
I think it might make sense to go to a hands full level for the entire final table, like they did in the 25.
Yeah, then you don't have to deal with shady stuff like this guy.
I mean, it's not shady.
I'm kidding.
Like,
Talking about me?
Yeah. Like, you know, just doing hands
How
per
much are you
level,
playing,
so
Dan?
I believe 2.6.
Yeah, but I don't use these as Hollywoods in the middle of the hands.
2.625.
So, like,
I know you don't.
yeah, you can't punish me for just.
5 seconds.
400.
We just get rid of these.
400,000.
That might fix everything. 15 seconds every decision, get rid of these.
4.6 just out.
$4.6 you said, right?
Yes.
5 seconds.
All in.
Player all in.
Fold.
Greenwood's ace-9 open on the button. 7s popping up once more. O'Dwyer jamming with them. That'll be that.
I'm just glad I didn't get 7.
$595,000 guaranteed to the remainder of this field, where Sean Winter
Missing a chip.
continues as the short stack. Just 3 big blinds in front of him. O'Dwyer, the overwhelming big stack. Pocket 8s now for Jason Kuhn. Wired pair circus rolls on.
Raise to 400,000.
Min-raise open.
Fold. Fold.
Another photo face 10 we see.
Obviously the presence of that short Sean Winter stack not lost on anybody,
Fold.
including Jason Kuhn, of course.
Fold.
Eklund Deuce suited now.
You can just hang on to the ante if you want. Thanks, man. I did the best I could.
Picking up an orbit's worth of tokens. Is Kuhn there as we extend a warm welcome to all of you who are streaming this Triton Super High Roller Series main event live on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or on YouTube. Do us a favor and hit the like and or subscribe button. Hell, hit them both, especially if you like what you see here as we continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment free of charge. Truly gets no better than what we've got on our hands, and 6 still remain in the hunt for a $2.6 million first place prize.
Sorry.
Ooh, that's a tight fold, I would say. Yeah, he's got 3 big blinds, and then the next stack is 12. So yeah, I think a bit hard to fold that one. But I guess he's just really hoping that if he folds, maybe somebody else will bust somebody else.
4 or 5 suited is the grind fest for Sean Winter. And who has so much experience, David, on these ultra short stacks. Not a reflection of some sort of lack of acumen by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, far from it. More so than perhaps anyone else, as pointed out by Jason Kuhn during the road to this final table yesterday. Sean Winter seems to be able to ride very few big blinds to glory.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite very entertaining to watch.
Thanks,
Okay.
George. Good thing you didn't jump then.
Today's event is brought to you in part by Poker Stake, the official staking partner of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Poker Stake is the ultimate platform for staking and professional poker players around the globe. No fees on any purchases. Poker Stake is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. Check them out at pokerstake.com now and stake your champion. You ever sell action on online, David?
Yeah, I do sometimes. Just like some friends. Yeah, I mean sometimes the buy-ins get pretty big, so.
Piecing out, no shame in it.
Yeah, no, not ashamed. It's pretty expensive. It gets expensive out there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why when you do have a dry series, obviously, it is so painful. As we see O'Dwyer far from pain with pocket sixes and the chip lead. We'll jam it in there, and Jason Kuhn has ace king. We know where these hands like to go.
5 minutes. I have 2.325. Sorry, I have less than 5. 4.7.
Congratulations, Sean. You at least get your sweat.
I'm sure you have a hand.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sean is gonna fold a lot here. Just really hope he's basically really cheering for Steve. Obviously, I mean he's by far the shortest, and if Steve manages to win, he gets another $167,000 pay jump despite having 3 big blinds. So that's huge for him. And I mean here we can see like Steve is even a favorite. So really big sweat. For everybody, but.
And the sweat can be wiped from the brow of the ace king, courtesy of the ace queen 8 board, where Jason Kuhn's final table life is at risk. Anti-sweating the sixes.
And I mean, this is just such an important pot. I mean, if he wins this, I think he might become chip leader. which he's thinking maybe has some, you know, implications where he can start being the one applying the pressure. So yeah, it's crazy how quickly that just went in. You know, 7.6 million chip pot. That's you know, 30 starting stacks, almost 30% of all the chips in play, I believe.
And just like that, the man who was fourth in chips going into that one, David, has shaved off enough from O'Dwyer's stack and added enough to his own to vault into the chip lead with a good margin between he and Henrik Hecklund.
Maybe not.
Yeah, really, really, really crazy hand. I mean, can't really overstate how crazy it is.
Once he goes with it, I had an easy decision.
And that's the sick thing with tournaments. I mean, sometimes it's just like things can be going really good, it's really smooth, and sometimes it just goes in, and then, you know, you just have to hope that it goes your way, you know. I mean, Steve is still in a great position, but that pot was absolutely huge.
O'Dwyer is second in chips. I incorrectly identified Hecklund as ending up in second there. He is in third with good distance between himself and O'Dwyer, but of course Sean Winter out there with sub one big.
And Jason really isn't looking to, doesn't want to see sixes there. He's really hoping to see perhaps an ace or a king, you know.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, obviously,
I wish
more importantly, winning.
When you say so.
It was.
Okay, never mind.
3.9, 4 even. 2.5, 3.7. Yeah.
So Jason is just thinking like, obviously he's not folding, but he's thinking like, what size should I raise? Should I just go all in? All have validity. So it just goes all in.
Ace 10 offsuit, 8-4 off for Sean. Small blind already out there, just 75K left.
Call. Fuck it.
Yeah, I mean, his odds are just so good here. Like, Jason is kind of doing the work for him. When Jason goes all in, Sam is going to have to fold a bunch, so he's putting in, what, 75K for...
You can break one of the hundreds if you want.
75K into a pot of 725K. It's kind of tough to fold there. And as he said, fuck it.
Indeed, that is what he said, David. As he's going to take his chances.
I think I'm finally going to do it, Sean.
725K in the middle, and the 8-4 fails to improve. Six outs twice.
Yeah.
And I mean, everybody, I think they like him, but they're just thinking like, it's about time we get rid of this guy. That's what they were thinking, I think.
Good game.
Not rid of him
I'm
yet.
happy with 6.
He is happy with 6, and he should be.
Nice
It is official. As the 6 of diamonds on the end leaves Sean in 6th place.
Yeah. I mean, he really should be happy with that. I mean, especially with his stack, the way things were going, it's he did very, very well to, you know, I mean, 9th pays 263K, he got 600. A lot of other people, perhaps with the same stack, might have not made it, so props to him.
$595,000 richer is Sean Winter, absolutely outperforming the chip stack that he was presiding over for oh so much of late day 2, and even here at this final table, adding to an already illustrious festival,
yeah, good,
bringing his tally to almost $3 million.
Good
at
trip.
his first ever Triton
That was a pretty intense head shake. I'm not sure if you caught it, but Greenwood. Oh, haven't heard much from Dan for a while. I feel like he didn't play too many hands, but no. No, he's shortest. It's got ace 10.
5 remain.
All
Here
just go through all in.
2.325.
at this 100K No Limit Hold'em main event. Dan Smith, with the absence of Sean Winter's super short stack,
2.3
can grease his wheels a little bit. 12 bigs. For Dan going into that one. Picks up a few more.
Sorry.
It was his mistake, not yours.
I saw the card and I wasn't. Very sensitive.
Up to 14 bigs now. And as you look at the stack distribution, David, Sean Winter out of there. Dan Smith, the shorty, 14 bigs. Jason Kuhn, the big stack with 41.
Yeah.
Can we settle in a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, let's see what happens. I guess it's just as we've seen. Sometimes it can just swing so crazy. Like for example, if Dan doubled up off Jason, suddenly everybody has around the same again. You know, it's just crazy things can happen in tournament poker. And we're almost at the blind level where the big blind is a starting stack. It's a very, can't remember who said this, maybe Siva, somebody pointed it out once, and I think that's like a pivot point of the tournament, you know. It's just the blinds are massive. Each pot absolutely huge, you know, you raise, big blind calls, you Siva take it down, that's just like 6-figure swing every time, you know. So much on the line here. I mean, you obviously have the prize pool itself, so much money they're being playing for, and just play of the year. It's really quite a crazy end to the season. I mean, there's still side events, which you guys have probably mentioned, but there's a PLO, a few short deck tournaments, so no doubt Chadwick will be in there battling his heart out to try to get those important points.
Yeah, stave off Jason, who we still don't know how many points he'll be picking up. It's going to be at least those associated with top 5, and he rates to pick up a lot more than that as he picks up this pot with the ace-2 suited open.
So cold. Holy, so cold.
Raise and take it. He takes 500k chips. That's 2% of all the chips in play. I mean, it's not nothing to laugh at, you know. Big.
Not at all.
Uncontested.
Ace 4 now for O'Dwyer. He did hold the chip lead before the altercation with Jason. Currently sits in second. 29 bigs, of which 2 will be slid forward from the cutoff. Hecklin, king, queen suited. The man directly behind him on the leaderboard.
Yeah, so he's got quite a decision here. He's definitely never folding, and he's just basically thinking about whether he wants to call or just go all in. Both have some merit. You know, if you go all in, could get called. That's not too great. On the other hand, you can get some hands, some pretty good hands to fold. You know, for example, ace 9. That's a hand that Steve is probably not going to call the all-in with, and it's a pretty big win to get the hand to fold.
1.3.
Oh, he actually goes for a 3-bit.
All right, Hacklin. I believe you. You had a 10.
I had a...
You had a good 10, too.
Well, there's no 10s in Baccarat. It's a 0.
Yeah.
Dwyer promptly
Would you
let
like
him
queen
go.
down with the back door or something?
Yeah, very legit play as well.
Jack 8 with
Just
the back door.
Yeah.
O'Dwyer back at it, this time King Jack. legitimate on both occasions, but forced into the muck. Now Henrik, perhaps with thoughts on the puck?
Yeah, considering playing, but decides not to.
Yeah, whatever those thoughts were, they didn't lead to any
5-6.
chips being pushed forward as Jason pockets sevens. Mixed results for that holding here at this FT.
Call.
Comes with the flat. Now Greenwood, king, queen.
Yeah, a lot of decisions. Yeah, I mean, sevens, considering now king, queen.
All in.
Okay, goes for the shove.
Yeah, he sure does. And you can kind of understand it.
Yeah, I mean,
Given the perception that maybe there's a little bit of free money available here.
You can start the clock.
Dwyer's decision. Easier than Jason's.
yeah, Jason is just basically thinking, what kind of hands is Sam going to shove here? Nope, decides to lay it down.
Tens. On the nose. No. I was hoping you'd say yes.
Kuhn binning the sevens and speculating as to exactly what Greenwood would have 3-bet jammed there. 2 tens, not it. Disappointingly, of course, for Jason, who was very much hoping.
Hey, can you ask them to
be in
turn
a
the
spot
AC
that
down
bad?
just a touch, unless everybody else is hot and I'm freezing to death for some reason? A touch, maybe.
All in. 2.325.
Ace-5 suited. Dan announcing all in, something that sooner than later I would expect him to do as the short stack, but obviously he has the kind of depth, David, that is playable. There are some opens and folds to a 3-bet off of that sizing, and you know, we talk about the 20 big blind depth being one that often we can expect to have at a final table, and one that a lot of study has been put into, but also important to know what to do in that 10 big blind and below range.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, even if you have 10 big blinds, we see some players sometimes opting to just limp in, just call it, or to min raise even. So it's always nice to watch what some of the best poker minds are doing with various stack sizes. And there, yeah, it just goes all in with the ace-5, and obviously very happy to just take it down. It's a pretty good hand to go all in with, just having the ace, and then if you get called, you still have like pretty good shot. And in this case, he's especially before that hand, he was the clear shortest, and it's like he's got a lot of leverage actually, because even though he was the shortest, if any of these players call and they lose the hand, it's gonna like significantly impact their stack. I mean, obviously they can call and win too, but I'm sure in that case I don't think they really had decisions, but there's definitely hands that people will be considering all these things I just said.
Pocket 4s were not among the hands that wanted to do battle
yeah.
on the last occasion as they found the muck, and Dwyer now getting after Dan, who is back with an ace-5 offsuit this time, but jamming once more. And Dwyer releasing.
Wanted to see a flop, but nope, Dan didn't want to cooperate. What an insane final 5 players, huh? I mean, the whole final table as well, of course, but here they're playing so much, and
more nightmare than dream in terms of a spot to find yourself in.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely, I'm sure everybody would be happy to you know, have different competition right now. That's the beauty of the intensity of tournaments. Sometimes, you know, can be anyone up there, but a lot of the time it's also just going to be, you have to play the best to get that W.
Yeah, we don't have the luxury of reaching into the field and hand-picking our final tables, and in particular in a 100K main such as this one, you can expect the cream to rise, as it has on this occasion. Now, on the button, O'Dwyer.
450.
Queen Jack suited. North of the min.
You have about 4.5, correct?
Yeah.
I'm good, thank you. Maybe like a hot tea or something would be great. Yeah. Like a green tea? Yeah, thank you.
Queen Jack 7, top 2 for O'Dwyer as Hecklin fails to connect after defending the big for the extra 250. As you alluded to, that was a starting stack once upon a time. 2 days ago in this main, follow through of 300 from O'Dwyer, and this should be the end of that as we do see Hecklin's cards find them up.
Huge pot once again. I mean, with Queen Jack, you're obviously pretty happy to get more action, but still, just picking up the pot, it's an okay result, you know.
Folded around to Dan's button. King deuce suited.
Yeah, thought about it, but decided to lay it down. Opening into 2 stacks that cover him. Well, everybody covers him really, so.
That will leave Hecklin to do battle with Kuhn. Small versus big.
It's 4.9, right, Hecklin?
Yep.
9-6 suited. Choosing to limp is Kuhn. Spot on assessment as to Hecklin's stack to start this hand. And Jason flops queens up on the 2-heart 2-7 board. 7 of spades interaction for Hecklin, but going to attempt to knuckle it over.
It's going to be interesting to see what he does here. I mean, he's definitely got a hand that has some stuff going on. So I imagine he's considering all options, really. Calling, raising. Looks like a raise.
Check raise 2.5 to 500,000. Not exactly the line you and I would have expected, but a product of both Hecklin's Lionheart and also the perception of Lionheartedness from Jason Kuhn with the big stack in a spot that he should be betting a wide variety of holdings, many of which can't continue for the extra 300.
Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, sometimes Jason might just be sitting there with a hand like, you know, 10-2 or something, or like 3-2 or whatever, and Hecklin really doesn't mind just making those fold right away. As you pointed out, even for such a cheap price, some of those hands are going to find it very tough to continue. And at the same time, if Hecklin really does have a 7 or perhaps a queen, pocket kings, a hand like that, he could definitely legitimately play those hands the same way. So yeah, and now he does turn a flush draw and decides to bet again. Keep up the story. It's really putting some pressure. I mean, even if Jason is sitting there with a hand like exactly the one he has, he most likely has a bluff catcher, meaning that he's not really beating any of the value hands that Hecklin is representing. At the same time, Jason can also just have some sort of floats himself. I mean, he has 9-6 of spades, but like maybe Jason could have like 8-5 of spades or something, or 8-9 of with a heart.
Hecklin did pick up the flush draw.
Yeah.
On that turn. 525k bet, of course.
So I imagine he's
called.
Relatively happy to see this river. I mean, he obviously knows that that he could be behind, but it's as far as rivers go, if you're going to ask for one, other than a spade, this is pretty decent. And yeah, Jason very happy to see that check as well.
Too much showdown value for Hecklin to decide to keep going with it, David, despite the fact that he missed his flush just in the event he was up against busted hearts, which of course, as we know, he was not.
Thank you.
Yeah, if he checked there and faced the bet, he would really have to think about, you know, potentially calling, you know, to see, for example, busted hearts, like you said. And I know I keep saying this, but really, like, every pot is just so crucial. I mean, that was, I think, what, 2.5 million or something again. It's just such a big swing in equity, and you know who's chip leader, who's not chip leader, and things like this. So
a swing that was big enough to land Hecklin down the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Towards Sam Greenwood's 4th place 4.3. Stan Smith has resiliently cobbled his way up to 15 bigs. Ace Jack now for O'Dwyer, the opener.
just opts to fold, thinking that his hand might be a bit tough to realize his equity. Offsuit hands, ace-6 off, and it's also, he probably thinks the opening range is going to be reasonably tight and strong. So yeah, just looking to sort of keep his position in the middle of the pack, as opposed to potentially, you know, lose some chips, go down. Everybody is really, especially Dan, Hecklin, and Sam, who have between 3 to 4 million each. They're really sort of trying to outlast each other. I mean, it's not like they're just going to fold every time with every hand, but they are going to really strongly consider each other's presence.
2 point, I think 4 even. 2.4? 2.4 and that, and 16.
Well, this final table is going to be a clinic, and these 5 are the clinicians.
Yeah.
4 even.
Jason Kuhn on the button. King, queen off. Opens into Greenwood's 2 10s.
No, he really does have queen tens.
Right. What kind of appetite Sam's going to have for action off of 20 bigs?
All in?
Jamming.
Okay, now I need to know. You said it's 4 million even?
Yes.
Big blinds. It's a figure that Jason can obviously afford to call with 45 big blinds of his own, David, but with king, queen offsuit, is that the kind of kit that you want to be a customer of this jam with?
Yeah, I mean it's a tough spot. I mean he's once again thinking like what kind of hand Sam is shoving. He's thinking like how often am I going to see a hand like King Jack or Queen Jack? But he decides to go for the fold. Very unhappy for it, but yeah. And Sam doesn't mind the fold. I mean, he also wouldn't mind the call, but it's a fine result. Just pick it up. Pick up, what is that? 2, 4, 4.5 blinds. Pretty decent addition to a stack.
Oh, yeah. God, I've been dominated so often, it hurts.
Yeah, that's what he's saying, that he expects to see hands like King Jack or Queen Jack suited or stuff like this.
Sounds like we were sharing a card. Oh yeah, King suited. I think we're both happy with the decisions we made.
Just the ICM pressure, though. Is Greenwood not expected to be fairly high up in his range in that spot? I know it seems like an oversimplification, David, but in terms of how well the King-Queen performs.
Yeah, I think it's a hand that does decently against the shoves, but at the same time, as you pointed out, he's also not going to want to shove too many hands just because it's going to be pretty painful to get called. But that being said, Jason is a pretty big chip leader and is expected to open quite a lot of hands on the button. So, looks like we have it all effectively.
A lot easier.
Okay.
Dwyer.
But no decision.
3-bet making things a lot easier on a King-3.
That's why it was a lot easier.
With his 2 8s.
I agree. Get that fucking thing out of here.
Boy, that is the kind of side that you can empathize with, David, as somebody who has certainly experienced the stresses and the pressures of having to deal with the game's best.
Yeah.
To try to pick up a title here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. $762,000 locked up, 180,000 plus the gap if you can last into 4th place.
3-5.
3-5.
3-4 75 if you want to be real correct.
Oh, Dwyer. Button. Doing button things. Dan Smith with the ace-2 suited.
All in.
Yep.
Goes jam, as one might have suspected he would.
Yeah, I guess he likes his risk reward there. Happy to get the folds, of course.
You know, Dwyer's had his hand smacked on a number of occasions when trying to open the pot. Obviously, you do start to get a little bit frustrated, but understands kind of the spots that he's being put in there. It's understandable why he's chosen to proceed the way that he has.
Yeah, and I think he's someone who's obviously played, as has everyone on this table, just played so much poker that I guess what he would be trying to do is to not, get frustrated that sometimes these opens haven't been working out for him, and just know that, he's making the right decisions to open, and then it's just unfortunate he ran into a hand.
Right.
I don't think he's not going to really expect like Dan to just make a move on him with like an unreasonable hand or something like that.
Absolutely.
It's just, and as we saw, he had a very reasonable hand to jam, as you generally expect. So, yeah.
Not being abused.
Yeah, so much pressure really going on though. Like, again, Jason's sitting there with a chip lead in a pretty good spot, but he knows as well as anyone that just anyone can win really.
Hecklin, better than average queen 10 offsuit in the small blind.
Yeah, definitely not folding, just thinking how he wants to proceed. Goes for the shippity shippy.
Over 3, yeah? It's definitely over 3, right?
Yep. Yeah. You win, you win, you win.
Gets the better hand to fold.
He is
Everything's at 25,000.
Yes.
ever so slightly the short stack behind Dan Smith going into that one. Will flip-flop, courtesy of taking off those.
You can also announce it. Say
Big
everything
blind,
but
big blind any
25,000.
chips.
Is that allowed?
Yeah.
Jason?
I made sure this trip that you're allowed to do it because it's such a common thing. Especially in short deck, you get like these mega stacks.
Okay. That's good to know.
Pretty easy because especially like if you have no time banks, you don't want to just helm your whole stack in the middle.
Because I did that in a certain other poker tournament that shall not be named.
You can do it here for sure.
And I was not allowed to do it.
Huh.
Yeah, interestingly, Artur Martirosyan was at a final table, and I believe it was against Sean Winter that he took issue, and forgive me if it wasn't Sean, I'm almost positive it was, where everything but 25,000 was announced, and Artur perhaps having been at the tournament that shall not be named that Henrik was referring to, and having borne witness to rulings where that was not permitted, felt that that should not have been allowed, but tournament staff promptly came over to advise there is no angle or competitive advantage being gained there. Simply wants to bet everything but 25,000, which
yeah, I mean,
allow.
No limit hold'em. You can bet anything from the minimum up to all of your stacks. So yeah, it can be a little bit annoying sometimes in some situations where like people forget and then like you have to call the floor and you're like, oh, what happens now? But yeah, it does make some sense, and that's why people do it. And yeah, it can be a little bit annoying because sometimes it doesn't really have any advantage really, other than maybe to like confuse people or something. And then when it slows down the game or something, it can be a little bit frustrating. But yeah, and yeah, we do see like in different poker tours or different floors will sometimes have some slightly different rules or decisions or ways they think about it. Just like players in a way, really, like they just see things differently. It's not an exact science what's correct or what makes the most sense. Oh, everybody has an ace. Let's see.
Started with 3.3, Dan?
8 suited, the first of them to speak up. Dan Smith makes it 450 to go. Greenwood. Ace
1,050,000.
Mulls it over and then comes with the 3-bet to 1,050,000. This should make the decision for Steve O'Dwyer considerably simpler.
Yep, snap fold, and now Dan is. I mean, every decision, people have a decision, but I mean,
and yourself.
He can.
I started with 4.3.
Thank you. Fold.
No time back used. Fold.
Can't let them see the 3 of hearts that time.
What's that?
I had too much carefully, so the 3 of hearts didn't show that time.
No trolling.
Yeah, he's actually just saying it as it is.
Nicely timed from Greenwood as Smith slips back down to 14 bigs.
Raise 400,000.
Ace-8 suited once more. This time in clubs for Hecklin. Opening into Coon's King-5 suited.
$950.
And Jason wants to 3-bet here, David.
Yeah, really, looking to apply that pressure as the chip lead. having a king, thinking that it's less likely Heckling has pocket kings, ace king. Dwyer kind of considering, but decides to fold. Kind of sees what's going on there. Oh, Heckling goes for the fold.
Just an example of the sort of pressure that Jason Kuhn can mount upon one's shoulders at an FT. Not exclusive to him, obviously, emboldened by having the big stack and obviously all the benefits of ICM. Something that each and every one of these 5 have such a firm finger on the pulse of in this 100K main. As 4 have already found the exit. Vyacheslav Buldigan in 9th, Stephen Chidwick 8th, Mike Watson 7th, Sean Winter 6th.
$3,075,000.
We roll forward as $762,000 is looking for a home. And one of the rare times where nobody wants to be the recipient. So much more still available with 2.6 million up top.
Yeah, just such a big difference between 5th and 1st, or even 2nd and 1st, honestly. I think he's gonna finally get one through.
But first you don't succeed, try again.
Yeah.
That the ethos. As it would appear O'Dwyer and company are going to be enjoying a break, a well-deserved one.
Yeah, nice to take a rest.
Given some of the fanfare that was less than pleasant at one point in time.
Right,
Minus
yeah.
100, 200,000 as you look at the way things stack up there. Brought to you by Poker Stake. We will be bringing you back to the desk. Yours truly, Ali Najad, alongside David Yan. And David, I kind of go back to something that feels like it's considerably in the rear view, but there was a moment there where I felt as though that contention, the exchange, of course, between Jason Kuhn and Dan Smith, was going to be one that left Dan Smith very much off his game, recentered, and appears to be moving forward unfazed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that it seems like that exchange is sort of fizzled out for now. But yeah, I mean, in the moment, I think everybody, even the people who are not involved, are really, it's a pretty intense sort of discussion, and I think really what they all should be doing is to remind themselves, like, you know, where they are, what they're doing. Like, they're playing for like a lot of money, and it's like, if there's any time to like stay focused and try to play your best, that's really the moment. And I think, you know, we've seen that they have done this.
Well, where they are, obviously, David, extends beyond just a final table at a massive Super High Roller main event, but specifically here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, as you have experienced, it is one that feels as though that exact type of thing never happens at. In all of the festivals I've been a part at, I cannot recall, certainly not at a feature table, having observed that much tension, contention, and I don't know if, I would imagine, same for you.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think in general people are very friendly. I mean, it's very hyper competitive and it's very intense. So, you know, now and then people can maybe lose it for a second or something. But in general, people are like very respectful. There's a lot of mutual respect. People are very pleasant. I mean, I've played with all of the people on the final table, and they're all like enjoyable to be around. They're well mannered. They're respectful, and like I said, so. Yeah, I think it's just a maybe momentary lapse of judgment, and I hope that going forward it's not going to mean anything.
My guess is that any ill will or hard feelings will certainly be put to rest, but perhaps not until they've had a chance to come down from the high that is this final table. We will come down momentarily, heading to a break. Our David and I don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of this final table of the Triton Super High Roller Series 100K main comes your way after this.
GG Poker. It's the best poker, the biggest poker site. This is a crazy. No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
To its stack. And as played for Dan Smith is you don't expect 2 hearts to bet here, given there's no side pot to win. Let's see.
Is going to get out of there. Vyacheslav looking for an ace or a 4 to triple up. So 1 ace busy in Smith's hand. Again, has been so consistent throughout this series. Getting a bit unfortunate against Chidwick early on, button v big blind. Then ran that massive bluff against Greenwood as the 9 of diamonds rolls off on the river. Always smiling is Vyacheslav, whether he's winning Triton titles or exiting an FT early. First elimination of this 100K main.
You learned from Sam.
He'll be going home with $263,000 for his efforts. And I got a funny feeling, Randy, going to be seeing plenty more.
You have 275 behind Sean?
Right, yeah.
seconds. 375.
Steve O'Dwyer will begin the affair, raising things up to 375,000, quite understandably, with ace-king, as Henrik Hecklin wakes up to a pair of eights. David off of a stack of 5.7, second in chips right now. O'Dwyer currently fourth. Got those short stacks out there. You tend to see a little bit of a more snug approach, right?
Yeah, I think it's already a pretty interesting situation for him. Oh, he just goes for the shove. I mean, he's got a lot of chips.
I stand corrected, and are you surprised at all to see his willingness to make the jam?
No, no. I wouldn't have been surprised to see him maybe consider calling or something too, but I guess this is going in. Oh, already in. And this is just like a huge swing of equity, you know. Both players, I'm sure, are sweating it really hard. It's a very, very big pot.
I believe.
Almost 6 million in the middle.
And I mean, you have like these people with, you know, Sean with 4 big blinds, Stephen with 7, Michael with 11. They're really hoping that Henrik manages to hold here.
And those hopes are dashed promptly on the ace-4 deuce board. As you can see, the disappointment come over Hecklin's face, but it isn't over yet.
3-5 one time.
There's one part of the chop puzzle.
Oh no.
As Hecklin could use a 3 to carve it up, or an 8 for an outright W. Instead, the Queen of Hearts will double O'Dwyer.
2,275,000. Or 2,775,000. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty wild swings. We've seen the chip positions shift quite a bit already during the final table. So yeah, there's a really, really.
Oh yes, thank you very much.
O'Dwyer currently second in chips. Jason Kuhn third with the average stack at 3.2 million, just north of 20 bigs. Hecklin has fallen beneath that mark, just shy of 3 million in front of him to start this one as he opens with ace-10 suited.
Pretty decent hand. Right, at some point when you have the 1 big blind, you kind of just have to take a stand. Oh, just goes in.
Well, Sean Winter, King Jack offsuit, deemed adequate, understandably, with that lone blind.
Yeah, I mean, he only has 200k, but like if he wins this pot, it's huge. I mean, he's gonna like what, quadruple up or something with the big blind ante, big blind, small blind.
Yeah, all of that very much weighing in is 775k.
I mean, it's probably the biggest pot in terms of how much it's worth that he's ever going to play off, you know, 1 big blind or whatever.
Right. To the flop of King, Queen, 8 we go as Sean has top pair.
Jeffrey.
Mouth breathing his way through this one. Turn is safe. Does not want to hit a jack or see an ace.
Oh, there it is, 775k.
Should be out, by the way.
And now he's really not that far from, you know, Watson, Chidwick. So.
I'm torn between being amused because of
like watching Desperate Housewives.
the absurdity of it, and then also just kind of
Or
wanting
The
to
Bachelor.
be appropriately reverent of the moment. This is the main event of a Triton Super High Roller Series. There's 2.6 million up top.
Yeah, I'm kind of in shock. Yeah, it's like it's such a sick spot, you know. And I don't know, somehow this has come up.
I'm not in shock, by the way, though, that of everyone at the table, the one man who clearly didn't engage was Stephen Chidwick. Eyes on the prize, and upon an ace-king suited.
Yeah, I mean, it's just if you're going to pick a spot to remain focused and try to drown out the noise, this is it. You know, he's going to have his thoughts about it later, but now he just wants to make sure he plays every decision the best way he possibly can. You know, each decision is just so crucial.
You have
small misstep could be costing
all those
you know,
views
tens
for
of
people
thousands,
grading
hundreds of
each other at
thousands
the
of
table.
dollars.
They say
1.1 total.
High rollers are.
That's 1,075,000.
It's kind of funny.
All in.
Think about it.
Like Stevie.
Greenwood. Jams the ace-9 offsuit to make sure that last quarter works its way into the middle.
Yeah, just absolutely huge sweat here. You know, he's shoved for 7 blinds, but to win this, he'd get sort of in the middle of the pack. Sean also has 3 big blinds. You know, really sweating this for the pay jam. And also, of course, as we said, like the leader player of the Ivan Liao player of the year. So much at stake here, really.
Jack high flop and the ace king is in good shape. On the turn, it picks up
it's not a bad
royal
turn.
flush draw.
Give him the royal.
All Stevie's got to do is fade a 9 of diamonds or clubs.
Wow.
And he does it.
And you know, saw a hint of a smile there. He's for sure absolutely thrilled.
263,000.
Yeah, bittersweet 9th place for him, I'm sure. But he's had a good series. I guess he'll be all right.
He has title under his belt already. Now an ace-7 suited for the freshly doubled stack of Stephen Chidwick.
Race 375,000. Fold. 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 Fold.
Goes for the bigger open here, 2.5x. Just basically saying, you know, look, I'm aware that getting called by O'Dwyer can put me into some pretty tough spots. You know, really being in the sort of in the middle of the pack with his stack. And O'Dwyer I don't think is going anywhere. Gonna go for a call. See 3 cards.
Steve's defense turns into top pair against middle pair with almost $1 million in the middle.
So A7 is a pretty good hand now. On the other hand, if you bet and you get raised, it's going to be pretty ugly. So wouldn't be too surprised to see a check here.
Obviously, the presence of the shorter stacks than Chidwick's in Watson and Winter, with the sort of pay jumps that we're looking at, over 110,000 from 8th to 7th. And if you consider 8th up to 6th, over 200 and
no, he just goes for the shove. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as well. I don't think Steve is going to fold though. I think his hand is just too good, and as you can see, he even beat some hands that Chidwick is essentially shoving for value. He's really just hoping for a fold for the most part. Like there are some hands that if he gets it in against, it's okay. Like for example, you know, 4x of diamonds, maybe a flush draw, but he would much rather a fold. I mean, if he gets it in against the flush draw here, he's okay. I mean, he's gonna get it in and really hope to win a huge pot, but he's also gonna, you know, just bust now in 8th place a decent amount of the time. So,
well, that's provided that Steve O'Dwyer does make this call, which he has not yet, David. I think
right.
You're of the mindset that eventually the call will come in, but you can relate to his reluctance. Is that this is a massive 2 million chip bet. Effectively all in into just a 1 million chip pot, and he says, let's go.
Wow.
Get the other 50 in and get it in behind.
Yeah, and you can see the look on his face. He's really not too happy. And Steve, I mean, he's in a good spot, but he's also nervous. I mean, it's a huge, I mean, maybe nervous is a little bit strong of a word, but he's certainly aware like how big this pot is how much it's worth, basically.
More than just the 5 million in the middle, of course, as the turn is an 8.
So much at stake here, and one more card to come.
5 outs once.
Yeah. Wow.
King of Diamonds.
Sick.
Not one of them, David. And Stephen Chidwick will end up showered in 8th place.
Very, very sick.
You want.
Like that. Someone who sometimes just doesn't use his 10 bank chips often enough. Be a nice ability to have. But I guess it would feel like way too much of a degen to waste something that has value.
A very warm welcome back to continuing coverage here in North Cyprus, the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa, home of the Triton Super High Roller Series main event. Randy, we disappeared with 8 players left. We've come back. We're down to the final 5. And one of the things that is obviously really standing out is the departure of Stephen Chidwick, out in 8th. And with that, all eyes on Jason Kuhn and the Player of the Year leaderboard.
And he's currently the chip leader of 9.1 million chips. Definitely on pace to take down this title, potentially take down the Ivan Leo leaderboard, right? And, you know, it's just it's his series.
It really is. 762,000 guaranteed for these final 5. We obviously still have the Madrid main event champion, Henrik Hecklund, in the mix with 14 bigs. Dan Smith, the shortest stack with 12. But looking at that, I mean, it really feels like it is still anyone's game. One double up from the shorties, and they're straight back in the mix, right?
Yes, of course. It's always anyone's game in poker and tournament poker especially, right? He's got 12 blinds. He doubles up to 24 in the middle of the pack. Right now, as things stand, Jason Kuhn is in the driver's seat, is going to just, you know, raise relentlessly into these players. They're going to have to look for spots to regen, but they can't really get too out of line given how big the pay jumps are right now.
100%. I mean, talking of payouts, the final 2 6-figure payouts now, 2.6 million going to the eventual champion, 762 locked up, almost a 200K ladder between 5th and 4th, and obviously the top 3 prizes, all 7-figure payouts. Randy, I mean, without further ado, 5 left in one of the sickest final tables we've ever had the pleasure of covering. Jason Kuhn leads the field, Steve O'Dwyer in 2nd, Sam Greenwood in 3rd, Henrik Hecklund in 4th, and Dan Smith in 5th, rounding out the final 5 as we play down to a champion today. Event number 11, the 100K main event. That is how things stand with the blinds going up. 2 immediate short stacks, 5-handed, that big blind and big blind ante coming around. A lot faster 5-handed, Randy.
Yes, of course. It is coming around very quickly. You can see who placed 9th, 8th, and 7th, and 6th. Sean Winter, bailing out last, 595. He just was hanging in there throughout the final table.
I mean, comes in, immediate short stack, manages to ladder 3 spots, cashing for north of 300K more than 9th. Again, one of those ones where maybe somewhat bittersweet, but given just how handcuffed he was, I mean, you got to give the guy credit for his laddering skills because he's earned himself an additional 300K here. Let's go. Everyone with a title, bar Dan Smith. Henrik looking for title number 3. Greenwood looking for his 2nd title. Steve O'Dwyer also in the hunt for his 2nd title, and of course Jason Kuhn looking for title number 7. Jason going to defend from the big. Is dominated, Randy. Hearts and that 7 working for him. 1.4 in the middle. It comes King 9-7. So Jason flopping middle pair, but look at the equity. Steve O'Dwyer with the gut shot straight flush draw.
He may be ahead, but Queen Jack of clubs can exert so much pressure on these middling and bottom pairs. The nice thing about Queen Jack of clubs not only having all those outs perceived is that you block like, wow, it actually does check back. And I'm going to say that's a byproduct of the 2 short stacks out there, the 12 and 14 big blinds, rather not put himself at risk. Also very disguised. He knows he's up against a very aggressive player. So say the club drops in or the 10, Jason might try to pounce on the fact that he didn't c-bet and, you know, maybe collect the pot in that manner. Does get another check from Jason.
Yeah, great point. Obviously, O'Dwyer coming into this heads-up affair as second in chips, this single raise pot. So exerting some pot control, and as you said, some deception across future streets. It also means that he can still call if Jason had decided to probe. Going to check all the way down to the river. And O'Dwyer remains unimproved on the 8 of Hearts river. Case of too many outs, Randy.
For Jason now, you know, he's got kings and 7s. Looks like he's thinking about putting in a block bet here, but maybe just touching his chimps. I'd imagine that if O'Dwyer did get to the river, looks like a bet is incoming and just queen jack high. It felt like O'Dwyer was looking to show down queen jack, you know, the nut high card that is an ace.
Just north of a min bet, 20% pot.
Does look a little milky here.
O'Dwyer going to get out of the way on the river. Jason extends his lead at the top, closing in on the 10 million chip mark. 125 big blinds in play, 25 million chips in play. Jason with now 40% of those chips. Welcome back to our viewers around the world, watching on YouTube, Twitch, and the Triton Poker Plus app. Do have that PLO event number 13, the 30k PLO up and running. 21 entries in that one. For you 4-card fans, don't you worry. The end of this main. Be jumping into some 4-card action. Let us know, as always, who you're rooting for, whereabouts in the world you're tuning in from, and if you haven't already, please do take a couple of seconds to just click that like button. Help us grow our channel, help broadcast this to a wider audience as we continue to provide some of the highest stakes poker in the world free of charge, as Dan Smith hooks down at ace, queen, O, sub 10.
Looking to get some breathing room.
Oh,
2 10s. Gonna give Dan Smith a run.
Jason in the small with a couple of 10s. Greenwood going to get out of the way, and we're going to be flipping for Dan Smith's tournament life. As the King 7 does hit the mark. It's a fair fight, Randy. Doesn't get much fairer than this. 2 overs against the 10s of Jason, all in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. 5 million in the middle. Dan Smith to move up to second in chips if he can just find the hold here. That's how tight it is. As it comes 9-6 deuce. Couple of clubs. Jason the only player with a club in hand. 6 of hearts on the turn, leaving Smith drawing to 6 outs once.
He's already unpacking.
And he's going to remain unpacking, Randy, as the King of Spades rolls off on the river. Jason Kuhn holding with the 2 10s. Dan Smith out in 5th. Still no title for Dan, but has to be thrilled with his performance here in this main event.
It's yours. I have my own.
Cashed 3 events so far this series. Bubbled the 200k. Another final table run for him, and with that, Randy, GG's Dan Smith. Get some love in the chat, of course. Always involved, always in the conversation when it comes to the highest stakes tournaments and cash games in the world. Smith departing in 5th for 762,000, and with that means that the last of the 6-figure payouts will be going to 4th. 946,000 now guaranteed for these final 4. It is Henrik Hecklund, Madrid main event champion, that finds himself at the bottom of the chip counts with 11 big blinds, and the runaway chip leader, Jason, with half the chips in play, Randy.
It is a dangerous man to have a lot of chips in play, right? 12.5 million, more than 2.5x of the second place player, Steve O'Dwyer, currently. We know Jason Kuhn knows how to close out a tournament or two. Let's see if he can do it in the main event.
Would be quite the feat. Already won title here, came second in the PLO to Chris Brewer. Said at the very start of the series coming in, he needs 2 titles and a deep run in order to take over Stephen Chidwick on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. Heading into the final 4 events, he's in pole position to do that with 4 left in this main.
Yeah, obviously, that would be an
4, 6,
amazing
2,
feat.
5, so yeah,
And, you know, Stevie bowed out in 8, so definitely every place he can place higher in this tournament will just accrue even more points, get closer, potentially take the lead, depending on how this ends
4,
out.
6, 25.
Oh, I think we have exactly
2.5 exactly.
So Greenwood and O'Dwyer have pretty much the same stack size, a difference of just 25,000 in chips. Jason, ace queen.
Another legit holding.
I think I have 4, 6.
For the chip leader, going to come with men. Is Heckler the short stack in the big blind with a couple of queens, and we could go from 5 to 3 if Jason can somehow convert this ace queen of diamonds.
2.5, including my blind.
Heckler with a couple of black ladies in the big.
A little bit of an overlay here as O'Dwyer comes in from the small blind. If Hecklin can hold here, he'll slide up to second place in chips.
Still on the hunt for his 3rd title, be his 2nd main event title. If he can close this one out, looking in great shape here. This current situation he finds himself in as he does move all in over the top.
Yeah, 100.
For 2.5 million. Absolute fireworks. This final table. Recall back to the start of the tournament, Randy. Start of the FT. Jason was the one all in at risk with ace 7 against Hecklin's ace 10. They ended up chopping that pot. A couple of hours later, Jason with the overwhelming chip lead. But Hecklin, 65% favorite to double up here, and as Randy mentioned, to move up to 2nd in chips. 5 cards to come as it comes, ace high. Ace, king, 8. Hecklin looking for running straight cards.
Take a jack.
Or one of the 2 remaining, sorry, the one remaining
queen
in the deck, drawing to just 1 out once. Can he do it? No, he can't, Randy. 5 of clubs on the river. Henrik Hecklin out in 4th, and just like that, after returning from break, down to just 3 players now. In event number 11, the 100K main event, Jason with the 1-2 KO, Dan Smith and Hecklin now in 4th. Queens coming up short on the ace-high board against Jason Kuhn's ace-queen of diamonds. Well, it ain't good to move up to 2nd in chips, but the Great Dane the 2nd still to be thrilled, adding 946,000 to his Triton career earnings, but always a bit of a disappointment, Randy, when you come in to a final table this big as chip leader. But Hecklin, one of the best, and we'll be seeing him again.
Yeah, he understands how this game goes. 4th place finish is still phenomenal, 946K. Did come in as a chip leader, as you mentioned. Wasn't able to convert it to one of these top 3 spots, but it's the Jason show right now. He's got 16.5 million chips.
Okay.
2nd and 3rd, Greenwood and O'Dwyer, practically the same stack size. Just a phenomenal situation where the other 2 just have to try to wait each other out. because the pay jump is from 1.17 million to 1.77 million, which is, what, like 600K difference?
Yeah, I mean, very top heavy, as always, at Triton Super High Roller Series. 600K difference between second and third. And just like that. I mean, what's going on? Blind v blind. O'Dwyer with 16. There's many ways that this could go in. I apologize, button v big blind is a dead small blind.
Yes, whether it's O'Dwyer just open jamming himself, which it is, Ace-8 is just usually doing so well against a button jam range in this spot, especially if O'Dwyer's at the very top of his range, would come in with some min raises to induce some rejams. It feels like a spot where Ace-8 is going to want to run it. If he does not, it's mainly because he'd rather just keep the two stacks together. He is going to make the slam call. Jason is feeling it.
It does make the call. 8.4 million chip pot. O'Dwyer has him out-pipped by 1. All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. And we head to the 4-3 deuce board.
Only one way to chop this one up.
Few 5s now available for a chop. 8 for the win. 1 card to come.
4-1, yeah.
O'Dwyer gets the double. Back up to 8.4 million. With that chip lead diminished now. 12 million plays 8 million, plays 4.6.
Yeah, single big blind, that's right. Yeah.
1.1 million guaranteed for these final 3. 3 of the best to have ever done it. So Dwyer thinking about doing something on the button here. The king does let it go. Blind v blind. Bottom of range for both players, but obviously Jason with the chip lead. Let's start things off with a limp. Greenwood, shortest stack by
700.
considerable amount. Gonna take it upstairs, Randy. 700K to go, just fighting back.
We see this, right? Players taking the bottom of their range in this big blind BVB spot. You know, just attacking. You want to be polarized. Players don't. They limp such wide ranges. They just limp fold so often. You know what you're gonna do. You don't want to really raise these hands that you don't want to get blown off of. Say like Jack 10 suited. You would check those. It's a nice spot.
Greenwood is the shortest stack, but as Randy said, these guys always out here fighting for every pot. Greenwood calls Toronto home. First learned to play poker home games with his family as a kid, then online during the poker boom, and what a journey it's been for Greenwood over the last, what, decade and a half. This memorable Triton moment, jinxing himself for getting his dress shoes shined on day 2 of the Triton Million. Said the most difficult opponent he's ever faced was Linus Love, as he makes plays that get him off tree that he's not used to.
I'll say it sounded like a tough home game.
I don't want to be in that home game, Randy. Ever. The Greenwood family, are you having a laugh?
The other Greenwood, he plays poker
Yeah,
too, and
Luke
he's
Greenwood.
been at Triton stops in the past, and it's a tough one.
1,675,000.
Hold on, what's going on here? O'Dwyer taking a stance against the chip leader, ace deuce offsuit. It's a type of hand you do see come in with a 3-bet, as you've got the ace blocker. You unblock the hands that can raise fold on the button here. He knows Jason's going to attack practically in a 2 in the current situation with the chip distribution. And Jason's aware of all this, so he might take a flop here. Ace-9 is not... It's like just at the bottom. I'm sure Ace-10 mandatory go with in some fashion.
Yeah, this is first v second in chips. Jason decides to do with the Ace-9.
Off.
He's going to make the call.
A huge pot here, 3-bet with just Ace-9 offsuit and Ace-deuce. Jason really eyeballing that title right now. Understands where O'Dwyer is going to try to attack him.
Regardless of who wins this pot, will hold the chip lead. Already 3.7 in the middle. So much at stake as it comes. Ace, Jack, 3, top pair for both players, Randy. In a 3-bet pot, 3-handed, I mean. Is there ever a way that O'Dwyer can get away from this?
As it stands now, no. I mean, like, most certainly both players are looking to commit some chips into the pot. I wouldn't say both would be pleased to get in the whole 6.5 million, given the big blind's just 250. 10% pot is the C-bet from O'Dwyer. As played, it seems like a comfortable call here for Jason Kuhn, where he could be up against a better kicker, but also keep those bluffs that don't have very many outs in there. Don't really need to charge these pocket queens and kings so off that much, given they only have 2 outs. Call is the play, 4.5 million.
Massive turn incoming for both these players. It's about as bricky as it can get. All of those broadways, the king queens, queen tens, those gut shots, Randy, whiffing on this turn. O'Dwyer picking up a gut shot. Does have 4 additional outs now, as well as some chop outs should a 3 or a 4 roll off.
Given the gut shots have such little equity in the form of 4 outs, O'Dwyer, especially picking up the gut shot, probably wants to try and realize it and may come in with a check here. Also protects his queens and kings ranges, which will probably see bet 10% on this type of board texture. So check it is. Key decision here for Jason Kuhn on whether he wants to take one off or value bet. Understands he's got some floats here in the form of broadways.
1.5.
May feel that he needs to defend that part of the range with a value bet.
Yeah, once checked to, more often than not going to have the best hand. Does come with the 1/3, setting up a very natural river SPR to get all the chips in on the river. Should O'Dwyer oblige to call on this turn. O'Dwyer with just 16% equity to win.
With the price he's laid, he can't be laying down ace deuce, especially a very clean out in the form of a 5. Call it is. 7.5 million just south. In the middle. Final 3.
Fresh off that double up. Now finds himself potentially with 1 foot out of the door, especially if a brick rolls off, Randy. Brick it is. I mean, backdoor clubs do get there. Jason with the ace of clubs and the 100% check mark next to his name, and some of the most obvious hands as we were talking about.
Quick check around.
There we go. Jason up to 16 million now. O'Dwyer back down to 4.7. Greenwood moving up to second in chips with that. Massive swing for O'Dwyer as Jason now finds himself with a 4-1 chip lead over both his opponents. Three players remain. Jason Kuhn with 63 bigs, Greenwood with 19, O'Dwyer with 19. All guaranteed 1,171,000 for their efforts so far. Make it to heads up, Randy. You guaranteed 1,770,000.
600K pay jump.
2.6 million going to the champion.
I'm not allowed to look at my phone. How many chips do you have?
About 4.2.
All in?
All in from JK with the ace, just chipping away the legs of his opponents. Randy, what a day of poker it has been coming into today. The biggest talking points was just the final table itself, the caliber of player people on social media questioning, is this the sickest ever final table in the history of the game? Over 260 million in combined live earnings coming into this FT.
Yeah, and one of the most prestigious tournaments at the Triton Series, the 100K main event. Everything aligned.
It's crazy. These guys have won everything. Titles galore. You name it. Someone at this table has won it. Cash game crushers, the highest stakes.
2.1.
All duking it out.
3.1.
This 100K main.
3.1, 4.1, 4.2.
Let's see what Jason Kuhn's approach is. Is it apply pressure on Greenwood or just come in with limp? He is going to raise. He's aware that Greenwood just can't get too out of line, as Greenwood and O'Dwyer share the same stack. Takes it down.
Your vault for chips.
Jason's so close.
Steve O'Dwyer, first line to play poker in 2003. Post moneymaker whilst in school.
20 years ago.
20 years ago.
At
Largest
4.25.
cash games he's ever played. Private PLO game in an undisclosed location with far too much straddling going on. He said if he could change anything about poker to make it better, it would be more welcoming to women players. It's something he wants the fans at home to know about him. He's an incredibly superstitious person and has a long list of things he's studied in poker that he has determined to be lucky or unlucky actions. And we've obviously seen him show up to these Tritons with different lucky charms. Got a funny feeling this trinket might be staying for a while as he finds himself guaranteed 7 figures here.
Greenwood laying the trap on O'Dwyer, looking for a limp jam spot. Knows O'Dwyer likes to attack.
Is this potentially one of them? 16 bigs, Queen 9-0?
Don't think so. I feel like Queen 9's got a lot of playability. You don't really want to get limp jammed off of this hand. Perhaps the scenario. Wow, okay, he is going to attack. Perhaps he just feels that this situation doesn't come around too often where my opponent's going to limp into me with the same stack. Maybe I can pounce. Should get Greenwood to strongly consider jamming ace-10 here.
On.
There we go. Missed time play from O'Dwyer.
Even though it was a relatively small pot, given the amount of chips in play, does create a bit of a safety buffer between Greenwood and O'Dwyer as he does check raise. All in, gets O'Dwyer to fold. O'Dwyer now the shortest. By about 6 bigs. Greenwood on 21, O'Dwyer on 14.5. When we asked Greenwood who his favourite poker player is,
He looks like I should have
he said his brother, Luke Greenwood.
Fair enough. I can see it. It was a tough home game back then. They must talk strategy all the time too, which is obviously very welcoming in these tough fields.
Imagine the conversations at Christmas. Just Luke and Sam going into the most intricate parts of the game tree. Their parents, family, extended family, just like,
what about the Christmas tree?
You guys speaking French? What's going on?
I mean, they must have been part of those home games too. Like Mommy and Daddy Greenwood must be some sharks.
Uncle Greenwood, the unknown crusher.
Watch out the next Triton stop. Uncle Greenwood shows up, just stacking your chips.
Dwyer completing from the small. Jason opting to check behind with the 6-3 of hearts. Dwyer flopping middle pair. Jason with a gut shot and some backdoor hearts available to him.
Yeah, a lot of interaction here for Jason. Certainly won't be given the swap. Might lean on his opponent, just given the chip distribution. 16 million versus 3. Check certainly fine, but more incentive to bet now, as is expected. Dwyer not to really, you know, mess around and float here and there. Queen 4 though, still middle pair. Queen kicker. Wide ranges.
Half pot on the flop from Jason. Dwyer with middle pair and a very decent kicker, Andy, as well. So he does come with the check call. 1.5 out there now, 2.9 million behind Steve-O. And what do you know, Randy? The 5 of clubs on the turn, giving Jason Kuhn the nut straight. And now it really feels like this is just his tournament to lose. A 7th title up for grabs. The Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard winner up for grabs. If he can close this one out, will overtake Stevie Chidwick, that is, by a decent amount of points with just 4 events left.
Yeah, what a magnificent card to hit on the turn. Stars do seem aligned right now for him.
They really do. Steve-O Dwyer with a flopped middle pair.
Can he get away here?
Steve-O making the call, Randy. 3.6 million out there now with 1 card to come. This could be the hand that gets us the heads up. Dwyer drawing dead on the turn.
Jason just thinking, just don't drop a scary card out there.
Well, the 8 of clubs does.
Some interaction.
Some concern, yeah.
You're worried about the clubs coming in, of course, if you're Dwyer. However, he does hold the queen of clubs, so I wouldn't say he may not find a hero call. Of course, Jason naturally will be jamming the the 6 high straight here.
Goes for the jugular. Asking for all of it from Steve-O Dwyer. But Dwyer makes this call. He's going to be out in 3rd.
He knows Jason will just bet mini holdings on the flop. Doesn't necessarily need to be a piece, just given that he's going to try to lean in on a Dwyer stack. Could just see the way it's run out. It's just become quite scary for a random pair of 4s or deuces. A lot of time cards coming in.
Yeah, if there's ever a time to use all of them, be now with your tournament life on the line. Obviously, we can see Dwyer calls. He's out in third for 1,171,000. Sorry, Randy, go ahead.
The way the board ran out, it would appear that Dwyer doesn't believe that Jason would be value betting anything worse than a 9X at this point. So where a pair of fours is fourth pair at the moment, to him it seems quite polarizing. Hence why he's contemplating a call here. Of course, Queen of Clubs is very helpful, blocking the flushes. But I wouldn't say that Jason is just betting flushes or better. Of course, he would go for value here with 9X strong kicker.
Jason just giving nothing away. Just praying that Dwyer makes the call. He knows he's got his man. Dwyer, of course, one of the best to have ever played the game. So easy, you know, we can look at the cards and think, well, it's just fourth pair, but this tank obviously giving Jason Koon so much credit for having some of those obscure bluffs. Maybe some like 3X suited that had a backdoor flush draw.
Straight.
Makes the call, Randy. O'Dwyer out in third, and with that, we are heads up in the 100K main event. Steve-O couldn't find the fold, obviously losing a lot of chips in that 3-bet pot earlier on, ace-deuce against ace-9. He's going to be going home with 1,171,000 for his efforts. O'Dwyer continues to show the world why he's one of the best of all time. Coming up short here, Randy, always bittersweet, but hopefully that 7-figure payout at the end of a long series is going to feel good in a couple of days' time.
Well, Dwyer's been playing for 20 years. You got to give him the respect. He's been around for 2 decades. Excellent player. Well done.
4-1 chip lead coming into this heads-up match. Jason Koon squaring off against his good friend Sam Greenwood. Both guaranteed 1,770,000 chip counts, brought to you by Poker Stake. Randy, we're going to be stepping away for a quick 5-minute interval. When we come back, we'll be crowning our champion.
GG Poker. It's the best poker, the biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Just third hand of the FT. Vyacheslav in a tough spot already. Opened the bottom with the ace-5, continued on the ace-king-queen. Not being led into. Not going anywhere just yet. Understandably so. Pot size bet back for Chidwick. As the 3 of diamonds rolls off. Those front door hearts bricking. Some of those gut shots also bricking, Randy.
Yeah, extremely good card for Chidwick, of course. Now, the big question for Chidwick now, is it better for him to try to extract max value with, you know, practically an all-in? Would he get hero called by an ace-king, given the line? Or does he maybe perhaps come in with a very small milky bet, just hoping for some crying calls from some ace-x's? It is a situation where it is rather risky for Chidwick to kind of just push all his chips in as a bluff. So maybe the smaller bet becomes ideal.
$1.5 out there.
5 seconds.
See what Chidwick comes with. He's going to go for the milkier sizing. He's going to go for 2/3 million into 1.5. And immediately, of course, you see Vyacheslav just pained by this spot.
So with the sizing he's up against, Vyacheslav is probably thinking ace-x maybe a bit unlikely, like trying to blow him off of a chop. It appears to kind of be one of those queen or nothing situations. Does my opponent follow through, though, with the river bluff as played? It would usually be in the form of 2 hearts, right? For him to just have some bluffs to check call in lead turn.
Vyacheslav in the absolute blender. Through no fault of his own. Just lets it go. Maintains that 2.6 million chip stack. And with that pot, Stevie started off the FT, 7th in chips, up to 3rd now. Just to give you an idea. Second only.
I think you say Stevie even if Steve isn't
Chidwick.
here.
Steven.
Let's see what Steve has to do with it.
Fold, fold. Fold, fold. Fold.
All the way round to our chip leader on the button, ace-10 for Hecklin. Two-time champion, took down
His name is Steven.
no limit holder main back in Madrid last year, and Jason Kuhn finds an ace in the big blind.
He's a two-syllable kind of guy.
Could this be trouble for the six-time champ?
5 seconds.
All in.
We're all in.
It's 1.4, right?
Yep.
Wow.
Oh.
Fourth hand of the tournament. Jason Kuhn, the all-in player at risk, taking the rejam spot with the ace-7 and snapped off by Hecklin's ace-10 on the button.
Oh, Germans at the table. Is 7 still always coming?
I'm 25% German.
Okay.
So it's 25% to come.
Ace, queen, 8.
Choppable kind of board.
There's some chops available for sure. An 8 would do it.
8.
Not greedy. Asking for a deuce or an 8 to chop this one up. A 7 for the win. All in, brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Deuce, deuce, run out, Randy.
Let's chop it.
Jason Kuhn going to be relieved to chop that one.
To tell you the truth, I go up against the main event. I thought I was fucking out of here.
This is Triton, buddy.
That's a question.
You're never out.
Yeah, can I take change also?
You don't have to tell me your strategy.
That's the only tidbit I'll tell you. That if
It's
you
okay.
shove out
I
crossing
respect
jack
your
cross-
strategy, by the way, whatever it is.
Fold.
Mine like 2.4 dog.
Yeah, 2.475.
Raise 250,000.
Vyacheslav been pretty active here, raising multiple hands in a row. King 10 suited now.
Fold.
How much are you playing?
2.9.
2.9.
Ace Queen looks like a nice spot to activate.
This is second v fourth in chips at the start of the hand. Greenwood is out of position, but does cover.
5 seconds. Call.
And notice that he just comes in with call here. It's mainly because he's respecting the ICM implications, and Vyacheslav's got 23 blinds in early position. Doesn't feel that it's worth risking all the chips, but needs to get involved. So comes in for flat call. Flops top 2.
Flops top 2 indeed. Vyacheslav with the inside Broadway draw as well as some backdoor hearts available to him. 750 in the middle. Opening from early position. See what he comes with here. It's perceived to have a range advantage on this board, but as we can see, Greenwood with top 2.
Bet of 200,000.
Yeah, Bodigan has deemed that there's a lot of stuff that's just going to fold to a flop c-bet with these positions, early versus small blind. Could be some pocket pair heavy type holdings that will just have to lay it down with 2 overs to come. For now, though, top 2 looking good.
5 seconds.
Certainly knows he's got the best hand, but no reason to just blow out your opponent who's got very little equity usually.
Well, the 10 of clubs on the turn. Maybe going to slow Vyacheslav down now. He has picked up some fake showdown, as we like to call it. Turning third pair.
Yeah, it does give him added equity just to take out one of these ace-x type holdings. These chips are very valuable.
5 seconds.
You tend to see a bit more passive play too at these final tables, especially with 9 remaining. Let's see if he does decide to check. Is contemplating a bet here. And bet it is, Henry.
Oh, the Russian has been so strong during this series.
500,000.
3 final tables, 1 title, now a 4th final table.
So Vyacheslav here must feel that Ace-Queen is the main hand that will continue. Ace-King would have heard from pre-flop. Him having the 10 himself actually blocks the Ace-10. Ace-Jack would be an incredibly tough spot.
Maybe also some King-Queens.
Yes,
Over
also
the back door.
attacking the King, Queens, and Queen Jack suiteds of the sorts. But once he gets called here, he's got to be very worried. He's up against some 2-pair type holdings.
SPR going to the river is less than 1. Vyacheslav looking for a jack or a 10. As Greenwood boats up on the river. Checks it on over to Baldigan.
A bit of an interesting card, actually, because he probably expected Greenwood to fold Queen X type holdings that isn't 2-pair. So like King Queen and Queen Jack on the turn for the double barrel. It's a hard one to make multi-barrel bluff on for 3 streets. But unless he's up against Ace Queen,
5 seconds.
he might be able to blow his opponent off of a hand.
Time.
Oh boy. VBV came second in chips into this final table. It's covered by Greenwood.
5 seconds.
That unfortunate spot against Stevie, of course. Button v big blind. Is he going to empty the clip here? He's reaching, Randy. Looks like 1.2 million. Running into the second nuts.
Yeah, great spot here for Greenwood with top boat. Understandably, it's just that Vyacheslav just thinks the only way you could have Queen X is if you have Ace Queen exclusively. Ace 10 would be in trouble as the kicker of Ace King would now be in the lead. He puts this kind of milky sizing in there to perceive to have strong holdings. He doesn't feel that Ace Jack would, call a 3rd barrel. Probably so as played. So it's Ace Queen or nothing, and unfortunately, Greenwood's got Ace Queen.
5 seconds.
For the Greenwood fans out there, he's moments away from becoming the chip leader of this final table, and more importantly, having Vyacheslav down to sub 10 big blinds. Vyacheslav really just trying to lean into those Ace-Jack, Ace-10 type hands that Randy mentioned as Greenwood announces himself and comes over the top, and obviously Baldigan with the snap fold down to just 725k now.
The most perfectly played Ace-10 suited I've ever seen. Well done.
You got Ace-10 suited?
He pulls 46 here.
Keep him on his toes.
35?
It's Sean Winter's world, and we're just all living in
I mean,
it.
he said 35. Is that the number of whites that Sean Winter has? Do we just play in denomination of the actual chips?
It's pretty sick when you have like more than double the whites at the next place. That's how you know you're having a good final table stand.
He's chilling.
Smith maybe thinking of
I don't know if I've
trying
ever
to get
played
a
a
sneaky
final
one through. Queen 8 of spades.
Or maybe.
Yeah, gonna attack here. It is perceived to be pretty strong here, given how short our short stack is.
America very much, so.
So maybe he can get it.
Heads up in the 100K main event, Randy. Jason Kuhn squaring off against Sam Greenwood. Could you have picked a better two in terms of Triton OGs for this heads up in the main event?
You really can't. You know, Jason Kuhn with the big chip lead here. You know, we said it over and over again. This man is on a mission. Clear chip lead. Potentially going to be able to take down the 100K main event. I'm just at a loss for words at how he's at the top right now.
I don't blame you, mate. 7th title on the line. Of course, that Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard as well up for grabs. He's guaranteed to move up into 1st, regardless of where he finishes here. But obviously, winning gives him a sizable lead over Stephen Chidwick with just 4 events left of the year of the series. So closing this out could be the difference between that 200K and obviously taking down that Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. 1.77 guaranteed for both these players. They did look at numbers on the break. 1.92 for Sam Greenwood, 2.4 for Jason Kuhn, with some to play for. So maybe taking a little bit of the pressure off instead of playing, you know, the 900K heads up. They've locked up a little bit more.
Of course, both of these players have a great respect for each other. They understand that even though there is a big chip lead, there is a lot of variance in this game. So we'll cut out some of that variance, but still so much on the line to be the main event champion. Jason Kuhn also with that Play of the Year leaderboard right at the back of his mind.
He's coming in with a 4-1 chip lead over Sam Greenwood. 80 big blinds, plays 21. So even though he has a 4-1 chip lead, Greenwood can still do some serious damage. 1 double up, and all of a sudden, it's, what, a 3-2 chip lead. So let's throw it down to the main stage as 2 of the greatest No Limit Hold'em tournament players of all time duke it out for the main event trophy. And of course, the bragging rights of taking down such a prestigious tournament. One of the toughest final tables in the history of the game. Just take a look at these bust outs. Steve O'Dwyer, the most recent casualty, going home with 1,171,000. And Randy, hand number 1.
Could definitely be some action here. We know Sam Greenwood's going to make a raise. But what will Jason do when he responds?
All in.
Wow, just all in, first hand.
Exact count, I didn't look, so
how much is
it for an
I
exact
had 5,175, but then I ante 250.
Hand number 1 of heads up.
Contemplating a call here.
It's for 21 bigs to just close this out right here, right now. Sorry, I apologize. It's for just shy of 20. Queen 10 against Ace King. You mentioned before we got to heads up.
I can't remember. I'm ahead.
He can't remember, he says.
Oh,
Greenwood
live.
is ahead
Good one to
with the
see.
Ace King. 64% favorite to double back up and be straight back in this
Shark
fight.
thinking off for 20, limp call? I think it is. He's got all the 8-6s and stuff. I think I have to call it Queen 10. Yeah, and limp.
See
Put it in for
Jason
19 and a
just
half or so.
talking with Seth Davies about the call. 5 cards to come, Randy. Greenwood, 64% favorite. Arguably one of the biggest parts of Jason Kuhn's career. When it comes to legacy, it comes to that Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard.
Sam Greenwood is only player with Ace King, Ace 11, King of Clubs. Jason holds Queen 10. Queen of Spades, 10 of Diamonds. Where's your flop?
5 cards to come, Randy. And how about the Queen Jack 9 board? Jason flopping top pair and an open-ender. Greenwood with the gut shot to Broadway and an ace as an out. The Jack of Spades pairs on the turn. Jason is 1 card away from becoming a 7-time Triton champion. Can he hold? Yes, he can, Randy. 7 of hearts on the river, and hand number 1 of the heads-up match between Sam Greenwood and Jason Kuhn has Jason leaving as the main event champion. You can see just how much this means to him. Came into this FT 8th in chips, 7th title, going home with 2.45 million after a deal was made heads up. They did leave, obviously, a bit of money for the eventual champion, going over to his best friend, Seth Davies. I think the conversation now, Randy, about the best Triton player of all time is very easily undisputed.
100%. You know, Jason had a mission. He made it reality here in the No Limit Hold'em main event. Arguably the toughest final table he's played for 2.6 million up top. Takes it down.
Takes it down, hand number 1 against Sam Greenwood. Obviously, Greenwood getting it in with the ace-king. Jason calling off with the queen 10 and just flopping top pair and managing to hold across turn and rivers. We welcome you back to the break desk. Randy, coming into today, Jason was 8 of 9. He's now leaving a 7-time Triton champion, taking down one of the toughest, if not the toughest, final tables, at least in Triton poker history, and now separating himself even further from our 4-time champion, Mikita Baziakuski, as he now picks up his 7th Triton title.
Really, it's just an amazing feat, as you know, and like you said earlier, very clear, the winningest player, most trophies, most decorated in our Triton history. He's been playing ever since our inception in Montenegro and Jeju, played every single No Limit event, every single short deck event, never missed a stop. Really just amazing, and huge congratulations to Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, massive congratulations to JK, of course. 30K PLO coming up. He has now taken the lead on that Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard, and you could argue that Stephen Chidwick needs a win, just a mandatory win in one of these 4 final events if he's going to regain that first place.
Yes, and of course, Stephen Chidwick is in that event right now, and I'm sure Jason's going to hop in there. Doesn't want to, got to close the gap, extend it, make it as further as possible. But here we go. We got 30K coming up.
We do indeed. For the 4-card fans out there, don't go too far. We will be picking up coverage from the 30K PLO very shortly. But for now, a word with our 7-time champion, the North Cyprus main event winner, Jason Kuhn, with Ali Najad.
There were whispers coming into this particular final table that perhaps it was the toughest one ever assembled. Nothing but experience and poker's elite gathered around at this main event. And in the end, there was tremendous emotion. Jason Kuhn, you are our champion. And the tears of joy coming now, but the emotions were running high at the very beginning. Talk me through it.
Well, I mean, these are guys that we've all known each other for a decade, and I'd like to hope that they respect me enough to know I'm not just blowing up on them if I say something, maybe my timing was bad, but it's just something, we're tired. We do this for weeks on end. I know for me, like, it's a huge commitment. I don't do this for the money anymore. And, it's, my wife we're due for our 2nd child within the next month, and I miss my baby. It's just really hard. And this is, it's like a dream come true for me. Triton was like, whenever I first started playing these, it was a dream to even be in them. And I don't know why I've gotten to run so good in these big spots, but I definitely don't take it for granted, and I feel blessed, and, it's something I'll never forget.
Oftentimes there's accusations that the best in the world, especially given that it seems to be a competitive advantage, don't have enough emotion. Is it always brewing right there beneath the surface and you guys just barely are able to suppress?
I don't know about them. I'm always trying to hold it together, and most days I feel pretty good. I'm always a really happy guy when I'm playing, and it's been a long trip. I've made a lot of long, deep runs, and I've pushed myself really, really hard, and you deal with a lot of, you hold in a ton of your feelings, and like, this was just one of those ones where it wasn't just joy. It was also just like, I can't believe this. Like, you know, this is it for me. I don't really play other poker tournaments. These are the most important to me, and I'm sure, you know, Helmuth would feel the same way whenever he wins a bracelet. You know, to me, these are the most important part of poker to me, and yeah, and I just overwhelmed with gratitude, you know.
Well, you already had a title under your belt, a second place as well. Now your second title, something that you threatened to accomplish coming into this one. Your 7th overall, your 3rd main event. You talk about how much this means to you. You don't play it for the money. The Player of the Year award in honor of Ivan Liao. Now, Player of the Series as it stands with some short deck left to play, you have managed to overcome Stephen Chidwick. Put the $200,000 overlay aside.
Yep.
How much would it mean to you to be the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award?
I mean, I was here, you know, a little under a year ago when we lost Ivan. Ivan was a good friend of mine, and you know, walking through these halls every day, I feel a little bit emotional about that. And just the title of the Player of the Year, you know, I see that, it gets me emotional. I miss the guy. Yeah, Chidwick is, in my opinion, he's the best poker player in the world. So.
Well, I think there are many who would argue that you are in that conversation in no small part due to what you've managed to accomplish with us here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. It's getting a little emotional for me too, as you and I have known each other a long time. So without further ado, I want to welcome from Jacob & Company, Bahman Takadobi. He is going to present you with your main event, Triton X Jacob & Co. watch.
Yeah, the Jacob & Co. Epic Gigs, a Triton edition, limited only for the champions, of course.
Now, on the topic of watches, of course, Jason, one of the other things that Boss had told you is that you're going to get to go watch shopping in his closet in the event you win that Player of the Year award. But this is a nice prelude, yeah?
Yeah, we'll get him sweating a little bit.
And, of course,
perfect.
Once the watch is on, there is still more to do. Luca Vivaldi, our tournament director, with that extra large Triton trophy. You know what these look like? Oh, so well. Over $2.4 million. And the title. Jason Kuhn, your champion. Woo!
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. You're in the early stages of an MTT. The cutoff opens and it folds to you in the big blind, holding pocket twos. You're 20 big blinds deep. You fold, call, or shove. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker, the biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
No way!
Is that the number of whites that Sean Winter has? Do we just play in denomination of the actual chips?
It's pretty sick when you have like more than double the whites of the next place. That's how you know you're having a good final table, Sam.
He's chilling.
Smith maybe thinking of
I don't know if I've
trying
ever
to get
played
a
a
sneaky
final
one through. Queen 8 of spades.
Or maybe.
Yeah, gonna
There we
attack
go.
here. It is perceived to be pretty strong here, given how short our short stack is.
America very much,
So maybe he can get away with this one. Although, I see an ace-king suited for Jason Kuhn. You see ace-9 for Stephen Chidwick.
Yeah.
Steve, you won like a
There's
50K in the Bahamas.
so many different ways this hand could play out.
Steve cashes everything.
Smith pouncing with... Smith potentially saving Chidwick, actually. Had he not opened, Hecklin was on the button with Jack 10.
Right.
Maybe you were at the final table.
If Dan Smith doesn't open the spot, surely these two will go to war. But there's a chance that Chidwick puts in chips. You can see him contemplate making a stance here, knowing that Dan Smith is supposed to be tight.
Yeah, I think you got there.
Maybe he can appear to be strong in the Hormuz 3-bet.
I want a televised
Perhaps maybe a little bit of
50K
call.
single day already.
Looks like he is going to slide out chips here, and what timing it is for Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, it was like 2017 or
Although
something, right?
scary with a 2 big blind stack right in front of his face.
3-bet to 725 from Chidwick. Jason with just 1.1 million back. 8th in chips, sorry, 7th in chips at the start of this hand.
Huge ICM implications with this decision incoming. Good news for Jason, though, is that we are 9 players remaining, where the pay jump's a little bit smaller than, say, the final 4, 3, and so on. A title means so much to him, and he really is considering how important it is for him to potentially preserve his tournament life here. Is going to go for it. 1.25. Chidwick will be forced to pay this one off.
Two Triton superstars going at it for the Chidwick clan. Doubling up Jason Kuhn could cost a lot more than the immediate ICM implications. And pay ladders, of course, as Jason looks to narrow the gap and overtake Chidwick going into the final 5 events of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. Club in the window, followed by a king in the kitchen, and that looking incredibly tough for Chidwick. finds himself dead on the turn, and Jason Kuhn
1.3 or something?
has doubled up to 2.87 million, up to 4th in chips, and with that, Stevie now down to 7th. They basically switch roles.
I mean, we're all rooting for you, Jason.
I don't know, Sean.
They asked me in the pre-interview, they're like, what's it like being at the final table with the other two guys at the Player of the Year race? I'm like, I really wish they weren't here. They got a lot of ground to make up.
Some honesty there. Wish they weren't here. They are.
You're just mad they didn't put you on that little banner over there.
No, I'm not mad about it.
Well, because he wasn't top 3.
If I had no hat on and a white hoodie, we would all 4 look like the same guy.
75.
Some of the early stories, of course, from this final table. Vyacheslav down to just a couple of bigs after bluffing against Greenwood.
Yeah, Jason and I are the short model.
Jason with the double against Chidwick.
Like slim tall model.
Could be a spot here for him. Just saw Dan Smith raise fold the last hand.
Smith opening from the low jack. Vyacheslav with just a few more hands before he has to put pretty much all of his chips in the middle blind, so he does make the call. Jason with King Queen in the small.
Big spot here for King Queen. A very big decision. Perhaps he comes in for call, try to eliminate this Vyacheslav. 2 holdings. Difficult for him to win. But also contemplating maybe just pushing in chips to isolate the situation. Does come in with call.
There we go. Dry side pot. 275 was the raise. Vyacheslav all in. $95,500 ladder between 9th and 8th. Smith looking for some spades or an 8. Jason looking for some Broadway as it comes. Queen 3 deuce, and with that, Vyacheslav now finds himself drawing incredibly thin with 2 cards to come.
Yeah, there tends to be a lot of checking when there's a dry side pot right now, as you do have to win showdown against a player willing to commit his whole stack of 275 in the hijack.
Does check through, and we head to the 5 of hearts turn. So now a few additional outs for Vyacheslav to potentially chop this pot with Smith.
Bit of a decision here for Kuhn. You know, King Queen usually the best hand. Wants to kind of deny equity from the open raise that checks through, seeing the wheel card pop out. Doesn't want to give free opportunity to lose this key important pot to his stack. And as played for Dan Smith is you don't expect 2 hearts to bet here, given there's no side pot to win. Let's see.
Is going to get out of there. Vyacheslav looking for an ace or a 4 to triple up. So 1 ace busy in Smith's hand. Again, has been so consistent throughout this series, getting a bit unfortunate against Chidwick early on, button v big blind. Then ran that massive bluff against Greenwood as the 9 of diamonds rolls off on the river. Always smiling is Vyacheslav, whether he's winning Triton titles or exiting an FT early. First elimination of this 100K main.
You learned from Sam.
He'll be going home with $263,000 for his efforts. And I got a funny feeling, Randy, going to be seeing plenty more.
You have 275 behind Sean?
Right, yeah.
$375.
Steve O'Dwyer will begin the affair.
Raising things up to 375,000, quite understandably, with ace-king, as Henrik Hecklin wakes up to a pair of 8s. David off of a stack of 5.7. Second in chips right now. O'Dwyer currently 4th. Got those short stacks out there. You tend to see a little bit of a more snug approach, right?
Yeah, I think it's already a pretty interesting situation for him. Oh, he just goes for the shove. I mean, he's got a lot of chips.
I stand corrected, and are you surprised at all to see his willingness to make the jam?
No, no. I wouldn't have been surprised to see him maybe consider calling or something too, but I guess this is going in. Oh, already in. And this is just like a huge swing of equity, you know. Both players, I'm sure, are sweating it really hard. It's a very, very big pot.
I believe.
Almost 6 million in the middle.
And I mean, you have like these people with, you know, Sean with 4 big blinds, Stephen with 7, Michael with 11. They're really hoping that Henrik manages to hold here.
And those hopes are dashed promptly on the ace-4 deuce board. As you can see, the disappointment come over Hecklin's face, but it isn't over yet.
3-5, 1-5.
There's one part of the chop puzzle.
Oh no.
As Hecklin could use a 3 to carve it up, or an 8 for an outright W. Instead, the Queen of Hearts will double O'Dwyer.
2,275,000. Or 2,775,000. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty wild swings. We've seen the chip positions shift quite a bit already during the final table. So yeah, there's a really, really.
Oh yes, thank you very much.
O'Dwyer currently second in chips. Jason Kuhn third with the average stack at 3.2 million, just north of 20 bigs. Hecklin has fallen beneath that mark, just shy of 3 million in front of him to start this one as he opens with ace-10 suited.
Pretty decent hand. Right, at some point when you have the 1 big blind, you kind of just have to take a stand. Oh, just goes in.
Well, Sean Winter, King Jack offsuit, deemed adequate, understandably, with that lone blind.
Yeah, I mean, he only has 200k, but like if he wins this pot, it's huge. I mean, he's gonna like what, quadruple up or something with the big blind ante, big blind, small blind.
Yeah, all of that very much weighing in is 775k.
It's probably the biggest pot in terms of how much it's worth that he's ever going to play off, you know, 1 big blind or whatever.
Right. To the flop of King, Queen, 8 we go as Sean has top pair.
Jeffrey.
Mouth breathing his way through this one. Turn is safe. Does not want to hit a jack or see an ace.
Oh, there it is, 775k.
Should be out, by the way.
And now he's really not that far from, you know, Watson, Chedwick. So.
I'm torn between being amused because of
like watching Desperate Housewives.
the absurdity of it, and then also just kind of wanting to be appropriately reverent of the moment. This is the main event of a Triton Super High Roller Series. There's 2.6 million up top.
Yeah, I'm kind of in shock. Yeah, it's like it's such a sick spot, you know. And I don't know. Somehow this has come up.
I'm not in shock, by the way, though, that of everyone at the table, the one man who clearly didn't engage was Stephen Chidwick, eyes on the prize, and upon an ace-king suited.
Yeah, I mean, it's just if you're going to pick a spot to remain focused and try to drown out the noise, this is it. You know, he's going to have his thoughts about it later, but now he just wants to make sure he plays every decision the best way he possibly can. You know, each decision is just so crucial.
You have
small misstep could be costing
all those,
you know, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Alright, 1.1 total.
High rollers are. It's kind of funny.
All in.
Think about it.
Like Stevie.
Greenwood jams the ace-9 off suit to make sure that last quarter works his way into the middle.
Yeah, just absolutely huge sweat here. You know, he's shoved for 7 blinds, but to win this, he'd get sort of in the middle of the pack. Sean also has 3 big blinds. You know, really sweating this for the pay jam. And also, of course, as we said, like the leader, player of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year. So much at stake here, really.
Jack high flop and the ace king is in good shape. On the turn, it picks up
it's not a bad
royal
turn.
flush draw.
Give him the royal.
All Stevie's got to do is fade a 9 of diamonds or clubs.
Wow.
And he does it.
And you know, saw a hint of a smile there. He's for sure absolutely thrilled.
263,000.
Yeah, bittersweet 9th place for him, I'm sure. But he's had a good series. I guess he'll be all right.
He has title under his belt already. Now an ace-7 suited for the freshly doubled stack of Stephen Chidwick.
Raised 375,000. Fold. 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 Fold.
Goes for the bigger open here, 2.5x. Just basically saying, you know, look, I'm aware that getting called by O'Dwyer can put me into some pretty tough spots. You know, really being in the sort of in the middle of the pack with his stack. And O'Dwyer, I don't think is going anywhere. Gonna go for a call. See 3 cards.
Steve's defense turns into top pair against middle pair with almost $1 million in the middle.
So A7 is a pretty good hand now. On the other hand, if you bet and you get raised, it's going to be pretty ugly. So wouldn't be too surprised to see a check here.
Obviously, the presence of the shorter stacks than Chidwick's in Watson and Winter, with the sort of pay jumps that we're looking at, over 110,000 from 8th to 7th. And if you consider 8th up to 6th, over 200 and...
No, he just goes for the shove. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as well. I don't think Steve is going to fold though. I think his hand is just too good, and as you can see, he even beat some hands that Chidwick is essentially shoving for value. He's really just hoping for a fold for the most part. Like, there are some hands that if he gets it in against, it's okay. Like, for example, you know, 4x of diamonds, maybe a flush draw. But he would much rather a fold. I mean, if he gets it in against the flush draw here, he's okay. I mean, he's gonna get it in and really hope to win a huge pot. But he's also gonna, you know, just bust now in 8th place a decent amount of the time. So.
Well, that's provided that Steve O'Dwyer does make this call, which he has not yet, David. I think
right.
You're of the mindset that eventually the call will come in, but you can relate to his reluctance is that this is a massive 2 million chip bet, effectively all in into just a 1 million chip pot, and he says, let's go.
Wow.
Get the other 50 in and get it in behind.
Yeah, and you can see the look on his face. He's really not too happy. And Steve, I mean, he's in a good spot, but he's also nervous. I mean, it's a huge, I mean, maybe nervous is a little bit strong of a word, but he's certainly aware like how big this pot is how much it's worth, basically.
More than just the 5 million in the middle, of course, as the turn is an 8.
So much at stake here, and one more card to come.
5 outs once.
Yeah. Wow.
King of diamonds.
Sick.
Not one of them, David. And Stephen Chidwick will end up showered in 8th place.
Very, very sick.
You want.
Like that. Someone who sometimes just doesn't use his 10 bank chips often enough. Be a nice ability to have. But I guess it would feel like way too much of a degen to waste something that potentially has value.
Fold. Fold.
Now an ace in the cutoff for Watson. One of those 2 shorter stacks in the room.
800,000.
Going for the raise.
Almost all of it.
Yep.
And of course, for those who have yet to listen in on our discussions about exactly why it is that the 25K is left back, David, that's in the event of a massive collision behind us where we can then fold and realize a pay jump.
Yeah, sometimes I think that's mostly what people are doing. They just sort of leave a little bit behind, and if everybody goes all in, for example, you can kind of fold depending on who's more likely to bust or things like that. Maybe people are trying to confuse people too. I don't know. I don't think that's happening here, but sometimes that's what it feels like.
Ooh.
Okay. Sorry, my bad.
So you see Hecklin deciding to give Watson a spin, immediately being advised not to table his hand on account of the fact that that 25K still remains,
Yeah.
which Hecklin will bet in the dark.
I'm ahead right now. Oh, I'm way ahead now. Oh my god.
Just about put a fork in the 7-8 bar
got it in so
running
fast.
boats.
I love A6.
Hey, your RNEV graph's gonna look.
Oh, never mind. Full house.
0%,
Good one,
0%,
That was a big
0%.
one. Thank you. That was big.
You fold Grado?
An
A6?
I have one of the nuts low.
Just didn't want to deal with it.
Fold. Fold.
Unless
Oh,
might put
let's
it
see.
on the tone.
No, it doesn't go for the hat tip to Doyle.
When I flopped the joint, I probably would have made sure that I got that quarter paid off.
Fold.
It has folded to me, correct?
Yeah. Play roll in.
Now Sean is like, okay, probably not gonna fold here.
Good luck, Sean.
Ace-3 against King-6 as Sean
I had both of your cards.
did go a click forward
I think I like that.
in terms of his holding now versus the one he had under the gun. Queen-6 to King-6, but
I thought you meant 6-3. I
will
was
be
like, all right,
behind.
I'm cool with that.
This ace tray in a 650K pot.
Pretty good hands for random hands.
Yeah, once again, 1.5 big blinds each, yet the pot is worth a lot. I mean, just a reminder, we started the tournament with 250K chips, so this is, you know,
Might be a supernova or something.
over 2.5 starting stacks. You have to pay $100,000 to buy in for.
6-4-4. Winter leaps in front of Kuhn.
5 of hearts.
Motionless.
I ain't very sweaty, but that's the 4's all right.
One more out.
Third 4 on the turn as Jason can hit a 4th 4 or an
Do it
ace,
again,
but no sharp top
You're back, baby.
available.
Hold it if I wasn't gonna do it.
I know. I know you would.
Winter.
Were you at my table in the middle of the tournament? I folded.
Resiliency on full display, David.
Yeah, he's hanging in there.
30 left.
As
All right, Sean.
Fold.
All right. You're not a real Dane if you fold 8-7 suited for 5 minutes.
They take away his fast forward.
Yeah. Raise to 450,000.
450K open out of Hecklin with the ace-jack suited. Kuhn promptly puts the ace-10 into the mug, David.
Yeah, I guess he's just really respecting this raise and didn't really find too many good options, whether that's call or go all in. He is opening into O'Dwyer's very big chip lead, and Sean still does have that 3 big blinds. He's hanging in there, so I think Hecklin's gonna be opening on average a pretty good hand. And yeah, that's. Oh.
Pocket sevens for Watson.
Once again, really big flip.
Happy to get it into the middle, and you are absolutely right, David. The implications, of course,
Yeah, you are due.
for Watson,
I think, from what I've seen.
far greater.
And I mean, Sean is just sitting there chilling.
The door card in my favor.
Grab his bell.
Always coming.
There's been a lot of talk of sevens from heavens, but
You think it's coming?
no, hasn't been. Does not
10,
seem
10,
like players are being
6.
answered at this point.
How about it, Jeffrey?
Queen of spades.
Jeffrey.
Jack of spades.
Hecklin asking for a jack and having it delivered to this turn here, as now Watson
Remain unconcerned.
needs to hit a 7, which he can't.
Wow.
Just like that. Henrik Hecklin, a merciless turn card with the 2 overs. Showers Mike Watson, who will end up claiming 7th place.
It's about there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why when you do have a dry series, obviously, it is so painful. As we see O'Dwyer far from pain with pocket sixes and the chip lead. We'll jam it in there, and Jason Kuhn has ace king. We know where these hands like to go.
5 minutes. I have 2.325. Sorry, I have less than 5. 4.7.
Congratulations, Sean. You at least get your sweat.
I'm sure you have. And welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series from here at the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. Ali Najad, joined by Henry Kilbane. And Henry, what an incredibly emotional afternoon we've had on our hands. Jason Kuhn taking down the $100,000 main event title, and you could just see how much it meant to him.
Yeah, I've got just a big ass goofy smile on my face, not just for, you know, the win, but just the final table in overall. What an insane treat for the poker community. 9 of the best players in the world duking it out in the biggest main event we've had in some time. Not talking in terms of numbers, just in terms of caliber. As a poker fan and someone that's just loved watching the game for the last 13 years, to just have the privilege to call the action on that was, it's a day that I'm going to remember for a long time.
If you think you and I are going to remember it, or those of you who watched it, just imagine how Jason Kuhn is going to feel about it. Obviously, implications for the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award are those that we have touched on absolute tons of occasions.
Yeah.
He now sits 32 points ahead of Chidwick, having come in so far behind to
Fourth,
this
I believe.
last stop. Called his shot, said, I'm going to win a couple before it's over. Almost a third here, given that he finished second in the PLO. And I don't know if anyone's going to catch him in terms of those who play short deck. Santosh not among them. Player of the series points, another extra 100 available. So Chidwick would have to do something truly extraordinary. It may even be ice, not certain. But of course, we do need to turn our attention to the 30K PLO, which is happening right now. And wouldn't you know it, Jason Kuhn has registered.
Yeah, of course. He's not going to miss out on those early registration points and the bonus points up for grabs just by entering the tournament. So, yeah, some 4-card fun for the 4-card fans out there.
All right. Now, we are just moments away from getting it down there. Laszlo Boitas, the PLO specialist, sits atop the leaderboard with 21 runners of 28 entrants remaining. Bogdan Kapitan is the short stack, the Romanian, with 17 bigs. As you get a look at our featured table.
How does it work, though? We have to keep separating them?
At the top, you saw Maxim Kolosov.
I have a feeling like
second in
three is
chips
gonna get
overall.
shown a lot.
Yeah, just one.
I'm gonna show like
title
all
of his
three
own.
and then keep the ace of spades
Rocking
on the
that
side. Like,
champion cap.
Or no. I'll show the ace of spades and keep the other one on the side. You'll never know if I had the nut blocker or the flush.
4-card fun. I've played a decent amount with Lubovetsky. Cash games, not tournaments.
The police.
Sean Winter, fresh off of that final table himself, nursing the short stack to a 6th place finish in that one, far outperforming
I don't care. You don't have
what
to show your cards.
one would have expected from Sean in day 2.
Yeah, same as the 200k, of course, just a short stack ninja. Really does just seem to come in the shortest and find some amazing ladders, as Chidwick obviously with the ace king king 9 single. Going to come with pot from the small.
It was like
Lubovetsky's open. Queen 10 9 6.
Yeah, it was like 4.
Yeah, gappy, single suited, rundown of sorts. Late reg still open, of course, to the start of level 9. So I'm really not sure how to approach this spot. I think calling is fine given the stack depth. There's no real ICM, you know, late reg is still open. Wouldn't be surprised in position to just try and run down an aces, a kings type of hand. But given the gaps between the 9 and the 6 and the single suit, wouldn't fault him for just folding here either.
Another 29,000. If he wants to make this call. Blinds at 2,500, 5K, 5K ante.
Yeah, we've got some world-class PLO players in the mix that are maybe lesser known to the viewers at home. One of them at this table, the Hungarian Gergo Nagy, is, I mean, top 10 in the world. It's obviously a big statement to make. If you look at his Hemden mob, all of his scores coming in live PLO events. Took down a big event, the big rap at the King's Resort, which was again was like a star-studded field, and he's always in the mix in like the 5Ks and 10Ks on GG, as well as the cash game streets. I don't want to hazard a guess as to how much money I've lost to him lifetime, but let's just say I'm probably going to have to spend a couple of years in the booth to recoup some of those losses to that man.
And there is Stephen Chidwick, who also was at the final table of that 100K main event. Disappointing 8th place finish for him. Opens to 17-5 on the strength of the ace-king suited with the deuces danglers.
2 glasses of wine and 2 bottles of water since I registered.
Ike facing full pot.
Should've
Again,
taken
bit
advantage of a
gappy,
5-minute break like
weak
me.
suit.
I did. I went and got a glass of
Late
wine.
reg still open.
Right up until the break. After that point,
Nick,
we'll be able to talk prize pool.
Petrangelo told me I need to keep my mouth shut when I'm at final tables. I don't know what that meant.
I honestly can't get enough of this guy.
Queen, queen, deuce as Chidwick
Smells good.
flops the boat.
Upset Nick?
I think he was
Error
wrong.
for Haxton.
Yeah, interesting spot for Chidwick here. Obviously, unblocking trips is really nice. He blocks backdoor spades. Feels like a spot maybe where you want to give your opponent a free look at a turn card to maybe pick up a straight draw or a flush draw. But obviously, with this boat as well, just want to
Nick's
do a lot of betting.
pretty dead inside to, you know, get under his skin at all.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to this day 1 coverage of a PLO event with some of the best PLO players in the world. Not something we typically get to see. Obviously in Vietnam there was no PLO. And the fact that we've got 2 days of coverage, I'm especially looking forward to the final table, of course, and just seeing how these guys navigate some of the ICM stuff.
2 above, 2 below. Yeah.
Now, PLO has a reputation, Henry, is being a game that attracts the more gambly type of poker player, that kind of affords us more opportunities to get our chips into the middle with a bunch of equity and spin it. But in the tournament format versus the cash game format, it does tend to play quite a bit differently, does it not?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's obviously pot limit pre. It's not a game where, you know, you want to be doing a lot of mashing across turns and rivers and just like denying a ton of equity. The difference, obviously, one of the differences of PLO between Hold'em is, you know, thin value on rivers is a lot more uncommon compared to Hold'em, and PLO across turns and rivers becomes a lot more of an equity denial game. And with that in mind, you know, I think we're going to see a lot of caginess in tournament format compared to the cash game streets. So
Limp here from Winter with the Ace-King 10-3 double suited. Good kit under the gun +1.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Sean was trying to limp pot. Does open the door for a few customers behind.
Yeah, Nagy, Haxton, and the big of Kolosov. Look up at a 9-9-3 board.
Yeah, no nines in sight.
Yeah, Nagy's jacks look like they may be the best hand, although we don't know Kolosov's 3 cards. Might there be a 9 nestled in there somewhere?
Nice hand to thin out the field a little bit. Have an overpair, should someone have trips. Backdoor straight potential. Nice little pickup there from Nagy.
Always nice to be able to barrel and take it down on that kind of board texture in a 4-way affair.
Thanks.
Up against 12 cards against your 3 opponents. Obviously very real prospects. That the little 9 lurks as you get a look at the chip counts, brought to you by GG Poker on the dealer push. Kolosov, Winter, Haxton in that order as the Americans run 2-3. Daniel Perkosic, 38 bigs under the German banner at the bottom of the counts. Do you feel as though the game, in your experience, having played it on both sides of the pond, Henry, as you know certain trends kind of take root in different markets, is approached in a different manner on the continent in Europe versus in the States?
I mean, it really depends what card room you go to. But yeah, definitely. I mean, stateside, not that there's no online poker, but not as accessible, at least regulated. A lot wealthier of a nation as well compared to Europe. So in America, you definitely get wealthier games where people who are less studied are coming in and they're just happy to splash around. You know, shout out Florida. Certainly one of the spots.
Sure.
You know, a lot of rich people, retired, that, you know, just want to gamble. And so yeah, compared to Europe, for example, definitely the case, I would say. Same for Asia. There are parts of Asia where, you know, you jump into a PLO game and it's very obvious that people are using the live experience as a way to learn. I mean, there are people coming in, literally learning the rules as they play, but definitely not something you see as much in Europe. I would definitely say that the games in Vegas in particular and Europe are probably the toughest in terms of live PLO. But then if you venture out, you know, LA, Florida, parts of Asia, you can get some very good games here as well, by the way, in North Cyprus. Some of the cash games that I've played, really splashy.
They do play some pretty big stakes PLO here
Dude, it's like,
in the Merit Poker Room.
50, 100, 100, 200 sometimes.
Yep.
Shout out Bogdan Kapitan, who's in this. Always a regular in the highest stakes.
Not bad. Not great, not bad.
Good for the price.
There is Nagy, who Just bins the two queens pre. They were bad queens.
Very raggy queens.
Haxton,
Well,
double
if you give me
suited
that
with
kind of
fives.
discount, I can't resist.
Open pots. See if he gets any customers.
Yeah, Winter going to defend with the suited sixes.
There they are on a queen 10-6 board, which does provide Haxton with the club draw. Bottom set, though, for Winter, well in front.
Yeah, obviously we can see that Ike's clubs are actually live. He has 27%, but this is pretty terrible board texture for him to start betting. No real interaction in terms of pair blockers, straight blockers, bar the jack of spades, but it's just such a irrelevant card at this point, even on this turn. Could maybe start setting something up, but you would expect most of like the king, jack, jack 8, jack 9 type hands, maybe a hand like queen, jack, start betting on the flop, so
Good
the
check.
story wouldn't really make much sense.
Playing this hand great.
What's up?
Said I'm playing this hand great.
Now the board does pair after consecutive checkdowns.
Ike just saying he's playing the hand great. I mean, he has played it perfectly, all things considered.
All in.
Sure, I'm going to polarize with a boat. Unblocking trips.
He says all in, which of course we know you can't. Fives, nothing more for Haxton, who fails to improve. Puts it in the muck. See, Sean Winters is the kind of personality one does expect to find in a PLO cash game.
Something you can get away
It's
with
the game he
in
plays.
cash games.
Right.
If you bet more than the pot, and the person calls you, you can't do it in tournaments, but it's
Wow. There's some
fine.
very private cash games.
That's a
I assume.
rule. It's an old school rule.
What? Like you announce some bet that's larger
You don't
than the
announce
pot?
pot. Like if you just bet $3,000 into a $2,500 pot, and the guy calls you, and you win, whatever, you can take the money. That's
And
just,
I guess it's
in U.S. A lot of shady people
sort
in
of
the
pot
US.
limit Omaha.
Yeah, I've
You've
played
never
in
been
some
to the
games
US, have
where
you?
it's not exactly pot, it's like rounded
Sketchy
up.
people over there.
Say the pot's like 285, make it 300, and it's okay.
I want to go now.
Yes, it's a very
Good introduction to the US.
dependent on the game
I
and
don't
the
really
lineup.
understand what you're saying. Like, I mean,
Like
if you bet 3,000 and they put 3,000 out, and then you get
The
put the
pot's
pot and no one
2,500, you
complains,
bet
then I
3,000.
guess you keep the money. But like,
Yep. It's a legal rule. In
It's
cash
not a
games.
legal rule.
at any point before you collect the pot, they can say that it was only 2,500, right?
I'm going all in again.
Might be a legal rule in a private game, but
Yeah.
anything inside a casino certainly shouldn't allow for that, as we see Sean Winter. 3-betting the Lyubovetsky double-suited open with nines, with covering spades, kings, and an ace. Lyubovetsky will fold.
Clues in the name, Sean. Pots limit Omaha.
I think the people at the table, if the people at the table say something or the dealer says something, then it's. I don't think. For some reason, I don't think it's the dealers. They're not entitled to.
No, for sure the dealer is supposed to correct the bet.
I don't know. It's different, and this is definitely something that I've seen many times.
Played a lot of live PLO cash in the U.S.
Yeah, but you're always a
Really know what you're
1/3
talking
guy,
about.
so you never know.
I'm always what?
1/3 pot.
It's true. I almost never bet the full pot. Just not my style.
Everything that comes out of his mouth.
Troll-tacular.
Yeah, it's just like, well, that's because you just never bet pot, Ike. You're the 1/3 pot guy.
Unbaited
Fantastic. This is a fun one.
He is potting here with the double-suited ace-jack 10-5, as Lyubovetsky has similar kit, double-suited ace-king 9-7.
Yeah, really nice hand. Obviously,
Fold.
Don't expect to see Ike folding. Maybe even just opting to run it here. Doesn't make sense though. Best to just see a flop, and given how shallow the SPR is, any connection is going in.
42.5 more invested by Ike, 277,000 in front of him, and he's got himself top 2 pair on a very coordinated board, which is threatened by the King 9 of spades, along with the
I had a big hand.
couple of straight draws.
I had those cards.
Major interaction in both spots, and we have our first collision. 411K.
I don't think I have a spade in my hand.
King
7, spade, queen needed for Andre.
I don't think I
Note
had
the lead by Haxton, by the way.
I had a 7 though.
Rick turn.
King, queen, 9, 7 is right.
Still flipping, going to the river.
A river that delivers a spade, and Lubavetsky is going to double through and leave Haxton with just 137K.
The great game. PLO, ladies and gentlemen. Where when you're up against top 2 on the turn, you're still flipping. Lubavetsky up to 3rd in chips, obviously very early stages, late reg still open. You play much PLO in your mixed game? Is it in the mix?
None at all, actually, and it's in part because it feels too gambly for us.
Yeah.
We're limit players. You know, the prospects, even if you do cap it when you're playing in a cash game, of having to swing in the way that PLO can certainly leave one swinging is something that we don't have the appetite for. Now, some would hear that who do play PLO and go, well, what kind of person are you? As they are cut from a different cloth, those that play Pot Limit Omaha. Evidence, of course, as we touched on, Sean Winner. Absolutely the archetype.
Thank you. I see it.
Kilbane, you too play the PLO, but you don't have the trappings of a typical PLO degenerate, from what I've observed.
You've never seen me play.
Fair. Maybe when you're in that environment, things change.
Very chatty, very splashy. Keep everyone happy.
Courtesy of the splashiness?
Yeah, you know.
A dispensary.
Can I straddle from the hijack? The nit says no. Everyone else is like, of course you can, Kilbane. In it goes.
Hijack straddle.
It's still
Double board
Sleeper
bonbons.
straddle, where if someone opens in front of you, you get to pull it back? Or
only in the rock game at the Aria. And it's not a straddle. It's dead, but if you don't like the guy who's got the rock, just kind of, just try and piss him off a little bit. Put the 20 on.
see, again, more PLO sort of behavior.
Yeah.
Looking to needle someone.
Yeah, of course.
Get under their skin, perhaps.
It's like, well done, you waited 2 hours for
Cool,
aces,
like,
you
where is
got
it
the
coming
rock.
from?
Here's the 20, your first 20.
Attached to the railing still.
I'd love to take you at some point, like LA, Vegas, just for like low stakes. Shout out the win. A little 1-2 game for a good night out. Some good fun, especially if you're ever in Vegas.
I know that game. Joe Ingram plays that game from time
Every
to time.
now and then, yeah. He likes to do the 5K challenge. Shout out to Suited Superman, holding down PLO games in LA and Vegas.
Queen, queen, jack 10 for Sean Winner. A limping hand. Gergo Nagy feels the same way about 9 high hearts with king jack. Haxton knuckles back with clubs. Everybody single suited. As it comes jack 10-4. Haxton with the flush draw. Nagy, top pair. And a gutter.
Shouldn't really be seeing many turns here against the 75% pot bet. Yeah, know, gut shot that could be no good.
Top
flush
two.
draw that could be no good.
Apologies, top 2 for Winter.
Yeah, and it just goes fold, fold. And I think a lot of newcomers look at stuff like that and be like, well, you got a gut shot, you got a middle pair and a flush draw, but obviously drawing to non-nutted outs in PLO is just the very sure recipe for disaster. When you do improve, you're still playing a guessing game in an inflated pot, and yeah, you kind of just get yourself in awkward spots. Not saying, you know, to be overly nitty and only be drawing to the nuts, but if you follow that rule of thumb, you know, long term, as a newcomer, you're gonna do well, and also maybe more importantly, have a longer lasting bankroll as you improve and pick up experience. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Little TLC, you know it.
Familiar. Would you have that on your iPod?
It's in one of my childhood memory playlists, yeah. Because I was just 3 years old, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm continuing to play a limping strategy from early position, this time with the double-suited aces.
Loaded for bear.
Going for the limp pot.
Maxim Kolosov decided that he wanted to get after things out of the big blind, and that is exactly what Sean Winter was hoping somebody would do with this sort of kit. As he 3-bets, Haxton's decision made considerably easier, as Kolosov does not fight with the ace, king, jack, and the king high clubs. I'm glad that you talked about it, Henry, because PLO is very much a game where chasing non-nutted outs is very hazardous to one's health. Especially the dry ace play. All of a sudden, you find it stuffed in your face.
Yeah, I mean, there are some like equations that you can kind of memorize off the top of your head based on card removal, without getting too much into the weeds about, you know, just basically calling down correctly at the correct frequency. But I'm going to make a bit of a big statement here. Like, the 1 in 10 times that you catch the guy bluffing with like the naked ace blocker or the naked, you know, nut flush blocker, whatever that may be, from experience in live poker, they've got it. They've just got the goods, and I think, you know, you can look at it and be like, okay, well, I want to be balanced, I want to be calling at the correct frequencies, etc. But when your opponents aren't adjusting well enough, they're not balanced enough, just playing these like guessing games where you are getting stubborn with, you know, 3rd, 4th nuts, I think again another one of those kind of little hacks as a newcomer to PLO is just to play an honest game, and I think, you know, sure, 1 out of 10 times you get to kind of be like, hey, I got you. Not in my house, but 8, 9 times out of 10, you're just going to get shown the goods.
Feel like that's very much the case, as Liubovetsky gets shown a rainbow ace, king, queen board, which delivers him top 2 pair. Blind versus blind here. Kolosov in a different area code. Easy check fold for him. Number of names that we haven't called throughout the no limit portion of the proceedings here at this festival. PLO specialists that don't play the 2 card.
Yeah, some great players. I mean, I was bumped into Laszlo Bojtas, who decided not to play the main, just saying that, you know, he just thinks that the regs have a massive edge over him in no limit hold'em, especially in tournaments. Obviously, Laszlo, one of the sickest online cash game grinders and live cash game grinders when it comes to PLO. Currently chip leading.
Technology is
here with his
slightly
girlfriend.
behind.
A little vacation slash
It can only get better.
few bullets fired.
faster than a Tesla.
Inconvenient third spade and that wheel rundown for Gergo.
Discount. Keep giving me these discounts, and it's going to be hard to fold.
Sean got a call with the ace queen 6-4.
One?
Not suit.
106.
Against the queen, queen 10-9, they take king jack 8 board, where Winter has nothing more than the Broadway gut shot. Open-ended straight flush draw and queens. For Ike, it's a wrap with that 9 being put to
14.
use.
14. Sorry for coming too close.
Beautiful flop for Ike, obviously. Happy to stack off Sean Winter. The complete whiff.
Big one.
Fantastic day of poker here. 22nd of May. We'll be 13 days in. 3 more days of coverage, playing down to a winner tomorrow in this one, and then some short deck action to wrap things up. And a little bit of a break for us, Ali.
Would you go 1/3? 1/3.
Mexico, if I'm not mistaken.
Slightly
Just for a little
less.
vacation.
Pivoted.
Okay. Business and pleasure. Back
I'm
to
going
Vegas.
home.
I don't have $1.
You've been on the road for a while, right?
Just this trip, but I think anyone who gets this deep on any part of the operation into the Triton Festival can find themselves in need of a recharge.
Yeah.
That's independent of performance as well. You could end up in the black or the red.
So it's pretty much guaranteed that we'll be seeing you at Resorts World or maybe the Aria High Roller Lounge next week. Typically your hiding place to decompress.
Good to know that they're no longer going to qualify as hiding places now that you've publicized both haunts. So
Put it out to
anybody
the ether.
looking
Dude,
to bring harm my way.
I love going to the High Roller Lounge with you because you just walk in and it's just like celebrity status. All of the waitresses know you. They come over straight away. You're like, okay, listen, get Henry this, like,
Shirley
Mocha
Temple.
Loca, mocktail, whatever it is. Like, love it.
Meanwhile, queen 7-6. Now a king on the turn. And that leaves Sean Winter comfortable enough to fire, given the flop disinterest. Just feeling each other out for the most part. We did have that one collision, but early goings with registration still open here in this 30K PLO, the second PLO event of the festival. We did have a 25K already where Chris Brewer took it down. Jason Kuhn finished second. And I was just kind of clicking on the names that were less familiar in an effort to see what, if anything, these guys had been playing. Almost everybody has just got that one 25K PLO on their resume here at this festival. And now the 30. No dabbling in our no limit events. Story checks out.
Yeah, it takes a rare breed of poker player to just be qualified. Yeah, you can flick it in just for the sake of flicking it in, but to actually come in with, you know, perceived edge and whatnot in both formats is incredibly tough. And you know, case in point, Chidwick, Ike, Winter,
Nice.
fantastic no limit hold'em tournament players, but also very well versed in the PLO streets.
Blinds have gone up to 3K, 6K. Folks over at Secret Lab bringing us that.
Shout out Secret Lab. Didn't really get to give them much of a shout out heads up when the chairs were rolled out because it was over in one hand in the 100K main.
Shout out Jason Kuhn, who was a bit busy when this one got underway. winning the main, but has worked his stack up to 4th place chips already.
That's
Is
pretty
this
wild.
classified as a turbo?
Isn't
Is it listed as a turbo? No.
So that main, obviously, eighth in chips.
Fold.
Could have been out first. Ace-7 against Heckland's Ace-10. Ended up chopping that pot. Fast forward a few hours, title number 7. What a beautiful looking hand for Daniel on the button.
Double suited kings, ace high in the diamond department.
You gonna play mix this summer, Cash?
Haven't decided.
Oh, maybe it's not gonna run as much because of Doyle, I guess. But it's still like a bunch of guys come in town all the time.
I would expect it's gonna run a lot. Yeah.
It just goes like a week straight, 4 days straight. 5 days.
I mean, it breaks overnight. It doesn't. Really
Three-way affair, all
No, I mean,
diamonds,
like,
all
I'm saying 5 days in a row,
Perkashich.
7 days in a row, whatever.
Oh, I mean, every summer I played it from like 2015 to 19. It ran
Chidwick.
every single day for like 10 weeks.
And Negi both with bottom 2.
Things have changed.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's like private mix games.
I think it's.
Of course, there's smaller stakes.
I think it's going to be a little less stable than it used to be, but I think it's probably still going to run a lot. We'll see. I might play tournaments anyway.
Note the bottom 2s
Nice
of both
to not deal
Chidwick
with
and Nagy
politics.
going in the bin.
Reasonable chance that they're up against the diamonds already, and
tournaments tend to
obviously,
be more relaxing.
once the 10 or the 6 rolls off, you cannot be assured that your hand is good. All problems you don't want to face in the PLO streets.
It is nice.
Think
to
about
just,
the
like,
number of guys who popped into this
hey,
one
wanna
that
go
were
to
at the
dinner?
final table of that
Sure.
main.
Go on.
Let's go,
We
or
mentioned
whatever.
Jason Kuhn,
At the same time,
Chidwick
it's still
course.
nice to be deep in a tournament.
was out there as well. Mike Watson, also among the combatants. And who knows, perhaps more to come as registration is still open.
Fold.
Perkashich bins the queens. Chidwick coordinated 3 Broadway cards and the 3 dangler.
Yeah, suited 3-liner. In position. He'll start things off with the limp. Just gives him room to be able to call a pot size raise behind. Keeping this pot small, obviously, by just limping. Nagy with a bit of an out-of-line complete, but I guess with the big blind ante, there's more money out there as Ike does. Make it 24K to go. That should get Gergo out of the way. Chidwick with the decision.
Going to come along for the extra 18, and if I tasked you with guessing those other 2 cards, a spade and a diamond, maybe an ace from time to time for Haxton?
Yeah, I mean,
all seems reasonable.
the amount of combos
Sure.
in PLO compared to Hold'em is obviously insane. So yeah, let's go with the ace of diamonds. You know, why not?
Only because it's the spiciest, given this 8-5
Yeah.
deuce 2 diamond flop, which does not connect with Chidwick whatsoever. Stevie awaiting Ike's orders. Haxton still hasn't made a decision. Now he pots it.
Yeah, maybe
Ducks
no
fly
diamond in
together.
hand. If he's, or at least a high diamond if he's going full pot. I think if he had like aces with
Right,
a nut
Stevie?
flush, potentially go for a smaller
That's what they
sizing.
say, ducks fly together.
Paxton suggesting he had a
bad
set
to
of
10
deuces.
With Jack 8-7-6. According to
The
him.
ducks fly
Yeah,
together
full
claim.
house. On queen, queen, deuce.
Okay.
Queen, 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 deuce. He had a full house.
Stream has caught up. They're finding out about that full house. Queen, queen, deuce.
Ducks fly together. Damn, I wish I limped this hand. I would have busted you, Ike.
Just some of the post-mortems from Sean.
Oh
yeah,
man, I would love
He had a full house.
Yeah, he had ducks.
to play
on a
18
palm.
holes with Sean Winter.
Wait, wasn't that still at that table?
God damn.
Oh, it was a hand after
Being
you.
stitches.
Oh yeah, you're right. It would have been pretty hard for you to guess Jack 8-7-6 if you hadn't seen it.
No, I saw it.
He strikes me as the kind of guy
I mean, if you
that is a favorite
somehow
to
knew, I would have believed you.
inadvertently pipe up during your backswing.
Yeah, I could see it. Fun one for Ike.
Two limpers in front of him, and the ducks flying together for the time being, at least in the pair formation. TBD whether or not they will evolve into a set. Yes, they will on a very dry 7-4 deuce board.
No, Gergo very happy to play some marginal hands on the button. Probably believes he has, oh boy, a significant edge post as Kolosov turns the nut straight.
After the round of checks, and the ace-3 is there as well for Sean Winter. Trouble card.
Yeah, Sean with 2 8s in his hand as well, which is pretty insane, blocking the 8-6 heavily. See 2 straights higher than his. Snap call from Sean. Back to Ike, bottom set. In the bin, discipline fold.
Bet and the call of 25K in front of him. And he would have filled up on this river. We'll see whether or not 8-6 experiences any discomfort. Non-nutted.
No pair blockers in hand. Unblocking clubs. Gotta continue.
Why so small? 6'3"? They say a man with muscles never bluffs, but then I've seen Alex Foxen bluff a lot. That's what they say. A man with muscles never bluffs. But it doesn't. 6'3" of spades. Whoops. I would regret it, but yes.
I'm not even sure Sean actually meant to call. He put the chips in his hand, and then they sort of plopped out. And the dealer asked if he was calling. It wasn't immediately clear given the positioning, but said, I regret it, but yeah.
You can bluff.
And
yeah, 2 8 blockers in hand.
Gets shown that 8-6.
Maybe the muscles aren't big enough.
Well, you know what is big enough. The market share for the good folks over at Secret Lab. You see their kit on your screen there. Almost time to pay some bills with him, is it not? I mean, you know me, you ring the bell, I salivate. Pavlov's dog.
I think it's muscles and tattoos where they never bluff.
Yeah, probably.
Muscles,
Story
they can
checks
still
out.
bluff.
See some confetti still falling down from the ceiling over there.
Bit of a needle. If you were at that
I
final
don't like a
table,
bluffer
now here
queen.
you are at the feature.
Well, you have no tattoos. A little bit of muscle. How do you know I don't have any tattoos?
I don't remember seeing any.
Do you?
No.
Do you have any tattoos? Okay, that's why I called.
Yeah.
I didn't think you did.
21,000 to go, says Winter under the gun as he continues to hold court here at this PLO featured table.
Got a butterfly, if I'm not mistaken, Ali.
I know you're not talking to me.
Well, I did just say your name.
You are mistaken then.
No ink.
Zip.
Oh, sorry, you have tattoos. Well, you don't play poker.
Jack 10-9-7 rundown on the button for Ike Axton, the only customer, as we take the King 5-3 two-heart board. No notable interaction for either of these holdings. The quick check from Winter. We'll see what Ike thinks of it.
Ike has the 9 of hearts in hand. Pick up some backdoors.
All right, Galfond.
Checks through on the flop. Deuce of hearts on the turn.
All right, Galfond.
Yeah. Shout out Uncle Phil.
Still no betting, and the 9 on the end hits Haxton. For the pair. Full shutdown from Winter.
Yeah, no heart, no pair blocker, no straight blocker. Happy to just give this one up.
Check. Chop.
Pair of nines.
Oh, nice hand.
Chop. Of course, always ambitious
I
as
don't
a
think so.
declaration.
I think it's reasonable. Ace queen, ace queen.
Man.
Such a sick beat for sure.
We both crushed that flop.
Huh?
We both crushed that flop.
I know, I missed a bet.
Sick beat for us on the stream, as Sean Winter's name has been called. A head out for a rebalancing effort elsewhere in the room.
Where am I going?
Who's responsible for this decision?
Be better, Luca. Who we got?
Good luck, Sean. I'll miss you.
Thank you. Likewise.
Good luck.
Nice, no bet on the river.
I knew I couldn't get you off better.
Just to choose. On will?
Still buy you a drink.
Все хорошо.
Even as he's leaving the table.
Some nice parting shots.
Nice no bet on the river.
Sean Winter, ladies and gentlemen. Stephen Chidwick opens this one up front. has a limp. Leibovetsky accepts the invite. Big blind, 2 kings and spades for Jurkasic.
Yeah, triple suited.
Knuckles it. And it comes 10-9 deuce.
That is a fun flop for Stevie.
Got the pair and the open ender at minimum. Not sure what the 4th card is, as he faces 2 checks in front of him from 10s and kings, respectively.
Dynamic rainbow ball texture, multi-way. Typically the sizing you're going to see, 75%.
$18K to proceed. Kings a customer and an unwelcome sight for them in the form of the ace of clubs. Gut shot unrealized.
Yeah, the overpair and the gut shot also has some future blockers. Should a queen roll off. Be obviously heavily blocking the nut straight. 60K in the middle. And with the effective stack. 163 behind. Now Stevie proceeds here. Middle pair and an open ender at bare minimum on the flop. Feels like a turn card he should continue firing on. Spent full pot. Gets the kings to fold. Stevie rocking that Jacob & Co. X Triton custom piece. Winning the main event. Short deck main in Madrid last year. Precisely 1 year ago, Ali, since we were in Madrid.
Pretty remarkable just how much has transpired since that festival. In terms of a prior North Cyprus stop, Vietnam, and of course, back now in North Cyprus.
Surprised that I'm still here, alongside yours truly.
All the action I had down, incinerated.
Oh, you must have made heaps, mate.
I bet the don't.
Always rooting for me.
Well, it was a hedge. I've lost the money, but I have the pleasant notion that you're here in the booth. Granted, that presence comes with my insolvency. Maxim Kolosov with the hearts. There's a face that looks familiar from the $200,000 Lux on Pay Invitational. Torbergson slid in under the VIP radar. Slides 3 bets out there now. Known to the PLO community as being a dangerous customer. King, Queen, Queen, Jack, and the diamonds takes it down. That's a guy that looks like he's trying to evade detection. Thick beard, dark shades. Just trying to get by this airport checkpoint here.
You
Don't
ever
mind
see
me.
Those profiles for like most wanted at airports? That's him. Those sketches.
They published or posted rather at the airports? These most wanted things.
Yeah. Oh,
Where?
dude. Spain, Madrid.
In the
Comes
airport,
to
as you're going through, you just look up and they got a bunch of want ads for.
In the airport. I remember as a kid, like going through some of it
and being like, Dad, there you are.
Hang on, didn't you leave for cigarettes and milk 20 years ago? What's going on?
Torbergson back at it this time with aces and clubs. No patrons thus far, but we pause upon Stephen Chidwick. Double suited. Along he
we're gonna color
comes.
these up at the level, so I'm here.
Queen 9-8-4 with queen high spades. Obviously, price is attractive, but the holding itself is not.
Yeah, going to be dominated a decent amount of the time. No real redraw in that hand. Interesting flat from Stevie.
King 6-5, top pair and a gutter for Chidwick. Torbergson with the overpair. Backdoor clubs. We like to be heads up with these aces in spots like this rather than multi-way.
It's an interesting one at SPR4, like the stack of thresholds at this SPR are significantly higher than a shallower SPR. I'm not sure if ace-ace 10-3 would be happy to get in stacks here. Feels a bit dicey. Does have backdoor clubs, a one spade blocker. Let's see a turn. Definitely gets dicey for Marius across turns and rivers.
8 on the turn. Chidwick now pairs and picks up added outs.
Potential lead spot to try and deny some equity from spades. Never really thrilled about lead calling off, but at this SPR now, has a 4 in hand. Yeah, here we go. Stevie just looking to deny equity. Obviously, Marius's hand just in the absolute blender. Nothing much he can really do. Even up against like a drawing hand. Like a king with spades, you know, he's like flipping at best.
Presents an interesting dilemma for Torbergson as he tries to deliberate on whether or not Chidwick would take this line of check call lead with the type of kit that leaves these aces drawing dead, but in the end the proposition unattractive. Full pot. One of the all-time greats, Stephen Chidwick, Henry.
Yeah.
2 card, 4 card, short deck, plays it all.
Yeah, it goes without saying.
I have one.
Very proudly at the top of the UK all-time money list, and I think he's going to
have to do it when the clock's
hold that title for, I want to say, decades to come. I mean,
Decent amount of talent comes out of England.
Go on.
In terms of poker.
Name 5.
Trickett.
Retired. Happily.
Grafton.
Family and married. In
I'm not suggesting guys that are going to threaten him. I'm just talking about the accomplishment of being at the all-time.
Sure. Go on, continue. Squiddy.
Yep. Feel like Roland DeWolf played under the Union Jack. Now I know he's not regarded as the tournament pro, but I'll tell you what, he'll sting you in a cash game. Make no mistake. His chips don't get idle.
Patrick Leonard comes to mind, I think, at the moment. Probably the best. at least online. Definitely put him up there with Chidwick.
Back in the day, Devilfish.
Mm.
Back in the day. R.I.P. Now I'm tempted to take a look at the rest of that all-time money list and see what's what.
Yeah, I'm checking YouTube and Twitch to see if anyone's pointed out someone that I didn't really remember. Yeah, Pads, Stevie, Squiddy, of course, Tricky Trickster. Do all come to mind, definitely in the conversation. Oh, Chris Moorman being pointed out.
Oh, come
Bravo.
on. How could we sleep on that?
Elliot saying Bowie effect. Bravo. Andy Wilson, certainly up there. Do apologize. Obviously, Moorman and Bowie. I mean, Bowie's like
Benny Glaser
disgustingly good.
in 9th on England's all-time money list.
Yeah, how could I forget Benny as well?
Jack Sinclair on the list.
There we go. Now we're coming up with some good names. Some names that we forgot.
Matt Ashton is on that list. Granted 34th, but one that is familiar to me. Pat's 41st.
Yeah, doesn't play much live, but has held #1 online several times throughout the years, especially in recent years.
Producer James Dempsey, 55th all-time on the England money list, 2.1 million and change. Very little of that still in his account.
All came from one tournament, of course.
Meanwhile, 2 bets have become 3 here as Nagy's open.
Yeah, again, late reg still open.
Goes to 69.
Happy to just spin the wheel, small blind V button. What Gergo wants to do here. It's got a nut suit. The fact that producer James Dempsey knows that I'm 3,323rd. It's his problem, not mine.
Well, far from a problem is this Ace-Queen-8 board for Nagy, who took the heat, comes up with top 2 pair. Haxton, Broadway Gutty, backdoor hearts, 8 dangler.
All in.
And he is going to jam his remaining 126K. Nagy, of course, will make the call, and Haxton is going to require assistance to avoid showering this bullet in a 402K pot.
Yeah, it looked like Ike was just happy to spin the wheel, either re-enter, get a fresh stack, or double up hit. Doesn't double. Comes brick, brick.
Sure does. And for Nagy, that'll be just fine, as he will pick up over 200,000 in profit in that pot, leaving him just shy of $500,000 and leaving Haxton searching for the re-registration desk, if we know that man. Not really a one-and-done type of character.
Yeah, Nagy up to 4th in chips.
Going to be the biggest stack at that feature table. Came into that exchange, did Nagy. 13th overall, but obviously well up the leaderboard he goes after the dust settles with Perkashich on the shorty. Back at the desk now, Ali and Henry. Just early stages, PLO. Felt like kind of a meandering sort of affair, not exactly a deluge of all-ins or big collisions, a couple, but I don't know. I'd say the best is yet to come. Henry, what about you?
Oh, 100%. I mean, what, late reg now closed. A few people opting to spin the wheel there. Case in point, Ike Haxton just before the break. But yeah, tournaments very different to cash games. So you know, protecting that chip stack, ICM considerations already with late reg ending. It's going to be slow and steady, I'd say.
Of course, on the back end of the dinner break, the straddle and double straddle mandatory will be on. No, I'm sorry, that's not actually a real thing.
Game.
That's the kind of game I want to see out there. But it is going to be a dinner break, and unfortunately, a bit of a lengthy one. It will be about 45 minutes, but obviously, set your alarm, do what you need to do, go out, grab a drink, grab a bite, and then join us right back here in about 45 minutes time for continuing coverage of the 30K Pot Limit Omaha from the Triton Super High Roller Series. We'll see you then.
GG Poker. It's the best poker The biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
On the button, ace-10 for Hecklin. Two-time champion, took down
His name is Steven.
limit holder main back in Madrid last year, and Jason Kuhn finds an ace in the big blind.
He's a two-syllable kind of guy.
Could this be trouble for the 6-time champ?
All in.
It's 1.4, right?
Yep.
Wow.
Oh.
Fourth hand of the tournament. Jason Kuhn, the all-in player at risk, taking the rejam spot with the ace-7 and snapped off by Hecklin's ace-10 on the button.
Oh, Germans at the table. Is 7 still always coming?
I'm 25% German.
Okay.
So it's 25% to come.
Ace, queen, 8.
Choppable kind of board.
There's some chops available for sure. An 8 would do it.
8.
Not greedy. Asking for a deuce or an 8 to chop this one up. A 7 for the win. All in, brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Deuce, deuce, run out, Randy.
Let's chop it.
Jason Kuhn going to be relieved to chop that
To
one.
tell you the truth, I go up against the main event. I thought I was fucking out of here.
This is Triton, buddy.
That's a question.
You're never out.
Yeah, can I take change also?
46 here.
Keep him on his toes.
35.
Oh, it's Sean Winter's world, and we're just all living in
He
it.
said 35. Is that the number of whites that Sean Winter has? Do we just play in denomination of the actual chips?
Pretty sick when you have like more than double the whites at the next place. That's how you know you're having a good final table, Sam.
He's chilling.
Smith maybe thinking of
I don't know if I've
trying
ever
to get
played
a
a
sneaky
final
one through. Queen 8 of spades.
Or maybe.
Yeah, gonna
There we
attack
go.
here. It is perceived to be pretty strong here, given how short our short stack is.
America very much so.
So maybe he can get away with this one. Although, I see an ace-king suited for Jason Kuhn. You see ace-9 for Stephen Chidwick.
Yeah.
Steve, you won like a
There's
50K in the Bahamas.
so many different ways this hand could play out.
Steve cashes everything.
Smith pouncing with... Smith potentially saving Chidwick, actually. Had he not opened, Hecklin was on the button with Jack-10.
Right.
Maybe you were at the final table.
If Dan Smith doesn't open the spot, surely these two will go to war. But there's a chance that Chidwick puts in chips. You can see him contemplate making a stance here, knowing that Dan Smith is supposed to be tight. Maybe he can appear to be strong in the Hormuth 3-bet.
I want a televised.
Perhaps maybe a little bit of call. Looks like he is going to slide out chips here, and what timing it is for Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, it was like 2017 or
Although
something, right?
scary with a 2 big blind stack right in front of his face.
3-bet to 725 from Chidwick. Jason with just 1.1 million back. 8th in chips, sorry, 7th in chips at the start of this hand.
Huge ICM implications with this decision incoming. Good news for Jason, though, is that we are 9 players remaining, where the pay jump's a little bit smaller than, say, the final 4, 3, and so on. A title means so much to him, and he really is considering how important it is for him to potentially preserve his tournament life here. Is going to go for it. 1.25. Chidwick will be forced to pay this one off.
2 Triton superstars going at it for the Chidwick clan. Doubling up Jason Kuhn could cost a lot more than the immediate ICM implications. And pay ladders, of course, as Jason looks to narrow the gap and overtake Chidwick going into the final 5 events of the Ivan the Out Player of the Year leaderboard. Club in the window, followed by a king in the kitchen, and that looking incredibly tough for Chidwick. finds himself dead on the turn, and Jason Kuhn
1.3 or something?
has doubled up to 2.87 million, up to 4th in chips, and with that Stevie now down to 7th. They basically switch roles.
I mean, we're all rooting for you, Jason.
I don't know, Sean.
They asked me in the pre-interview, they were like, what's it like being at the final table with the other two guys at the Player of the Year race? I'm like, I really wish they weren't here. I got a lot of ground to make up.
Some honesty there. Wish they weren't here. They are.
You're just mad they didn't put you on that little banner over there.
No, I'm not mad about it.
Well, because he wasn't top 3.
If I had no hat on and a white hoodie, we would all 4 look like the same guy.
75.
Some of the early stories, of course, from this final table. Vyacheslav down to just a couple of bigs after bluffing against Greenwood.
Yeah, Jason and I are the short model.
Jason with the double against Chidwick.
Like slim tall model.
Could be a spot here for him. Just saw Dan Smith raise fold the last hand.
Smith opening from the low jack. Vyacheslav with just a few more hands before he has to put pretty much all of his chips in the middle blind, so he does make the call. Jason with King Queen in the small.
Big spot here for King Queen. A very big decision. Perhaps he comes in for a call, try to eliminate this Vyacheslav. 2 holdings. Difficult for him to win. But also contemplating maybe just pushing in chips to isolate the situation. That does come in with call.
There we go. Dry side pot. 275 was the raise. Vyacheslav all in. $95,500 ladder between 9th and 8th. Smith looking for some spades or an 8. Jason looking for some Broadway as it comes. Queen 3 deuce, and with that, Vyacheslav now finds himself drawing incredibly thin with 2 cards to come.
Yeah, there tends to be a lot of checking when there's a dry side pot right now, as you do have to win showdown against a player willing to commit his whole stack of 275 in the hijack.
Does check through, and we head to the 5 of hearts turn. So now a few additional outs for Vyacheslav to potentially chop this pot with Smith.
Bit of a decision here for Kuhn. You know, King, Queen, usually the best hand. Wants to kind of deny equity from the open raise that checks through, seeing the wheel card pop out. Doesn't want to give free opportunity to lose this key important pot to his stack. And as played for Dan Smith is, you don't expect 2 hearts to bet here, given there's no side pot to win. Let's see.
Is going to get out of there. Vyacheslav looking for an ace or a 4 to triple up. So 1 ace busy in Smith's hand. Again, has been so consistent throughout this series. Getting a bit unfortunate against Chidwick early on, button v big blind. Then ran that massive bluff against Greenwood as the 9 of diamonds rolls off on the river. Always smiling is Vyacheslav, whether he's winning Triton titles or exiting an FT early. First elimination of this 100K main.
You learned from Sam.
He'll be going home with $263,000 for his efforts, and I got a funny feeling, Randy, going to be seeing plenty more.
You have 275 behind Sean?
Right, yeah.
$375.
Steve O'Dwyer will begin the affair. Raising things up to 375,000, quite understandably, with ace-king as Henrik Hecklin wakes up to a pair of 8s. David off of a stack of 5.7. Second in chips right now. O'Dwyer currently fourth. Got those short stacks out there. You tend to see a little bit of a more snug approach, right?
Yeah, I think it's already a pretty interesting situation for him. Oh, he just goes for the shove. I mean, he's got a lot of chips.
I stand corrected, and are you surprised at all to see his willingness to make the jam?
No, no. I wouldn't have been surprised to see him maybe consider calling or something too, but I guess this is going in. Oh, already in. And this is just like a huge swing of equity, you know. Both players, I'm sure, are sweating it really hard. It's a very, very big pot.
I believe.
Almost 6 million in the middle.
And I mean, you have like these people with, you know, Sean with 4 big blinds, Stephen with 7, Michael with 11. They're really hoping that Henrik manages to hold here.
And those hopes are dashed promptly on the ace-4 deuce board. As you can see, the disappointment come over Hecklin's face, but it isn't over yet.
3-5 one time.
There's one part of the chop puzzle.
Oh no.
As Hecklin could use a 3 to carve it up, or an 8 for an outright W. Instead, the Queen of Hearts will double O'Dwyer.
2,275,000. Or 2,775,000. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty wild swings. We've seen the chip positions shift quite a bit already during the final table. So yeah, there's a really, really.
Oh yes, thank you very much.
O'Dwyer currently second in chips. Jason Kuhn third with the average stack at 3.2 million, just north of 20 bigs. Hecklin has fallen beneath that mark, just shy of 3 million in front of him to start this one as he opens with ace-10 suited.
Pretty decent hand. Right, at some point when you have the 1 big blind, you kind of just have to take a stand. Oh, just goes in.
Well, Sean Winter, King Jack offsuit, deemed adequate, understandably, with that lone blind.
Yeah, I mean, he only has 200k, but like if he wins this pot, it's huge. I mean, he's gonna like what, quadruple up or something with the big blind ante, big blind, small blind.
Yeah, all of that very much weighing in is 775k.
I mean, it's probably the biggest pot in terms of how much it's worth that he's ever going to play off, you know, 1 big blind or whatever.
Right. To the flop of King, Queen, 8 we go as Sean has top pair.
Jeffrey.
Mouth breathing his way through this one. Turn is safe. Does not want to hit a jack or see an ace.
Oh, there it is, 775k.
Should be out, by the way.
And now he's really not that far from, you know, Watson, Chidwick. So.
I'm torn between being amused because of
like watching Desperate Housewives.
the absurdity of it, and then also just kind of wanting to be appropriately reverent of the moment. This is the main event of a Triton Super High Roller Series. There's 2.6 million up top.
Yeah, I'm kind of in shock. Yeah, it's like it's such a sick spot, you know. And I don't know, somehow this has come up.
I'm not in shock, by the way, though, that of everyone at the table, the one man who clearly didn't engage was Stephen Chidwick. Eyes on the prize, and upon an ace-king suited.
Yeah, I mean, it's just if you're going to pick a spot to remain focused and try to drown out the noise, this is it, you know. He's going to have his thoughts about it later, but now he just wants to make sure he plays every decision the best way he possibly can. You know, each decision is just so crucial.
You have
small misstep could be costing
all those,
you know, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
They say
1.1 total.
High rollers are. It's kind of funny.
All in.
Think about it.
Look, Stevie.
Greenwood jams the ace-9 offsuit to make sure that last quarter works his way into the middle.
Yeah, just absolutely huge sweat here. You know, he's shoved for 7 blinds, but to win this, he'd get sort of in the middle of the pack. Sean also has 3 big blinds. You know, really sweating this for the pay jump. And also, of course, as we said, like the leader, player of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year. So much at stake here, really.
Jack high flop and the ace king is in good shape. On the turn, it picks up
it's not a bad
royal
turn.
flush draw.
Give him the royal.
All Stevie's got to do is fade a 9 of diamonds or clubs.
Wow.
And he does it.
And you know, saw a hint of a smile there. He's for sure absolutely thrilled.
263,000.
Yeah, bittersweet 9th place for him, I'm sure. But he's had a good series. I guess he'll be all right.
He has title under his belt already. Now an ace-7 suited for the freshly doubled stack of Stephen Chidwick.
Race 375,000. Fold. 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 Fold.
Goes for the bigger open here, 2.5x. Just basically saying, you know, look, I'm aware that getting called by O'Dwyer can put me into some pretty tough spots. You know, really being in the sort of in the middle of the pack with his stack. And O'Dwyer I don't think is going anywhere. Gonna go for a call, see 3 cards.
Steve's defense turns into top pair against middle pair with almost $1 million in the middle.
So A7 is a pretty good hand now. On the other hand, if you bet and you get raised, it's going to be pretty ugly. So wouldn't be too surprised to see a check here.
Obviously, the presence of the shorter stacks than Chidwick's in Watson and Winter, with the sort of pay jumps that we're looking at, over 110,000 from 8th to 7th. And if you consider 8th up to 6th, over 200 and
oh, well, he just goes for the shove. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as well. I don't think Steve is going to fold though. I think his hand is just too good, and as you can see, he even beat some hands that Chidwick is essentially shoving for value. He's really just hoping for a fold for the most part. Like there are some hands that if he gets it in against, it's okay. Like for example, you know, 4x of diamonds, maybe a flush draw, but he would much rather a fold. I mean, if he gets it in against the flush draw here, he's okay. I mean, he's gonna get it in and really hope to win a huge pot, but he's also gonna, you know, just bust now in 8th place a decent amount of the time. So,
well, that's provided that Steve O'Dwyer does make this call, which he has not yet, David. I think
right.
You're of the mindset that eventually the call will come in, but you can relate to his reluctance. Is that this is a massive 2 million chip bet. Effectively all in into just a 1 million chip pot, and he says, let's go.
Wow.
Get the other 50 in and get it in behind.
Yeah, and you can see the look on his face. He's really not too happy. And Steve, I mean, he's in a good spot, but he's also nervous. I mean, it's a huge, I mean, maybe nervous is a little bit strong of a word, but he's certainly aware like how big this pot is how much it's worth, basically.
More than just the 5 million in the middle, of course, as the turn is an 8.
Yeah, so much at stake here, and one more card to come.
5 outs once.
Yeah. Wow.
King of diamonds.
Sick.
Not one of them, David. And Stephen Chidwick will end up showered in 8th place.
Very, very sick.
You want.
Like that. Someone who sometimes just doesn't use his 10 bank chips often enough. Be a nice ability to have. But I guess it would feel like way too much of a degen to waste something that has value.
Fold. Fold.
Now an ace in the cutoff for Watson. One of those 2 shorter stacks in the room.
800,000.
Going for the raise.
Almost all of it.
Yep.
And of course, for those who have yet to listen in on our discussions about exactly why it is that the 25K is left back, David, that's in the event of a massive collision behind us, where we can then fold and realize a pay jump.
Yeah, sometimes I think that's mostly what people are doing. They just sort of leave a little bit behind, and if everybody goes all in, for example, you can kind of fold depending on who's more likely to bust or things like that. Maybe people are trying to confuse people too. I don't know. I don't think that's happening here, but sometimes that's what it feels like.
Ooh. Okay. Sorry, my bad.
So you see Hecklin deciding to give Watson a spin, immediately being advised not to table his hand on account of the fact that that 25K still remains,
Yeah.
which Hecklin will bet in the dark.
I'm ahead right now. Oh, I'm way ahead now. Oh my god.
Just about put a fork in the 7-8 bar
got it in so
running
bad.
boats.
I love A6.
Hey, yo, all in EV graphs gonna look.
Oh, never mind. Full house.
0%,
Good one,
0%, and
Mike.
0%.
Thank you.
That was big.
You fold Gradu?
An
A6?
I have one of the nut low.
Just didn't want to deal with it.
Fold. Fold.
Unless Mike
Oh,
put
let's
it
see.
in on the tone.
No, it doesn't go for the hat tip to Doyle.
When I flopped the joint, I probably would have made sure that I got that quarter paid off.
Fold.
It has folded to me, correct?
Yeah.
Play roll in.
Now Sean is like, okay, probably not gonna fold here.
Good luck, Sean.
Ace-3 against King-6 as Sean
I had both of your cards.
did go a click forward
I think I like that.
in terms of his holding now versus the one he had under the gun. Queen-6 to King-6, but
I thought you meant 6-3. I
will
was
be
like, all right,
behind.
I'm cool with that.
This ace tray in a 650K pot.
Pretty good hands for random hands.
Yeah, once again, 1.5 big blinds each, yet the pot is worth a lot. I mean, just a reminder,
Right.
we started the tournament with 250K chips,
Two
so
luckiest guys
this is,
in the world might be a supernova or something.
over 2.5 starting stacks. You have to pay $100,000 to buy in for.
6-4-4. Winter leaps in front of Kuhn.
5 of hearts.
Motionless.
I ain't very sweaty, but that's the 4's all right.
One more out.
Third 4 on the turn as Jason can hit a 4th-4 or an ace, but no sharp top
You're back, baby.
available.
Hold it if I wasn't gonna do it.
I know. I know you would.
Winter.
Were you at my table in the middle of the tournament? I folded.
Resiliency on full display, David.
Yeah, he's hanging in there.
30 left.
As
All right, Sean.
Fold.
All right. You're not a real Dane if you fold 8-7 suited for 5 days.
They take away his fast forward.
Raise to 450,000.
450K open out of Hecklin with the ace-jack suited. Kuhn promptly puts the ace-10 into the muck, David.
Yeah, I guess he's just really respecting this raise and didn't really find too many good options, whether that's call or go all in. He is opening into O'Dwyer's very big chip lead, and Sean still does have that 3 big blinds. He's hanging in there, so I think Hecklin's gonna be opening on average a pretty good hand. And yeah, that's. Oh.
Pocket sevens for Watson.
Once again, really big flip.
Happy to get it into the middle, and you are absolutely right, David. The implications, of course,
Yeah, you are due.
for Watson,
I think, from what I've seen.
far greater.
And I mean, Sean is just sitting there chilling.
The door card in my favor.
Grab his bell.
Always coming.
There's been a lot of talk of sevens from Heavens, but
You think it's coming?
no, it hasn't been. It's not
10,
seemed like
10,
players are
6.
being answered at this time.
How about it, Jeffrey? Queen of spades. Jeffrey.
Jack of spades.
Hecklin asking for a jack and having it delivered to this turn here, as now Watson
Remain unconcerned.
needs to hit a 7, which he can't.
Wow.
Just like that. Henrik Hecklin, a merciless turn card with the 2 overs. Showers Mike Watson, who will end up claiming 7th place.
It's about there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why when you do have a dry series, obviously, it is so painful. As we see O'Dwyer far from pained with pocket 6s and the chip lead. We'll jam it in there, and Jason Kuhn has ace king. We know where these hands like to go.
5 minutes. I have 2.325. Sorry, I have less than 5. 4.7.
Congratulations, Sean. You at least get your sweat.
I'm sure you have a hand.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sean is gonna fold a lot here. Just really hope he's basically really cheering for Steve. Obviously, I mean he's by far the shortest, and if Steve manages to win, he gets another $167,000 pay jump despite having 3 big blinds. So that's huge for him. And I mean here we can see like Steve is even a favorite. So really big sweat. For everybody here, but.
And the sweat can be wiped from the brow of the ace-king, courtesy of the ace-queen 8 board, where Jason Kuhn's final table life is at risk. Anti-sweating the 6s.
And I mean, this is just such an important pot. I mean, if he wins this, I think he might become chip leader, which he's thinking maybe has some, implications where he can start being the one applying the pressure. So it's crazy how quickly that just went in. 7.6 million chip pot. That's 30 starting stacks, almost 30% of all the chips in play, I believe.
Ending up in second there, he is in third with good distance between himself and O'Dwyer, but of course Sean Winter out there with sub 1 big.
And Jason really isn't looking to, doesn't want to see 6s there. He's really hoping to see perhaps an ace or a king,
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, obviously,
I wish
more importantly, winning.
When you say so.
It was.
Okay. Never mind.
3.9, 4 even. 2.5, 3.7.
So Jason is just thinking like, obviously he's not folding, but he's thinking like, what size should I raise? Should I just go all in? All have validity. So it just goes all in.
Ace 10 offsuit. 8-4 off for Sean. Small blind already out there, just 75K left.
Call. Fuck it.
Yeah, I mean, his odds are just so good here. Like, Jason is kind of doing the work for him. When Jason goes all in, Sam is going to have to fold a bunch. So he's putting in, what, 75K for...
You can break one of the hundreds if you want.
75K into a pot of 725K. It's kind of tough to fold there. And as he said, fuck it.
Indeed, that is what he said, David, as he's going to take his chances.
I think I'm finally going to do it, Sean.
725K in the middle, and the 8-4 fails to improve. Six outs twice.
Yeah.
And I mean, everybody, I think they like
Almost
him,
not
but
folded.
they're just thinking like, it's about time we get rid of this guy. That's what they were thinking, I think.
Good game.
Not rid of him
I'm
yet.
happy with 6.
He is happy with 6, and he should be.
Nice
It is official, as the 6 of diamonds on the end leaves Sean in 6th place.
Yeah. I mean, he really should be happy with that. I mean, especially with his stack, the way things were going. It's he did very, very well to, you know, I mean, 9th place, 263K. He got 600. A lot of other people, perhaps with the same stack, might have not made it.
Running 21 entries in that one. For you 4-card fans, don't you worry. The end of this main. Be jumping into some 4-card action. Let us know, as always, who you're rooting for, whereabouts in the world you're tuning in from, and if you haven't already, please do take a couple of seconds to just click that like button. Help us grow our channel. Help broadcast this to a wider audience as we continue to provide some of the highest stakes poker in the world free of charge, as Dan Smith looks down at Ace, Queen, O, sub 10.
Looking to get some breathing room.
Oh,
2 10s. Gonna give Dan Smith a run.
5 total.
Jason in the small with a couple of 10s. Greenwood going to get out of the way, and we're going to be flipping for Dan Smith's tournament life. As the King 7 does hit the mark. It's a fair fight, Randy. Doesn't get much fairer than this. 2 overs against the 10s of Jason. All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. 5 million in the middle. Dan Smith to move up to 2nd in chips if he can just find the hold here. That's how tight it is. As it comes 9-6 deuce. Couple of clubs. Jason the only player with a club in hand. 6 of hearts on the turn, leaving Smith drawing to 6 outs once.
He's already unpacking.
And he's going to remain unpacking, Randy, as the King of Spades rolls off on the river. Jason Kuhn holding with the 2 10s. Dan Smith out in 5th. Still no title for Dan, but has to be thrilled with his performance here.
Depending on how this ends out.
4-6, 25.
Oh, I think we have exactly
2.5 exactly.
So Greenwood and O'Dwyer have pretty much the same stack size, a difference of just 25,000 in chips. Jason, Ace Queen.
Another legit holding.
I think I have 4-6.
For the chip leader, going to come with men. Is heckling the short stack in the big blind with a couple of queens, and we could go from 5 to 3 if Jason can somehow convert this ace queen of diamonds.
2.5, including my blind.
Heckling with a couple of black ladies in the big.
A little bit of an overlay here as O'Dwyer comes in from the small blind. If Hecklin can hold here, he'll slide up to 2nd place in chips.
Still on the hunt for his 3rd title, be his 2nd main event title. If he can close this one out, looking in great shape here. This current situation he finds himself in as he does move all in over the top.
Yeah, 100.
For 2.5 million. Absolute fireworks. This final table. Recall back to the start of the tournament, Randy. Start of the FT. Jason was the one all in at risk with ace 7 against Hecklin's ace 10. They ended up chopping that pot. A couple of hours later, Jason with the overwhelming chip lead. But Hecklin, 65% favorite to double up here, and as Randy mentioned, to move up to 2nd in chips. 5 cards to come as it comes, ace high. Ace, King, 8. Hecklin looking for running straight cards.
Take a jack.
Or one of the 2 remaining, sorry, the one remaining queen. in the deck, drawing to just 1 out once. Can he do it? No, he can't, Randy. 5 of clubs on the river. Henrik Hecklund out in 4th, and just like that, after returning from break, down to just 3 players now. In event number 11, the 100K main event, Jason with the 1-2.
To 1.77 million, which is, what, like 600K difference?
Yeah, I mean, very top-heavy, as always, at Triton Super High Roller Series. 600K difference between 2nd and 3rd. And just like that, I mean, what's going on? Blind v blind. O'Dwyer with 16. There's many ways that this could go in. I apologize, button v big blind, as it is a dead small blind.
Yes, whether it's O'Dwyer just open jamming himself, which it is, Ace-8 is just usually doing so well against a button jam range in this spot, especially if O'Dwyer's at the very top of his range, would come in with some min raises to induce some rejams. It feels like a spot where Ace-8 is going to want to run it. If he does not, it's mainly because he'd rather just keep the 2 stacks together. He is going to make the slam call. Jason is feeling it.
It does make the call. 8.4 million chip pot. O'Dwyer has him out-pipped by 1. All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. And we head to the 4-3 deuce board.
Only one way to chop this one up.
Few 5s now available for a chop. 8 for the win. 1 card to come.
4-1, yeah.
O'Dwyer gets the double. Back up to 8.4 million. With that chip lead diminished now. When we ask Greenwood who his favorite poker player is, said his brother, Luke Greenwood.
Fair enough. I can see it. It was a tough home game back then. They must talk strategy all the time too, which is obviously very welcoming in these tough fields.
Imagine the conversations at Christmas. Just Luke and Sam going into the most intricate parts of the game tree. Their parents, family, extended family, just like,
what about the Christmas tree?
You guys speaking French? What's going on?
I mean, they must have been part of those home games too.
Welcome back to continuing coverage from the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. And Randy, it's officially the night shift.
It is. I'm feeling cozy, ready for some 4-card.
Yeah.
It's a good day.
Why not? Bathrobes in full effect. Triton pin still prominently placed, as is Laszlo Boitas, the 4-card specialist who is at the top of the leaderboard as our 30K PLO continues to rumble. Not far behind us, elsewhere in the room right now, Chris Brewer, who already has a PLO title under his belt, Randy, sitting in 2nd. And guess who's in 3rd? Jason Kuhn won the main, and there he is, 481,000 in front of him, even though he didn't get his start until later than the rest of the field. Registration, of course, closed on the back end of the dinner break, and a number of 4-card specialists are lurking out there looking to nibble upon some of these Triton spoils still available as we transition away from the 2-card part of the program. And Randy, as you look out at those chip counts, you may notice Santosh 2.0 is among the names out there, currently sitting in 16th, of course, and I believe it's a late reg situation or a re-reg situation for him. Not sure yet.
Yeah, we know he's willing to re-register into these tournaments. But Santosh, this is his game, 4-card, right? He likes to play this in the tournament, mainly in the cash streets, but much more short in this game. But he's going to mix it in.
I was speculating that perhaps it was a late reg situation. Of course, you just got to peek at me scoping out Santosh's Triton Poker Plus app situation. Now that is a design, geometrically speaking, that is emblematic of a few bullets that have met their end early on here. So Santosh back in the saddle, 30K a pop, why not? Rumor has it he's been destroying the cash game streets, and those have been very robust and lucrative streets for him.
When I was looking at that graph, I thought of the constellation, right? Which one was it?
Well, the star that is Santosh here at this series is still in the mix, as we've got 20 runners at present. Dan Dvoris, shortest stack in the room. There is a look at the feature where we do find the Hungarian Laszlo Bojtas at the top of the chip counts. Brewers out here, as well as Bogdan Kapitan, who likes to play a little bit of four card. Currently 18th of 20 runners, 21 bigs.
Right?
We'll find out if he's interested
You
in
need to put it over the box? I think for like 3 seconds and then you can...
participating. Not on this occasion.
You have to spread them, I think. At least somewhat.
Do feel compelled to advise everyone that the Turkish teas have arrived, Randy, which I find to be a perfect accompaniment to our current state here on the night shift.
I approve. I like it.
Robe, nuts, tea.
I'm comfy.
Cheers, my friend.
Cheers to my Persian friend.
There it is.
It's hot as
I burned my tongue too. Ace Queen 8-5 is a red hot flop here for Bojtas. He's got himself trips, ace kicker. Kevin Ng, whose only other reg was in the 25K PLO, playing under the Hong Kong banner. The opposition on this occasion doesn't have much to write home about.
pretty hard to have 2% in PLO. He knows when to pitch it.
Yeah. There's Bojtas. Oh, so experienced in the 4-card game. The great game, as some would call it, yet to cash here in North Cyprus. He played one 2-card event. That was the 75K. Did play the $200,000 Luxon Invitational. And then the 25K. 0 for 3 thus far. Also pitched a goose egg in Vietnam, Randy. So one of those dry spells starting to take shape for the Hungarian. And this will be a welcome kind of opportunity perhaps for him to turn things around.
The 4-card streets is his home, you know. He's just his main game, you know, his bread and butter. No surprise he's at the top of a massive chip lead. Does play his tournaments, going to be able to apply all the proper techniques to take this one down.
Ace Jack 9-7, a 20K open. The technique of choice for the time being is Kevin Ng has got himself double suited queens. Ace high in the spades department.
Even like the 25K, right? Yeah. Yeah, but there were like 38 or 39 entries. Yeah? It's still more than it should. They should stay just 5, yeah. Yeah, just paid 16.
Yeah, so 15% is
more friendly for everyone. It's just... It's like 18%.
I mean, it's 15% like super rounded up.
It's like 18%. Something.
Yeah.
How much is the rate?
I mean, that's super flat.
Bojtas gonna hang tough here in spite of the 3-bet from Kevin. He does have obviously the boss stack with which to do battle.
Jump and like than everything besides top 3.
152 in the middle as Kevin gets his bearings.
Apologize, I'm stirring my sugar into my Turkish tea.
Reminds me of Joe Hashem during the main event. Pasta sugar. You remember that?
Yes.
Here we have the King 5-3 board, which has rendered Bojtas the nut flush draw, and he is all set. Kevin's 76K.
Yeah, Kevin really doesn't have anything, just 2 queens. No diamonds to back him up.
Yeah, got jammed on.
1 over.
Pot size raise here does cover Kevin.
He is the favorite in the hand, but hard to tell with 1 over. It's just, you need a insane read to continue here.
Are you surprised to see Kevin tanking like this, despite having nothing more than queens and backdoor spades?
I am. I guess he has put a lot of chips in there and just trying to convince himself.
I mean, it's a super draw-heavy board.
Wow, he makes the call here. This is, I mean, it's the correct call given what he's up against.
Yeah, incredible.
He's going to be shot.
Yeah.
Boitas appears a little bit surprised to be shown 2 queens here. Kind of a gangster call from Kevin Ng.
Super gangster.
Equity favorite, correctly reading Boitas for not being paired and rather having draws. And now a set of queens for Ng. So only the diamond or the 10.
I will prefer a diamond on the turn, though, but yeah.
Of course, that doesn't pair the board. Will work for Boitas, and there is that diamond, a deflating development as Kevin sportingly wraps the table.
Yeah. All right. Good game, boys.
That's got to hurt so much. You make such a good call.
I was just
and
thinking
they
the same
still
thing.
get there.
How does it happen? Feels like when you make a call that solid that you're supposed to get rewarded somehow, but not this time.
It's a tough game, PLL. You know, like, your opponent is just never that far behind.
Really takes a specific setup for your opponent to be drawing virtually dead. Obviously was not one of them. Now, Boitas, as if he needed the help, has crossed the 7-figure barrier. Over 1.1 million in front of him.
Oh. Hello, Chris Brewer. He's been on a run, right? Got a PLO title under his belt. Deep run in the main event.
15th place finish, in fact.
Nice. Put a little confetti down for me winning the hand. Sweet.
You deserved it.
Chris had gone 0 for 8 here at this festival, by the way, Randy,
Great.
prior to winning the 25K PLO and then placing 15th in the main, those back-to-back performances. So looking to string a 3rd straight cash together is Brewer. Double-suited ace and a 3-liner for Punat Punsri, who during the break I ran into and I was like, Punat, I didn't know you rumbled in the 4-card streets. Then he cheekily said, I'm punting. I doubt that, as we know he puts plenty of effort into all that he does on and off the felt.
Well, he's got friends that know how to play, so whatever advice he needs, he can gather during his breaks. For now, though, ace 9, 8, 7 double suited, very connected. Lovely hand to play. Seated suited queens here.
Trying to figure out what he wants to do with it. Played the 25K PLO, one of those enigmas that
Just
materialized out of the ether for the 4-card game.
He's
Armenian
gone.
will sit this one out. Did you do anything during the dinner break, Randy?
Well, you know, I was exhausted while I'm wearing this bathrobe. Just cozying it up, you know?
So you're saying you took a bath?
I took a bath. This is the aftermath. Was in there for hours.
Pruning?
Yep.
Well, if anybody takes a bath at this point with registration closed, it's more like showers. No more rebuys. What's Brewer working with? Jack 10, 7, deuce. Not worthy. Suited ace and a pair of eights. Perkusic laid it down. Watson. Open limps. Suited ace, 9s in a tray. Similar kit, by the way, to the one that we saw go into the bin from Perkusic.
Yeah, I think it's an idea to kind of limp more in PLO and tournaments with the shallow stacks. You can kind of contain the pot a bit, and you know, you got high equity hands taking post flop.
Or if you have top of range from time to time, you
Yeah.
can find a path to get it all in pre if somebody gets frisky.
Very true.
Capitan came along from the small, Laszlo from the big, as the round of checks brings another spade to the board, and Capitan does have at least a 6-high flush, which is the best hand.
Looks like the 6-high flush is good. Still was hard, one of those games was hard to extract value from these little flushes.
Set of queens on the end for Boitas here, but it's such a wet board in
14.
terms of the 3-liner and the spades, as he faces a bet of 14,000 into 32.
Well, it does make the call here. He's figuring, you know, a straight should be worried. Just a flush or nothing. Nice value bet there, 14K.
Seemed like a relatively good opportunity for
You rather choose
Capitan
right?
to try to steal one.
Yeah, I've just been doing one at a time as they come.
Yeah,
rather than try to do full.
You know what we need, Randy?
Tell me.
Sean Winter.
Sean Winter in a row.
Just add Sean Winter to any featured table,
relax
and it gets better. Certainly from an entertainment standpoint. Obviously, that's the #1 concern for us on the night shift. And I think those that are streaming us live right now would agree.
Can we get him in a robe
Don't get the
on
wind
our feature
resolve. It's
table?
like
My guess is
$1,000.
yes.
What for the
The wind resolve is insane. Yeah. You just will order like scrambled eggs and bacon. And like,
If I
oh, that'll
asked
be
him to
your
wear
bank
it,
account?
he knows that he would.
Make it happen.
Perkusic off of the second shortest stack in the room. Pitches it. Update from the outer tables. We did see Kevin Ing bust Randy. Santosh Suvarna also out of there.
What do you mean? We just started play.
I understand you have some questions and concerns about how it is that that happened, but it did. Dan Dvoris as the shorty, also out of there. As Bogdan and Brewer will play one, button V big. King Jack 10 all clubs, and Capitan again with a 6-high flush.
The same one, the 6-4 suited. Different suit though.
Now 4 to Broadway on the turn. Still no post-flop betting.
He improved. He's got ace king.
Big improvement, of course, as he goes runner, runner, full house. And with great comfort, delivers a barrel to a not very comfortable looking Jack 9 deuce rainbow, unless there's a king hiding back there.
Yes, otherwise I can't really see how he's going to continue.
Maybe another jack?
Could be. Hard to say.
The fact that he's thinking about it.
Yeah, it would have auto gone into the muck, right?
Maybe there's a queen.
Maybe, yeah, straight occasionally. It's a big bet. There we go.
Oh, and Brewer going to pay it off. Not sure we're ever going to find out what that 4th card was, unfortunately, as it didn't register on our RFIDs, and the mystery will remain. I suspect that the 6-high flush was good, Randy.
I think so. It's a tough one to figure out. Mystery. It's a reason it's a mystery.
Mike Haxton, now the shortest stack in the room. 18 bigs. You know, we're used to saying 18 bigs, Randy, and we know that that's a stack that in the 2-card streets we grind away with. But in PLO, it might just find itself sailing in there a lot faster.
Well, yeah, of course. And just because people tend to pot more post-flop, they've got high equity. And, I mean, how many bullets has Santosh put in? And, you know, it's just lots of blinds is much more shallow in this game.
How much you play, Daniel?
160.
160.
Got ace 9, 8, 6, double suited.
He is the Capitan now.
Comes in with limp. Something we've been seeing so far at this featured table. But Laszlo, he's going to kick things up here. He's got ace, queen, 9, 8. Suited ace.
AK lead raised up to 26,000 by Boitas, the limp rather, from Capitan. As we go to the flop, where an ace and a 9 and an 8 are shared in both holdings. It comes 2 diamonds, 2 kings, and a 5. Both players hit this 8. Gutter.
Looks like a very high chance of chopping it up. No player with a king.
Yeah, Capitan picking up the straight draw. As it's knuckled once more, board double pairs, and everybody's playing ace 8.
Ace 8. Sure. Take the chop.
Pretty happy to chop this one, I'd imagine.
Similar cards. Similar cards. It's fair. Very fair. I was double suited with just one suit.
There's a look at the chip counts brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Blinds at 4 and 8,000. Turkicic, second shortest stack in the room. Can we just... How come PLO things aren't happening? Randy?
You mean get it all in? Like,
yeah.
Don't you always have the nuts in PLO too?
Oh, speaking of which, I have the nuts here as the spa theme continues here on the night shift. Looks like we're going to be breaking a table, Randy, which allows us some time to bring it back to the desk for a little bit of Turkish tea, some lovely almonds, some other kind of nut, some chewy dried fruit, some fresh fruit as well here in the booth. I know you're anticipating some sort of strategic dialogue regarding poker, but it's about more than that at this point in the festival. It's been a stressful 12 days, much more so for the players than us commentators, but perhaps a little respite. I think we deserve it, Randy.
We deserve it. May I have my tea now?
Well, you could have had your tea the whole time that I was talking. Now I'm trying to have my tea. Come on. By the way, Randy's borrowing my glasses. I always bring a backup pair.
Thank you.
I gave you the cheaper ones, Randy, just for the record.
That means you own some cheaper ones.
Fair. That's an excellent point. You want to feed me that grape? Just feel free to say no if you don't want to do it, Randy. I'm just saying.
I thought about throwing at you, but I don't think you'd be able to catch it.
You mean like this?
Yep.
Okay.
In the mouth.
That was for you. No, not in the mouth, Randy. We should probably talk about something relevant at this point, shouldn't we? Do I leave it to you?
Laszlo's got all the chips at the summit by himself. Is that what you want me to tell you?
I don't know. Talk to us about something. I mean, for the love. Oh, how about second place from down under?
Eddie Tran.
Yeah.
He loves the PLO streets.
Somebody you know, by the way.
I barely
Tell
know
us the
him.
story.
I barely know him.
Okay. Go on.
I was at a shopping mall.
Okay.
He knew my wife, Selena. They said hello. And I was like, hello. And he's like, yeah, I go to the Triton stops. I play all the cash games down there. And he's like, I'll be at Cyprus. Ran into him.
How is it that he's at all the Triton stops, and yet you didn't know him as somebody who is as tenured as you are?
PLO.
Under
it's
your
card.
radar?
It's 4-card
Okay.
PLO. I have
so
no
a little
idea.
bit of VIP cash games.
Yes.
4-card PLO, a game in which you definitely want to be playing the nuts. Let's see. Andrei Lubovetsky, third in chips. Raphael Schreiner. That's one of the names that we hadn't really called thus far in the festival. Only other performances were 25K PLOs in the previous North Cyprus stop and this one as well. So kind of sniping the 4-card streets is Schreiner. That's okay. You're allowed. No biggie. What else we got?
We've got a familiar name there, Patrick Antonius.
Average stack, 425,000. You're right. The Finn is currently in 5th. Jason Kuhn, far be it from us to overlook the fact that he is still in the mix, along with Chris Brewer, the guys who were heads up in the 25K, 475 and 409 respectively. There is Stephen Chidwick, who was also at the final table of the main. You can see he's had a recent little uptick. Looks like he got the better of Santosh Suvarna in that exchange there. Don't think he's the man that showered him, though. As we get to scroll through the rest of what we got on our hands, how much longer? We have to sit up here and just talk, Randy. It's hard. You do it.
Okay.
Nibbling.
You want the No Limit specialist to talk about PLO strategy with the viewers.
Did you just call yourself a no-limit specialist?
Commentary specialist.
I'll take the latter over the former. The real specialist, obviously, always out in the arena at a Triton stop. Well, we somehow managed to get through 4 minutes of talking without really saying anything, as we're about to send it back down to further coverage after that table break. Only 2 tables remain. Eddie Tran will be the mayor of this one. 100 bigs in front of him. A mighty 797K. He's going to have his hands full with the likes of Antonius Kuhn, Brewer, and company as new faces are delivered to the mix. There is Eddie. Sun's out, guns out, Randy. Actually, sun's not out. It's the night shift.
He is always at the sun. Remember when I kind of just bombed his area? Like, just took it over that one day at the pier?
Oh, okay. I'm glad you specified at the pier.
All cards.
I wasn't really clear on
Sorry.
what you were referring to prior to that
Wrong
point.
choices of nouns, but okay.
Sits this one out as Perkashich. Kings and diamonds. Opens. Kuhn. Double suited ace, queen, 4 deuce here. Watson looking to join the party. Spades and clubs, king, queen, 9, 7, and then the 4-liner for Brewer, which doesn't rate to be interfering with much of the kit in front of him. Happy to stick another 8K in, given the price he's being laid. A 4-way pot, 72,000 in the middle. The queen 8 deuce board, giving Watson top pair. Checking it over to the same king queen, but with the benefit of the overpair in the form of kings for Perkashich. Queens and deuces for Jason Kuhn are going to be best for the time being.
Yeah, and looks like Jason's got position. It's always difficult to play 4-way pots in PLO. No flush draw present is nice for Jason, though. But it is the 2 kings that's going to come out firing the overpair. And he did come in with pot.
72,000.
Jason's laying down top
yeah,
and bottom.
You know, these kind of top and bottom or bottom 2 situations in the PLO streets, especially when there's so many of these inside wrap kind of things that could be lurking, tend to lack a future when the texture deteriorates.
I think the important part is there's also 2 people to act behind him. You heard Jason kind of go, oh yeah, he would have committed, but he didn't really want to commit with the other 2 people who could be trapping.
You're Maleficent.
Always.
Yeah, ace, queen, 4 deuce, double suited.
So a nice pickup there for Perkashich, which gives us an opportunity to revisit the theme of the evening, which is comfort, something that the folks over at Secret Lab are oh so good at delivering. In fact, over 2 million users today have got a Secret Lab in their own homes, but their latest Titan Evo 2023 is also the official preferred chair choice of many leading brands around the world. Check them out.
I've got an idea for SecretLab.com.
What is it? Integrated robe chair?
A Secret Lab bathtub. That'd be nice, right?
Secret tub.
A secret tub.
Yeah, okay. I see it.
There's a market there.
Built-in cushions, maybe jacuzzi jets.
Yes.
The kind of stuff that's a little bit more comfortable than having 3 of a kind in your hand, but nevertheless, given the strength of the suited ace and a bit of the blocker effects to any Broadway kit, Watson.
Definitely helpful.
Makes it 28.
Rubbish.
Declares rubbish. And Watson will be okay not to have to take a flop.
You guys use rubbish in your part of the world?
We recycle rubbish in my part of the world, Randy.
Yeah.
Environmental. Oh, you meant just
the
like from
terminology.
like yeah,
word, diction.
No,
We're having
trash,
fun
right?
down there.
Oh, I'm not. I'm
trash.
just tired, man. I'm definitely
Tired of winning?
well,
Garbage.
I'm staying out of Patrick's way. I just touched that card.
You tired of winning?
Yeah. Well, I'm not tired of winning. I'm just tired. I'll keep trying to do that.
Adjectives that one can use to describe the better part of the last 8 minutes of noise that's come out of my mouth, Randy?
Our mouths. Oh, I haven't said anything useful.
It is an incredibly fascinating game. Obviously, there is so much thought and research going into the 2-card game, but plenty of depth
I used to be really
to
good
4-card
at it.
as well.
There's no action anymore, so I'm rusty.
I feel like you got a glimpse of it in that Kevin Ing call with the 2 queens. Granted, one that didn't work out for him despite the fact that he was right in terms of both equity and current lead in the hand.
Yeah, definitely up more in short deck than I am in hold.
Meanwhile, Punsri Double
it was
suited.
really- there was like a crazy 3 span.
Kicks it off.
Every day.
One gap 4-liner for Watson. Flat call.
But it was just this. group.
Perkusic.
So we play live and then we play out.
In the big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think PLO is one of those games where when you kind of play it exclusive, you don't really want to play no limit hold anymore.
190 behind.
A lot more action in this game.
It really is addictive once you get a taste of it, as Watson is going to have the taste of a Broadway rap, while Punsri just has a pair of aces.
Yeah, a weak pair of aces with no backup, no gut shots, no backdoor clubs. Really just a weak hand.
Right.
If Watson puts a lot of pressure in, he could probably get this ace-jack in the muck.
Now, given the c-bet from Punsri, he can probably assume there is some ace and or king sort of stuff there, especially given he unblocks it. And he will take the conservative approach for the time being with the flat call of 20,000, of course, covered by Punsri. Now the board pairs with the king, and neither player is going to appreciate that development.
Especially Watson, right? He could be drawing dead potentially to like an ace-king. But very, very hard for Punsri to fire another shell here. We'll check. He's out of position, so him showing weakness here, maybe it's a sign for Watson to take a stance here. Might feel that ace-king will still try to extract value, given there are still 174k in chips behind. Looks like opportunity presents itself. Here we go. 40%er.
Easy math into 100K. Watson can really lean on ace-x here. Even the aces and sevens have been counterfeited.
Yes, especially this ace-jack 6-3. I'd be pretty surprised if he would to continue. This is not no limit hold'em. He's out. Nicely done.
Well, Sir Watts, so well known for his prowess in the two-card streets, showing off some of his tricks here in the four-card streets. And as I look back at his Triton track record on the Triton Poker Plus app, where he's got over 5.1 million in earnings, 18th cash, of course, coming today, 7th place finish in the 100K main. You do see he played the 25K already here. There was no PLO played in Vietnam. Also played it out in Madrid. Plays the short deck as well. Plays it all, Randy. Just incredibly well-rounded.
Yeah, just knows how to play everything. And you know, that's where you get max value when you come out on these trips. You know, you don't just show up for half and go home. PLO, short deck, you name it.
Shriner. Queens with clubs. Comes with a limp. Jacks with inferior clubs, which are performing very poorly against Shriner. Coming along. Now we'll see whether or not Eddie wants in. Got our
Maybe
answer.
he'll get a good price. Hit a set of 8s.
Well, 1-8 is going to be busy in Patrick Antonius's big blind as Perkusic double suited A little bit of range on that 9-high rundown. Limps, and Patrick says, let's take a peek. Ace 9-7. It's going to be bottom 2 pair for Perkashich. Just the gut shot for Patrick. Queens and jacks don't like what they're seeing. Little open-ender here for Eddie Tran, though, as it gets knuckled around to him.
Yeah, no one actually has a very strong piece on this board texture, even 5 ways, 4 cards.
Board pairs on the turn, and now Perkashich likes it.
Yeah, he's got bottom boat. Let's see if he bets. He does have 5 opponents, so maybe there's some value to be had.
Spade draws have developed for both Perkashich and Eddie. Of course, Daniel's boat doesn't need to hit any spades.
Yeah, I like the sizing he goes for, too. Given that he's got a boat, he's just trying to get these hands drawing to, like, flushes and straights. To get excited, drawing dead.
Sure looks that way, doesn't it?
Eddie's getting a little bit, might be tempted here. He's got open-ended. Oh, nice laydown. Sometimes you just know. A bit of sniff.
So you mentioned that we ran into Eddie on the pier.
Yes, we did. We did.
Out by the sea. Henry was not with us that day. However, the other day,
When's the due date, Mike?
Mr. Kilbane
Is that
said he went for a night swim
wait, never mind,
A
in the
night-
sea.
Is that a thing?
long overdue.
I wouldn't think it was a thing. If it is a thing, it strikes me as a thing of the unsafe variety.
Remember he was on your case for getting in an ocean in the daytime.
First week of July.
That was in Vietnam where he thought the riptide was going to take me out to sea.
So he thought this was safer in the dark nights.
For the record, if I were Henry, I would take my chances on me being swept out to sea. Seems like it would bode well for his future. Get me out of the way. Clear a path. But
It's crazy.
how does the man, who is all safety first, in Vietnam, go for a night swim?
Yeah, you just kind of don't think about it. And then
Does he have like night vision or something?
No.
I can't imagine. Clearly he made it out.
Chris Brewer
Weird, you come to
making
Triton,
it out.
Like, kind of like not much exists outside of
28K
the
open.
you know?
Yeah.
Takes it down.
You think he had floaties on or something?
I mean,
blunt wrapper there.
no, but floaty's probably not a bad idea. Especially given the man is nursing a broken wing.
Thank you.
He is, isn't he?
What are you doing swimming? Literally 4 broken
He's
ribs
bluffing you.
and a busted collarbone.
He's bluffing.
I pushed
There's
back
no-
on him. He's like, no, I did.
There's no way. His arm.
Listen, I'm with you. But, you know,
Did he dive into the water as well?
Ooh, that last
don't
one
think
went
so.
whoop right there.
I think
That
it was
strong.
more of a wade.
Okay.
Maybe he just like took his socks off and walked on the shore, and he called that a night swim.
Okay.
Blinds up to 5 and 10,000 as this pool gets a little deeper. Puntry. Aces with the diamonds. Everything on the up and up. As he open pots.
Good one.
That was a very high throwing chip.
A lot of practice.
Can you pass me the nuts, sir?
Are you referring to these, Randy?
Yes, yes.
I would say everybody at the table also.
Want the nuts passed to them?
Yeah. And then also the second nuts passed to somebody else.
Hear that?
I do. I can only imagine those streaming us right now.
Mm.
They too can hear that. Nobody's interested until it gets to Patrick in the cutoff. He'll limp in there. Let's see, Jason, suited ace and a couple of fives, happy to do the same.
A lot of limping.
Both blinds along for the ride to the King 9-6 board, where for Schreiner, it's a double gutter. For Punsri, the same story. Patrick with nothing more than a pair of sixes, and Jason with just the fives. After the round of knuckles, the nuts.
That's a casual check there, the nuts.
For Schreiner, for Punsri, a set of eights.
Wow, he checks too.
Yeah.
The nice set of eights.
Yeah, set of eights with backup.
Patrick's got nothing. Likely to check too. There we go.
And now the board pairs on the river as Punsri downs the 10-7 of Schreiner. Didn't bet the previous street with 50K in the middle, and I would imagine he's got the hunch that with some frequency, Kings Up might be lurking out there on the river, having improved to a full house.
He's trying to extract some value here with his straight. Was looking for the check raise on the turn. Punsri now. Eights full of kings.
Also going to be mindful of the idea that somebody might have been playing conservative given the coordinated nature of the turn with Kings Up, who have now made a better full house than these eights. And that, of course, explains the choice to flat.
Yeah, you have to be worried about bigger boats in this game. Otherwise, you're just got a pretty big leak. So understandable just call there with a weak boat.
Fairly uneventful one. And of course, with registration closed, the prize pool is set. Randy, probably should have talked about that at some point
during that
extended 4-minute snack session that we had. Only 6 players will be paid. 16 remain. Min cash, 71,500. Up top, 347K. One more heart than Eddie Tran would care for. This ace 10-10-9, but nevertheless, he will open.
It's always nice to have nutted flush draws. You know, drawing to inferior flush draws post flop is always not ideal in this game. Ace King 7 deuce in the muck wasn't suited. This is a 3x open, so Watson not getting as good of a price, but is closing action suited ace.
Yeah, that's the part of the hand that kept him involved, as a set of 10s for Eddie on this monotone board. Just the weak pair of aces for Watson. Checks it over.
Always scary to flushes just happen so much more often. Eddie's still gonna try to extract some value, protect his hand a bit. But Watson just doesn't have that much. Just inside straight draw and punish J drawing dead already. No good backup. 4 cards in the muck.
Randy, have you tried one of these oranges?
Juicy?
Extremely.
I would love to.
I'm not sure it goes with the Turkish tea, if I'm being
but
honest, but
I just want the audience to listen to me.
you really should start an ASMR Triton stream. Just like you
Look how
chewing.
It's huge.
Oh, now it's uncomfortable. Now it's like a 976 number.
The pulp is so delicious.
Randy, the night shift was such a kosher place until you made it deeply uncomfortable for everyone. Well, Perkashich hasn't really been able to get all that comfortable.
Just put it on the table or something. Yeah.
Given he's the second shortest stack in the field, but 22 bigs.
If I pull it and do it, I guess, right?
Gonna know how to handle it.
Very sunny Friday.
Shriner's queens. Pick up Brewer, who picks up a wrap on a king-high board. Shriner with the same queens he started with.
Not too good of a board for 2 queens, so we check.
Oh.
65.
7 on the turn, and
you see these reps just play aggressively.
Yeah, just willing to check fold. Check back and fold, I should say. Yes. Chris, figuring that he would have heard from the opposition earlier if there was something worthy lying in wait for him. Out of the Austrian. I don't think we've ever seen a tank top.
No, he's
add a feature.
Do you think he might be cold? Does he need one of our robes at all? Did he bring any other clothing?
I mean, he's got a robe in his room. The option was there.
You know, Aussies, they really just always wearing like flip-flops and everything too, no matter what day of the year it is. Shorts.
Is it a year-round affair, Randy?
Yeah, it really is. I'm almost freezing. Wearing robes year-round.
Is Eddie sporting an Australian winter tan?
I suppose.
No, you guys are lean on ozone out that way.
Oh, we are, aren't we?
Yeah, last I checked.
You know more about the country I live in than me. I realize.
Well, a better spade draw here for Perkashich. The opener, double suited. He has hit the 9 to go with that king-high flush draw. Punseri, of course, the inferior flush draw. Does have a gutter with the 10-6 and the 4-6.
Yeah, it's pretty tempting, of course, as he knows he's got a lot of perceived outs. Straight draws, flush draws for Punat. Maybe he takes a stance here. 65K in the middle, check through. Drop a 4. Punat also got a pair of 4s now.
You at all surprised to see Perkashich's reluctance to follow through on his open? With 9s and 3s and the spades?
He doesn't really have like nutted draws, and I suppose, and maybe he's trying to like get his opponent to make a play and put in more chips. Does have top and bottom, but you always fear like strong hands out there. Now there's a 6-5 that shows up too, so he can't really play too aggressively, I'd imagine, without a 6 blocker.
$42,000.
Well, he's contemplating making some kind of play. Okay, so he does come in with a check raise.
Now we've got our answer as to what Perkashich was up to, looking to induce, given the amount of kit that he's working with.
Yeah, and a lot of times in this game, they kind of like to wait till the turn to push in chips to kind of reduce the equity.
Obviously, that is not what Punsri wanted to see, but he knows that he does have some options in terms of the straight draws that he presumes to be clean. How often does he expect that this line from Perkashich is just a desperate attempt to try to take it?
Yeah, didn't have like nutted outs to him, so he's out.
That's good.
Nice play.
Very much so.
All flush blockers.
Yes.
Kind of unorthodox. I'm so used to seeing players bet their equity in pot limit Omaha.
Yeah, and like I was trying to say is that people tend to
double gut shot. Went to the gym every day. It's kind of
also try to get to the turn. Equities are lower. You got a equity advantage, a big one. Didn't pile on chips.
Yeah. Now it's is it better?
Yeah, way better.
No, I really like it. Yeah. Very convenient. Here it's only 1.5 hour drive.
Yeah.
So
That's I flew in on it.
Cool.
Yeah. It's annoying to have to go through the gate thing, but it's not that bad.
Punat with a few less chips than he had
Cool, yeah.
in that last one. Gets back involved. Suited aces, obviously. Always tempted to participate. Randy just able to make those nut flushes. Hope that somebody gets curious with a second or third nut flush.
Yeah, and it looks like he, got a set of sixes draw. It's kind of like two hold'em hands together.
8-8-10. Tran. Same sevens that he started with, plus a gut shot. Perkashich has hit the 10 nut kicker, and he's in the lead against Punsri's sixes.
Yeah, Punsri doesn't really have too much. Let's take a free turn card. King, clubs. That's going to give Daniel the nut flush draw, it seems.
So funny because when you play an 8-handed, you just have this like big ante. So just no matter how
Tran with the jack high flush draw decides he wants to be the man to bet.
Yeah, I noticed that he saw a round of checks on this flop, so he might think that 8x would want to bet given their straight draws out there. So if no one wants to represent the 8, I'll represent it myself.
Yeah.
And players can't really call with just naked kings too, because they could be drawing very slim. He's got blocker to clubs that can continue. With Daniel's hand though, just enough to make a call.
Very much does seem like the thought, as the bet is willing to thin the, or is able to thin the field, but unfortunately for Eddie, he's made his flush. Perkashich with the ace-high clubs.
Yeah, it's always awkward when you don't make like a nutted flush here on a paired board. Gonna play it cautious, see what happens.
There's 4 pot size open too, the ante counted.
Note the Tran situational awareness here with the pair on board and the fact that his flush is far from nutted. comes with the check, now faces this very milky 35K into 80, sub half pot.
It feels pretty milky, very dangerous.
He blocks the straight draws with his jack and his 2 sevens. Some of the combos.
Yeah, like the queen jack stuff. Looks like he is going to pay it off. Oh no, sorry. That was a time card. Tricked me. It feels like he feels he's beat, but then the price is pretty attractive.
Torn.
Good laydown.
Great laydown.
You need discipline in this game.
I think that's a great point, Randy, because it's so easy
Photo flush.
to just tell yourself, oh, okay, I'm getting the price. But as alluded to earlier, when Henry was at the desk, they just have it so often. And I feel like in tournament PLO, in particular, there's going to be a lot of that have it. Maybe even more so than the cash games. Not sure. Nevertheless, but a flesh wound for Eddie Tran. 764K still among the almighty in this one. Boytas, the only bigger stack at present anywhere in the room.
I'll count now. Just a second.
The phone should tell you.
Yeah.
I'll look at the app.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, I got it.
I have 351.
Very accurate, the phone.
It's better in math than me.
Yeah.
I'm not too good.
Asshole, man.
Jack high flush no good. Tell them the truth, you know. Not lying before. No need to lie.
Me too. I got you beat.
Yeah.
I'll let you know in an hour.
Well, action player's got 2 aces.
Yeah, I'm tired today.
Aces, no one 3-bet.
Tight is right.
Huh? How do you know?
Yeah, tight is right.
How do you know?
Patrick with the tightest right.
Twice.
If
When
I
I had-
know, I might just call actually.
You know you just call. Wow.
Yeah.
I raised 3 times and you 3-bet me twice. And I haven't got aces. I'm like, this time, do it, do it.
Hard to have them when you have them.
So you have it every time you 3-bet me.
It is interesting, Randy, and something that I've touched on in the past, but it very much feels like cash PLO. It's got the reputation for being the game in the room where all the chips are flying and there's a ton of action. On the occasions in which I've been in the booth for PLO tournaments, it seems very much like, I don't want to say the inverse, but a far tighter iteration of the variant. As the aces now slide over to Watson. No suits, but obviously ready to pot it.
Yeah, I agree with that, and that tends to be true for a lot of the games in general. Just cash games are splashier. People have got deeper stacks.
Would you say, though, that the disparity between cash PLO and tournament PLO, as we see Brewer flatting with the double-suited jacks, is bigger than the one between no-limit cash games and no-limit tournaments? Or same?
I'm not that experienced in PLOs, but it's hard for me to make a very confident statement here. But I do know that you can see the adjustments in play, right? Like, for example, notice how a lot of people are just opening with a limp in the Omaha tournaments. It's just kind of more unheard of in No Limit Hold'em. So definitely like containing the polymet aspect of the game also doesn't really allow people to just open jams, say pre-flop on flops. So it does kind of like create situations where the game is smaller and slower at times. Of course, when they're willing to commit the chips, it easily goes in. And then we also got to add the tournament aspect where your tournament life is pretty important. So that definitely comes into play. And it's a very different approach when we get to the final table with pay jumps in a PLO tournament than a no limit tournament, whereas PLO you kind of don't really want to get involved given that you always got some equity.
Well, Brewer bins it in the face of the follow-through from Watson, and you've got a little equity you can cash out from maybe a 401k or a stock portfolio. I've got just the place to direct those proceeds. Our official timekeeper partner, Jacob & Co., who are responsible for some of the gorgeous pieces that you see on your screen there, including, of course, our special collaborative timepiece earned by Jason Kuhn earlier today, courtesy of his victory in the 100K main. Such a watch enthusiast, I'm sure he will be thrilled to be adding that one to his collection.
Exclusive watch.
Not big enough for that rake.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes it is.
When you say you can't buy one, you can't buy one of those watches. No, unless someone is very desperate.
Right. It's going to take some real run back for one of those to hit the black market.
Sign me up for that one.
Yeah, Melbourne, Australia.
$200 a hand.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
crazy. Yeah,
long.
This is $250 an hour. And you know the VIP, they get you the room for free.
Yeah.
But they put two baccarat tables next to it. That's how they get you.
That's how they get the rake, right?
That's how they get the rake.
How do they get the rake?
They give us a free room, like in the high rollers room for free.
Okay. Nice.
They put two baccarat tables next to it.
Okay.
And we're like, we're not touching it.
Sure.
First day, we're like, yeah, we got the room for free. Second day, yeah, we got the room for free. The third day, everyone's losing,
That might be even smarter than the high rake to just put like a baccarat.
It's actually smart, yeah. Because what's rake, right? They get you on baccarat.
Making $4,800 an hour seems pretty fucking smart.
They always get you. Exactly. Eventually.
I suspect that Eddie's talking about the Crown Casino in Melbourne, your hometown.
I think so.
Randy?
Yeah.
I feel like you can make a lot more than you would raking a game by making sure you just keep the baccarat tables within eye shot.
Pot.
I want to say it was called the Redwood Room, the high limit room out there from my days playing the Aussie Millions way back when.
I don't know all the rooms, but there's a mahogany room.
That's the one.
Okay.
The mahogany room. I knew it was some kind of
The
tree. I was
redwood
close.
room.
Yeah. I just realized what
The
I did
palm
there, by the
tree
way.
room,
No,
like-
there was a bar at the Clift Hotel in San Francisco when I grew up called the Redwood Room. You said mahogany room, tree. You get it.
Yeah,
45,000. Ace, queen, queen, 10. 3 diamonds here. Eddie, looking for a table for 2 against Mike Watson's hand. He's performing reasonably well, but inconveniently, he's got Shriner cold calling from the small blind, no less. Real strength being conveyed by the Austrian's choice.
Really nice hand there, double paired, suited king.
Diamonds are smothered, of course, by Eddie. As
I see
Watson
a
makes the
deuce.
call as well, and it comes ace 4 deuce. Bottom set for Shriner, but obviously going to be wary of the idea that perhaps some ace-ace is lurking.
Definitely lurking in this game. Something to be cautious about, but it is a set of deuces in the end. Eddie here's got ace queen 10. Gonna try to thin out the situation.
Can't blame him. Comes with 35.
Could be a spot where he just plays aggressively here at bottom set. Not really worried about the 3-5 so much in the raise pot. Call as it is. Perhaps what you said about those 2 aces lurking in the back of his mind as well.
Watson does have the wheel gutter.
Yeah, the ace 5.
Only has 1 heart. Backdoor spades available as well. Price seems nice, so he'll take it. Still 3-way action to this turn. And what a turn it is for Mike Watson as he binks the wheel. Things getting less attractive for Schreiner, though he might not be assigning a whole lot of ace-5.
He might not
to the
be.
field, unless it was aces with the 5.
Yeah, but Watson was the limp caller, so he can definitely hit that range more than Eddie Tran. And Watson's got under pot remaining. He might just put chips in here now. He's up against 2 opponents.
We talked about what an equity denial exercise Pot Limit Omaha is, Randy.
Yeah, and you can see he's kind of glancing at his chips, starting to stack them up. Slide them in, 2 hands,
Hey, hold
3
up,
stacks.
I'm tired too, man. I have a headache today too. Can't handle the lights right now.
So Watson jams it. Eddie's holding, shriveling on the vine. And then it'll get awkward for Schreiner here. 201,000 for a shot at 461, and you see the pursed lips.
He knows.
What a turn.
Gotta let it go.
You both have aces.
Of course.
Not possible.
Of course. One ace, and aces are not all.
I know. Yeah. Just because he was unhappy about the turn.
Very unhappy.
Very.
I mean, he's.
Well, as always, a big shout out to those of you who are streaming us live on the Triton Poker Plus app on Twitch or on YouTube. As Poker Walrus is right now.
Just call.
Says Triton Poker is the greatest invention mankind has ever provided. I'm going to take the under, the wheel, not of course ace through 5 as demonstrated right there, but just rather the one that contributed to the advent of the automobile and so many other things. Probably a little more useful than a Triton Poker stream.
Better inventions than the wheel, though, right? Like, there has to be. I don't know. The stove? You can cook your food?
Randy, did you really just try to put a stove up against the wheel?
True.
Randy, we're talking about the wheel, man.
Electricity? How about that?
Not bad, but I don't think we get anywhere without the wheel. Literally and
We
proverbially.
can't get anywhere. Yeah, you're right.
By the way, Poker Walrus, shout out once more. He says he would leave his wife at the altar to watch a Triton stream. Don't recommend it for those maybe in a prenuptial situation. Try to avoid. Eddie Tran going to invite everyone to the altar with this ace, king 5. As his limp has brought company in the form of both kings and a double-suited 9-high rundown. Some interference from Punsri as the 2 blinds do improve nicely on this 10-7-3 board. It is bottom 2 for Punsri, along with a gutter. Watson with the spades. Gutter of his own. Both of them checking.
Patrick's betting here.
Yeah, Eddie checking as well. Antonius wants to see what's what.
The bottom 2 isn't really that strong right now in this 4-way pot. The backup is just an inside straight draw, lays it down.
What'd you say?
Only Watson's got the spade draw.
I'm already being made
Fortunately
fun of
for him.
One of my folds earlier.
Yeah?
Yeah, my buddy making fun of me. I mean, maybe it's that. I got some weird shit going on.
Antonius, of course, has that 10 with an 8 dangler. Also a part of his kit. Eddie's going to make the call here. Does have the dry ace of spades, Randy. Absolutely relevant. Turn now, giving Watson 2 flush draws.
So you can pick on me. You can steal all my blinds.
Eddie picks up the Broadway gutty.
That is not mine, but it looks nice.
A very dangerous board for all the players. You know, with the straight coming in, they're worried that they might not be able to see equity if they bet, so they check.
And then the 9 of spades rolls off. Watson has made the flush, but of course, with not just one but 2 callers, he might be asking himself whether or not it's any good. So, a check from Watson, and this is the kind of fork in the road for Eddie Tran. Randy, 4-liner on board.
I'll tell you, the ace of spade is crossing his mind right now.
Very much so, and into 150. He is going to fire 80,000. It looks a bit milky, doesn't it?
It looks pretty credible, too. Patrick here also has to worry about Watson, so he just has a straight.
And remember, Eddie, as the pre-flop raiser here, does rate to have the suited ace kind of stuff in his range.
Of course.
So you see Antonius getting away. Despite making that jack-high straight, will Watson fold as well? He will.
Tran.
Great execution there.
I'll tell you, he was the one unexpected to win that pot 3-ways on that flop.
Mm-hmm.
This is mine too, right?
Yeah.
Surely Patrick isn't doing what I think he's doing, Randy.
Lamb chops? Is he? He just aggressively stabbed something.
I'll tell you what, I was kind of milling around prior to the resumption of play and observed Patrick attacking red meat in a heavily carnivorous and violent fashion. Felt compelled to take a selfie video. Once he realized what I was doing, I said, "Still, buddy, always." He said, "Yeah, lucky lamb, double lamb. Why mess up the winning strategy?" Obviously, I'm in stitches. Posted it to my IG stories. Truly putting a dent in the lamb stocks here on an island, it must be said.
I thought it was odd there wasn't any lamb at the buffet today. I was looking. Could not find it. Just fish. And Chinese food.
Is it odd, though? It was crazy because I think somebody else was asking Patrick, how is it that you keep getting this dish, which isn't on a menu, here in the poker room, tournament area? And he said, "I have a hookup. Let me know." Perhaps the lamb has been set aside for Mr. Antonius. Mr. Punsri, more lion than lamb as he makes it 40 to go.
132.
Okay, Watson getting at Punat Ponsri. Seen him open raise quite a few times. Not necessarily put him on just big hands.
Looking to quiet the roar pre-flop with the 3-liner. Double suited. That's a lot of weight to be borne on the shoulders of a man with 166K back. And Punsri will fold. Hall went in, stretch it out. Guys do seem to have a little bit less in the tank right now than they did at the onset of this festival. Obviously, they love it. The opportunity to play an event or two a day. Back to back to back days, extending across over 2 weeks. But it can become too much of a good thing.
I mean, you've heard like Jason and Chris Brewer saying they're tired, but you know, they gotta keep grinding on.
This is the life they've chosen. As Schreiner has chosen ace, queen, jack, 6 with the clubs to open to 25.
You gotta give respect to the guys willing to just play the full schedule, though. You know, we've got some no-limit pros. They're already gone home now. No Limits done today.
Yeah. You can get some autographs at the Larnaca Airport.
Just waiting for them.
No doubt. Plenty of poker talent making its way through security. Perhaps being asked a few questions about why it is that large sums of cash are contained in their carry-on.
What is this trophy of yours?
Less of a concern, I would imagine, for the screeners. 10-6-5 here. As Watson
Catch game or play
came
for
along,
weekends.
of course, with the double-suited three-liner. Ace-high spades.
But it's fun, these tournaments.
I actually like it, yeah.
It's relaxed.
Yeah.
Some difference.
I never knew I can actually fold hands.
Yeah. Like
Shriners check on the heels of the pre-flop open, leaving Watson to deliberate how he wants to approach a gutter. And a pair of sixes, which are outkicked for the record. Comes with the check back, now a jack on the turn, giving Shriner Jackson sixes. Watson an improvement to his straight draw.
The 9-8 straight draw is always kind of scary, because especially in this game, because let's just say you hit a queen, your opponent's holding ace king, you just lose a lot of chips. You can even hold just king 9.
They're buying a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I think so. Like
Yeah.
50K makes more.
Yeah, 50K, 100K, had 3 or 4.
Or maybe, yeah, like...
Just a really weak draw here for Watson. Takes the free card.
Maybe like 100K, maybe then feel
Does not improve. See whether or not Shriner's going to
Not that good, you know.
hunt value or block bet 80 in the middle. Obviously, some of those little wraparounds.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to extract a lot of value here. Might be thinking there's more value in checking to induce, but block bet, of course, is reasonable. Block bet we go.
I'll think about it, I don't know yet.
Oh, sizable.
Yeah, I think he was pretty comfortable that Watson wasn't flatting with that part of the deck pre, although from the button, obviously.
Yeah, I suppose like a bigger two pair like
Some
Jack
options.
10, which is exactly just Jack 10 with a bet to turn in position. Good point.
Too far from everywhere.
So far. It's beautiful there.
Yeah, I like it there. Lucky poker, there's plenty of poker there.
Yeah.
It's mine?
Yeah. I've only been once to play, but it was amazing. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, Aussie Millions was always my favorite tournament.
Yeah.
That one I went to.
The pity is no more for the time being.
Why not?
Licensing.
Didn't you win that, Mike?
No, no.
It's really unfortunate.
They got licensing issues, money laundering.
Can't keep
that
track.
But is the casino
All the
still
tourneys
offering
you've
poker?
won.
Wasn't that
I'm
one?
not quite sure, but
Did okay.
So it's all private though.
they're too strict. You can't play 2
Nothing
days
in the
straight.
main.
You can't play more than
Okay,
12
then.
hours.
Yeah, yeah.
Maximum you can play is.
I had one run. I had one run in the main. It
But
was
you can't,
it was pretty.
organize tournament.
That's
I feel like a
too
lot of people had a
restricting
big
for
run
something
in
to
that
run.
main. It was so
Yeah.
well structured.
Yeah.
Jason Kuhn. Aces
Forgot for
and
help.
spades. Apparently
Forgot for help.
I was
has
making sure
scarred
I was
producer James
raising the right amount.
in
Or not
reference
the
to
amount I intended to raise.
Yeah.
Can't say if it's right or wrong.
that run he had at the Aussie Millions, topic of conversation
Depends what you have.
moments ago. Dempsey saying
3-3-3-3. Is that? I already have quads.
he got
so
knocked
get out of
out
the
by
way.
James.
He got
You
showered.
gotta fold it.
Showered.
You're lying. Look, there's a 3 here.
Damn it.
No shame in it, producer James.
Snap fold.
Man's one of the best
You
in the
already
world.
know what I have.
That's been proven many times
I'm
over.
folding the
Can we
hand
give
I
him a
just told you I was
bathrobe?
folding.
He had one.
Commemorate the fact that he was showered.
What you
Yeah.
have.
Yeah.
4 cards.
I have
Perhaps
4
an
really good
Australian
ones.
bathrobe.
Go figure.
One from the Crown.
Do the
Gift shop.
toilets actually flush in a different swirl in Australia than they do?
Yes. Yes. I don't know.
I'm so glad I didn't just bite, because there was like, I don't think you've been that sure of anything you've ever said to me, and all of a sudden it was just weird. I'm like, really, Randy? That doesn't seem like something you would pay attention to.
I would love to know.
Pay tax.
How much?
Someone in the chat must know.
Half your stack.
drink.
Half your stack. Half your stack.
those apps all games.
I'll play pool deck too.
No pillow. No pillow. Why though?
They just were never interested in it, so I just always did what the market
Oh.
did. You know, like
It's interesting that they love short deck and they prefer hold'em and they don't like pillow at all.
I think there's something about like
Double suited.
hot limit short deck, which is a much
Was
better
Prince-Ree.
game. Way better.
That's a good looking hand. King, Queen, Jack 10 suited.
Absolutely, the kind of stuff that does like to activate.
Sucks, right? But they might like it. I've played it.
I mean, he's seen Punat Punch. He already raising. Wow, just lays it down.
Rocket and in with aces.
Okay. Respect. Although Punsri
I'm shocked.
Punsri just has like 2 no limit hands combined. King 8, 5, 4.
Button is good.
Yeah.
It's
really cool.
Yeah, you guys should try
Takes it down.
I didn't think this one was going to end pre-flop given Brewer's kit there, but Chris with a PLO title.
There was a small click for a
Knows
while.
what
and
he's
I've been
doing out
hopeful
here.
I'm finally going to get to play it, learn it, but it just fizzled out really quick. So, I mean, I love just playing PLO. It's so much fun.
So we got short deck coming
Oh,
up
it's so
later.
good, yeah. One of these
And
days,
we
if I ever
reference
get a chance to get around to it. I'd really like
no
to.
limit is full deck. Is PLO also full deck, or is there another term for it?
No.
It can't be fuller because it's the same amount of cards, right?
Yeah.
Definitely doesn't actually have the nuts.
We'll just call it PLO, Randy. Long deck, short deck, and PLO.
Yeah.
Mid? No, you can't go mid. Huh. Half? No, can't do that either.
What have I done to you, Randy? Watson trip aces here, along with hearts.
Triple aces.
Yeah.
At least it's suited. Ideally,
yeah,
he
the
gets
Badoogie
3-bet.
aces or trip aces are not great.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you're playing high doogie. Don't.
No
even
idea
ask.
what that is.
Yeah, I barely do.
Like you're
And I-
high while playing. I don't know. Just so
No,
sounds like an
no,
odd.
that's not what it is. 42K Open is flatted by Eddie, who unfortunately has his heart smothered despite being king high in that department. Double suited though with some real reach. Now Perkashich. Kings.
Well, he's thinking on making a stance here, I assume.
Mulling.
Got some suited king. That 316K stack under 30 blinds. No, just gonna pitch it. Nicely done, because if he'd put in more chips, he'd be in trouble.
Sure would.
Now it's not.
They're playing pretty deep stack, so this could get awkward on some
Yeah.
funny boards for Watson.
114,000 in the middle. Of course, Tran has him covered. The Queen 10 deuce board as Watson binks the 10 dangler. Backdoor Broadway and Heart prospects. Tran, of course, open-ended. Might be assuming there's an ace or two blocked by Watson. So often those aces are contained in the pre-flop raiser's range here. Watson, 57,000 the bet.
Yeah, south of half pot. Maybe Eddie Tran takes one off. Backdoor hearts, backdoor diamonds. Sees the weak bet. Loves to play post flop. Here we go.
Position, obviously a big part of this for Eddie. And I think Watson would have been much happier to take it down then and there, although the turn now delivers flush draws to both players.
Yes, a very good card for Watson, of course. He's got that backup with his two aces. And for Eddie, it looks like an amazing card, right? He's got an open-ended straight draw. He's got the backdoor hearts of a good backdoor hearts, king. Watson's just going to keep betting pot. It is. Eddie's only got 10% in his hand. Usually he thinks the hearts are good.
Although some combos, again, we mentioned ace-ace or the suited aces that might have barreled here. Those Broadway rundowns, real fan favorites. Maybe it's Queen 10 with an ace-X of some sort. And the hearts, he knows that the possibility is there. Now a 4 on the end, and the aces turn into wheel blockers. You really don't expect to see much 6-3 in Eddie's range.
So this is just a pair of aces. It's good, but seldomly like just one pair is good in this game on a full run out, especially with this amount of chips in there. He's only got 119K behind. There's 684 in the middle. Eddie just has high card. Does he take a shot at this? Maybe thinking his opponent's on some kind of high card hand? No, he gives up.
We got our answer pretty quickly, and I think if Watson were deeper,
then you can think about it.
Eddie could think about it, but with that SPR, he just doesn't expect that there's going to be a whole lot of hands that would have barreled 2 streets and then given up on the end.
Right, exactly.
So a fairly sizable blow dealt to Eddie Tran. And that will leave him disconnected from the top of the board. Spots like that one and so many more can be explored on the GTO Wizard app. It's #1 for poker players. Start crushing at gtowizard.com/Triton today. Analyze your played hands, practice by playing versus GTO, and study any spot in the game. Enjoy it entirely free for 24 hours and even get a 10% discount on your first purchase, or maybe pick up one of our 5 premium giveaways. Head over to gtowizard.com/Triton and take your game to the next level.
Hot. 48, 54.
Watson limping after working his way into 3rd and chips on the back end of that one. Brewer potting it with his kings. Comes Queen 10 deuce, and the Kings have picked up a wraparound for dessert. Watson, though, has got a gutter and the nut diamonds.
148 in the pot, correct?
After calling the pre-flop pot from Brewer, who's got position on him. Watson checking it over.
Yeah, with that little wraparound is looking pretty good for Brewer. Did request how much was in the pot. 138K confirmed. Usually you're willing to splash in chips with a good draw and a nice overpair. Watson, no, not flush draw. The little gut shot is not that good in this spot, given it's a raise pot. So there's a good chance that Brewer's got like ace-king in his hand, so if he hits a jack, it could be, you know, in a world of hurt. Gonna try to hit that nut flush.
What did he say?
90 ahead, putting another 180 into the middle, and the board pairs. Not the card that either of these hands wanted to see.
A really disastrous card for Chris Brewer, of course, if he's up against some kind of queen is drawing. It's just bad news for his 2 kings, of course. Would be more looking for a straight. Check through it is. Let's see if Watson can pounce on this.
Yeah, Super Brick River. Although we touched on that idea of equity denial, Randy, and with that sopping wet turn, you wonder whether or not one of these two guys wouldn't have been speaking up if that was a card that helped them. Especially if all you got is trip queens in that spot.
It
all
was
the straights, all the flushes.
A very quick turn check around. It's crossing Watson's mind if his opponent was boated. Might he think about putting a small bet at least? Does check. 2 kings is good. We'll win this pot.
Check.
Ace high.
Nice big pot there for Chris.
Yeah. Got 1 street on the flop and then shut it down on the end, able to table the 2 kings for a winner. And you can immediately see Watson wondering if there wasn't a means by which he might have been able to take that one away.
Yeah, he was a bit worried that his opponent had some kind of queen that just can't lay down, given no straights got there too.
But it was like super easy because I just had a sick. It was like no marginal pre-flop spot.
Nice.
Yeah.
You made runner up, right? Yeah.
Yên đâu à?
I just bought him. Got aces a lot.
Yeah, your friend busted me.
Yeah.
Like 0%.
Máu đó phải chung độ.
Randy, translations?
Pie means cards. New word for you today.
Yeah, but what did Eddie say, Randy? All you know is he said the word cards?
Something.
Which, by the way, you're a favorite to just be making up.
No, I guarantee you something pie.
Banana
Something
cream?
Okay. Banana cream pie.
My favorite.
Is that your choice?
Yeah.
No, it's the apple pie. You're American.
Kind of.
You've seen
Watson in the big.
Kind of.
Jason,
That's what I say.
letting him take the flop with the Jack 8, 6, 5, and hearts, which have turned into a pair, and the Jack high flush draw. Now, courtesy of a round of checks, it turns into the flush. As Watson, it's a queen, had a gutter.
Took a peek up there. Time to protect his hand against 2 pairs. Extract value from weaker flushes. There we go.
That's pot, yeah. Look at this. I'm tired. That seemed like that worked out.
You can just put more chips.
Jason ending it.
Oh yeah, that's easy too. That's easy too.
That spot.
Or you can just say pot, huh?
Yeah. But if you don't want to say anything, I mean, it's easier.
Yeah.
I know it's a bit premature to have this conversation.
No, you feel low
Randy.
players are really
Hit me.
Not.
Man's got 2 titles and a second under his belt already.
I figure that
Seems like a feat
Definitely
that's going to be hard enough to top.
Yeah.
But imagine if he wins his 8th overall Triton title and his 3rd at a single festival.
Yeah.
As if it wasn't impressive enough what he's done.
What?
That, to me, is going to be an absolutely almost impossible act to follow.
If you had told me that he was going to win 3 titles at the start of this trip, I would have said impossible. But it's definitely a reality now, especially in the game he's a specialist in. He's won the short deck main event multiple times. I think it's 3.
Think
there's a chance.
I think Jason mentioned 2.
2?
Short
Was it
deck
2?
main events under
Okay.
his belt. You can take a look as we take the Ace King Queen 3 in against Ace 8-5 deuce.
He's got the heart. He's gonna bluff that.
Shriner's button against Brewer's big.
Big-handed, huh?
Eights and deuces along with the wheel gutter for Brewer, who's going to check it
You
over.
got a heart, he'll go with it.
Just a pair of threes for Shriner, who will check back. Turn doesn't hit either player. Still no betting. Now a very wet river in the form of a 9 of hearts. Eights and deuces looking worse and worse. Not a single heart in Shriner's hand.
2 pair.
Written all over his face.
All right, so let me tell you.
Yeah.
2018 Montenegro, he won. His very first Triton, by the way. Won the main event.
Beautiful blocker.
Short deck?
Short deck,
Beautiful
correct.
blocker.
And then in 2019 Jeju, also won the short deck main event for 22 million Hong Kong.
Feels a little bit like you're going to tell me he won a third.
Not in short deck, but
It's most fun if I try
at that
calling
Jeju 2019 stop, he actually took down 2 titles in the No Limit Hold'em event. I would think he would know his track record better than me. So he was right. Just 2 titles in the short deck main, but impressive, nevertheless.
You don't have to that big against that, I guess.
No doubt about it.
My hand wanted to shovel it in.
Yeah, just missed it.
How many total lambs do you think Patrick has
just consumed this trip?
How many chops are available in any given lamb?
30. 30 minutes? Or 15 minutes. It's
He's
in
kind of
30.
the Hannibal Lecter of Triton.
Yeah, that's why I keep
Given the number of lambs that have
Everybody
been
thinks I'm
silenced,
praying or something.
courtesy of his dietary choices.
What would you set the line at,
But it's so
over
good for the
under,
lights
for
there,
number of pieces of lamb he's consumed this whole Triton series?
Pieces of lamb, I'm not sure. I'm still after how many chops are in a lamb. Do you think Google knows?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Why don't you? I'm going to stop engaging in this one.
Eddie Tran. Not going to stop engaging. Out of the big with the 4-card rundown. Wants to pump it up to 48,000. Bit of a bruised stack after the exchange with Watson.
Yeah, the 4 connected ones are ones you can really play aggressively if you flop a piece.
So both Brewer and Watson come along. The ace-8 tray board does give Eddie a pair of 8s, but nothing more.
It's a scary one. Looks like he's still going to reach for chips, and this should get it done.
You know, it's funny, Randy, just the line that he has taken is often associated with the big ace Broadway rundowns, maybe some ace-ace, given that he could have just checked it back out of the big blind, chose to put more chips in, and this 75K is going to get through, as kings and jacks obviously cannot continue. Nice timing there.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to watch. He's very aggressive.
With 8, 8, 10. 9, 9, 7 now. It was 8, 8, 10 king.
Eddie Tran is nice.
The one that I have 10 high
Randy.
club.
Where? There I have.
Played the 25K Turbo No Limit and the 200K Luxon Pay Invitational. Didn't cash, but then all of a sudden we put 4 cards in his hand. Sure enough, final table, 4th place finish in that event that Brewer won and Jason Kuhn finished 3rd in.
He had told me that he hadn't played 2-card No Limit Hold'em for years, let alone a tournament, like even longer, maybe 10 years or at least. But decided this was his stop.
Pretty remarkable. You know who finished 3rd in that event, by the way?
The PLO?
Yeah. 25K.
Santosh?
No.
Okay.
Daniel Perkasic.
Oh.
Keep your eyes on him.
What about second?
You already know. Jason.
All right. It's the late shift.
Are your eyes open under those sunglasses?
There's a reason they're on.
Watson, very much with a reason to take it up to 70,000 with aces and clubs. Kuhn clubs of his own. Got himself a problem. Limp folds. Scale of 1 to 10, how ridiculous do we look right now, Randy?
I got him. I got him.
Yeah, we were hunting a fruit fly.
Just fruit scenarios make sense.
We're focused.
What was your question? How ridiculous do we look?
It's too late, Randy.
I had a few photographs taken.
I think the robes were a big hit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there was a member of the press corps in the room that didn't want to make their way over and capture the moment. Six players looking to capture a cash here.
I'm thinking tomorrow when we wrap this tournament up, everyone's in robe at their featured table, and we're just in suits.
No, no, no. No more suits. I've gone robe. I'm never going back.
You've gone robe.
Play on words. There is Perkasic, the aforementioned bronze medalist in the 25K PLO. Wants to tangle with the Finn. Jack 8-8. Gutter. Nothing really more to speak of in either camp.
Yeah, no piece for either player. Round of checks.
4. Good for 8s and 4s for Perkasic, which is more than we can say for Antonius's hand, as he does pick up a gut shot. 2 checks in front of him, blind v blind. Content to check back. Fails to improve.
Well, the 4s are good unless Patrick wants to try and represent something, and he does not.
Speedy third check there from Perkasic,
Yeah.
but
YouTube edge.
Patrick not biting.
Here. This is his life.
Sorry?
This is his life.
I think Eddie just turned on the stream and saw us in robes and was like, nope, I'm out.
But I think it's the same. They just stream it. So.
If Eddie saw us in robes, he would have called a member of the staff over and been like, would you do me a favor? That looks comfy. Set me up.
The man in the tank top.
It's got to be freezing out there. Tran, aces. It's got those wheel card danglers.
Yeah, always nice with the 2 aces. It is suited.
Would
Hoping
obviously
for
rather have the aces
of
suited,
course.
but
You'll take it better than not suited.
That's a good card.
no customers.
3-bet you high. When you have aces. You're right, Patrick. Very hard to have it when someone else got it.
It's hard to have it then.
No, no, why? When I haven't got aces, they've 3-bet me. So from now on, I want to raise with aces only. Because every time I raise with no aces, they've got it.
Sig last time.
They've got it. I know, huh?
You always had an ace, right? So
Yeah, like ace king run down.
yeah.
Every time someone 3-bet me,
Queen 9-8, they had aces. It's
boom, they got aces. And you remember, right,
I
Jace?
think it was 4 or 4 times.
4 times in a row, like what?
I remember you having a couple of badoogies.
Now, for those that don't know the term Badoogie, Randy,
You did run into aces a lot.
You want me to tell you what a Badoogie
well,
is?
you're the analyst, Randy. I know you don't play it like I do, but you know what it is.
It's when the 4 cards
I
are
found you cracked one
different
day.
and different
Yeah.
suits.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Get aces long.
4 unique cards in different suits. Although, for the purposes of a PLO Badoogie, you could still be paired.
What is it, like once
They
every...
would still call that a Badoogie, I think.
So what is it, like
No?
once every 80 hands or something?
They just mean like 4 unique suits.
I didn't understand it.
Oh, so it doesn't need to be...
I mean, technically, if you're
I feel like it's
playing
gotta
the
be
game
more
of
than that,
Badoogie,
right?
it does,
Really?
but
I have it 3 times already.
I don't know.
Hold'em's 1 in 221. I just feel like getting 4 cards, it has to be more than 1. I don't know. I have no idea. It just feels like 1
You
in
think it's
50.
like 1 in 50?
150.
It might be 1 in 50.
Something like that.
I knew it at one point, but it's very common.
Badoogie flop
There's also stuff like double suited aces have a
in a
flop
4-way
draw
limp pot,
40%
where
of the time,
Jason's
which
got
is not
himself
really
a
good.
set of 8s up against a bad open-ender as he and Schreiner
Top set.
both check. Top set for Watson, though. And this is a dangerous development for Jason as Mike.
Must be running good then. I got aces twice in 1 round.
That's the 25.
It's a great board for a set of 8s. You know, no flush draws present. Charge those straight draws, those rappy type hands. Just a disaster. How little equity does he have?
You see it, 9%. Some backdoor clubs. Check raise to 130. And they're playing 243K back.
There's a lot in there. It wouldn't surprise me if Watson just pushes chips in now. Seems like
Yeah,
Jason
force
wants
the
his
straight
pot.
draws to pay.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
2.5%
Given how much
chance
is
to get
remaining.
aces, so once every 40 hands or so.
I suppose he's just thinking if
Sounds right.
there's a chance Jason just folds if he happens to jam.
Including trips and quads. But
He doesn't think so, so he jams.
Yeah, and you can see Jason, kind of a smirk. Knew the top set was certainly within the realm of possibility.
Got backdoor quads.
Backdoor quads.
clubs.
True.
Clubs.
Is there any straight potential? No?
Yeah, well, there's always some kind of secret equity.
Yeah, there's no straight.
No straight.
You just got clubs and quads.
Doesn't feel like the one.
Club's not going to happen anymore as the ace comes off. Pure one-outer for Jason Kuhn. And there will be no third title for the time being as his run here in the 30K comes to a close.
Am I allowed to say he's unlucky?
Good day.
Hell no.
Unlucky, mate.
He'll be the last person to tell you that he's been unlucky in every facet of his life. Jason has been incredibly blessed, and he makes no bones about it.
Is someone doing this? Like, what?
Beautiful wife Bianca, happy healthy boy Callum, cheering him on.
He's got a new
from
one
back in Las
incoming.
Vegas, and yeah, number 2, right around the corner, just a couple of months away, he said.
GG Jason. See you in the short deck streets soon.
Did you say you don't play Omaha?
I don't play much anymore. I have played some Omaha in my day, but my Omaha days were quite a ways back.
Seems like you still got it.
Flop and top, yes. Yeah, you never forget how to
played
flop.
the queen. Played the queen, 9.
Still know how to flop a top set.
Yeah. You know?
I mean, pretty good skill.
You still know how to dodge 3 aces.
Oh, my aces were doing a lot of work, I imagine.
Yeah.
Raise the pot.
I was hoping for a heart too, but you got the heart covered.
How about the spin up, by the way, for Watson as we see Antonius
Bad shape.
potting it from the button. Schreiner with definitely one that could consider a little playback.
Yeah,
And
definitely
there it
helps
is.
to have the suited ace as well to go along with this ace king jack.
I was going to say that Watson had sub 200K. Now, second in chips overall with over $1 million. Epic spin up here with 12 runners left. Now, the 3-bet to 180,000 comes back around to Antonius. It's a big ask.
You can just take a lot of flops in position when you got a reasonable hand here.
He seems to agree.
Look, he still has 40% equity.
390 in the middle, just 158 back for Patrick, which covers Mr. Schreiner on the queen 9-3 board. Patrick making top pair, taking the lead, wrapping around the 3 of diamonds, and yet Schreiner is going to stick it in there on the strength of the gut shot and the backdoor spades. Patrick says, I cannot fold, recognizes the overpair was potentially lurking, but will be thrilled to know he has 65% with 2 to come.
King or 10?
Yes. Or spades.
Or 2 fours. Spade. Or 4
2 fours. I think
Spades.
a 4
or
would spice it.
5 deuce.
I need a queen. Come on, deuce.
At least something, right?
Ooh.
The king on the turn. Schreiner now taking the lead with the better 1 pair holding. Patrick needs to make trips or a set. Queen or 5 there? No, it's an ace.
That's a good one for me.
Runner, aces and kings as the Austrian will haul in 634K and leave Antonius with vapors.
Completely misread.
Well, a special shout out to Shambhala Jewels, the official partner of the Triton Poker Series, who crowns our poker champions with exquisite men's jewelry. Shambhala Jewels creating high-end designs with diamonds, precious stones, and 18-karat gold that are braided and polished by hand in Copenhagen, Denmark. Check them out at shambhalajewels.com today. I think we'll also accept tomorrow, later on in the week, whenever you find time and a spare few K. I think that's kind of the minimum you need to get involved.
I think we looked it up once. I think it was more.
I said a few K.
Okay.
Thank you.
On the poker tour.
Thanks. But it's easy to have after winning. Lucky or
No,
not.
you always had it. Even when you're losing.
I think I would push back on Eddie and say his is one of the best smiles on tour.
You must
A
be
tour
new to
that
poker.
he's a newcomer to.
Because usually in a tour for too long, they get grumpy.
That happens when you only play the PLO events, you're much happier. You know?
Yeah, like
Yes.
People are not
like
too
me, I'm
serious.
happy. I hardly ever play. Yeah.
If you look at the Hold'em tournaments, it's
Oh, they don't talk to you. They stare at you like. Yeah, Omaha is more friendlier, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
Boys all towing the line.
Yeah.
PLO marketing department working overtime.
The most serious Omaha table I've been at for a long time.
Yeah, in between. In between.
In
yeah.
cash game you don't have.
Cash game, oh,
Everybody's-
great. Everyone's like. Very different. Everyone calls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lose, rebuy.
Looks like we got Chris Brewer popping up to 2 kings in the big blind. It was limp, opened by Schreiner. Just 8-7-7-4. But the queen jack 10-8. Potentially a spot he can make a stance.
Yeah, he's got the chips to play post and be a threat to Brewer's 443 back with this 1 gap 4-line rundown that has turned into just a pair of 8s, rather disappointingly for him. Brewer with a gutter and the overpair in kings. Quick check back. To the turn we go. Now things are looking considerably better for Watson as he picks up the big wrap.
Yeah, you know, Watson might take a stance here. He sees his opponent check. There's an obvious straight out there in the form of 6-7 that an overpair would have a lot of trouble putting in more chips. Could be a nice spot for a semi-bluff, and indeed he comes in with it. Quick fold for 2 kings. I think Watson remembers how to play this game.
Like riding a bike. $11 runners remaining here in the $30,000 pot limit Omaha. Blinds 10 and 15,000 with the 15K ante. And while we haven't been at his table, Laszlo Boitas has kept busy
I was having a break now. I'm on
at the only other table. 1.15 million plus in front of him. Watson narrowing the gap actively. Only one other 7-figure stack in the room right now. Belongs to Andrei Lyubovietsky.
I think we started 9-handed last time.
Big drop off down to
8-handed. I think
4th and beyond, as Patrick is now the shortest stack in the room. Just 2 bigs, of course, after that disastrous altercation with Schreiner. In it sails with a suited ace. Predictably.
Kings for Brewer again, but Eddie's got ace king 10-3.
I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind.
Eddie gets to close the action here too. Very reasonable hand for him to play. Gonna repot it.
What I mind. I don't mind.
Brewer downs the kings.
Pretty incredible that Tran would help himself to that 90K.
Egregiously bad fold against that.
As Brewer's 3-bet doesn't allow him to take the flop, and you see him lamenting his choice to muck against the ace-king 10-3, which he was performing well against. He has to assume that Tran's range there is going to be pretty narrow if he is willing.
He thought it was pocket aces.
Yeah, most of the time.
Took advantage.
That's what we would expect. As it comes 10-8-5. Patrick with the mantra, I don't mind.
Even king is a sweat. Wild one.
He's behind. What's a pair of 10s for the time being and remains that way on the turn. Antonius.
Pretty good though.
Queen Jack 9. Needed here and now. And instead, he makes a pair of 6s.
GG.
I just take the chip lead if I just put.
So the Lamb was not lucky enough this time around.
Yellow tough game.
Yes, Patrick ends his run in 11th. And we creep closer to the money bubble.
Really well timed there by Eddie Tran, getting the 2 kings out. Kings would have held of Chris Brewer.
I think it was the same in the
And we play until when?
Antonius, 4 cashes already at this festival. 3 for 3 in his first 3 events, by the way. And then, of course, that epic 3rd place run in the Luxon Pay Invitational really outperformed his stack at that FT.
It's just a fold. You really fucked me, Dale, man.
Sorry?
So you really fucked me, Dale.
What's your fold?
Kings.
Yeah, tough.
I mean, I almost never have a fold, Dale. That's sad.
Thank you.
Chris is a little bit annoyed at Tran showering him there.
Yeah, it's been a rough day for Chris. And some big decisions.
Just doesn't ever really expect anything other than absolute top of range to be willing to play in that way.
To be fair, most players will have 2 aces in that spot.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Tran in the small blind. Limp pot against Perkashich.
45.
8s and 3s will pot it.
Mystery card doesn't matter.
Super dry texture.
Got it.
Yeah, Daniel.
0
Can't fight. Free look.
The 2 pair with 0 pair.
Yeah. Oh, you can. Omar. Runner.
I can race and maybe get you to fold. Yeah.
That's a good point, actually.
Not 2 pair, yeah, but
not 2 pair. You're short.
Table at 9? Is that right?
Yeah.
So there is a look at the way our 5-handed action stacks up as just 2 tables remain here in the 30K PLO. Mike Watson, epic spin up in progress, nipping on the heels of Laszlo Boitas, second in chips overall. Daniel Perkashich with those 19 bigs. Second shortest stack in the room. 18 bigs for Bogdan Kapitan. At the only other table, that the official shortest stack.
Double suited 9 high
Oh, the kings. Thank God. I don't know. I thought you'd have, ace.
I'm not folding any hand with an ace in that. I literally fold like 5% of hands though. I just happen to have one of them. I don't fold any good kings either.
Yeah.
I just had
bad kings. just have to run good. Like, just cross.
Yeah, the hand was something. You got me.
Watson.
I thought you just want to isolate Patrick.
No, most of the time, most hands I just want to call.
Makes it 55 as Brewer and Tran continue to discuss that spot that is obviously very much bothering Chris.
I think
it was a great opportunity for him.
Yeah, Tran's winning the post-mortem right now.
10-6-4 as Schreiner checks it over to Watson.
Yeah. Kind of.
He's winning the post flop with the club draw and
Yep.
a pair of 4s.
Both players don't really have too much of a hand though. Schreiner's got clubs, pair of 4s.
Like I said, mine.
Yeah.
Content to check it. Does pick up a gutter after the 8 rolls off. Open ender for Watson. Acquired.
It is a raise pot. Perhaps Schreiner thinks he can maybe represent something from the big blind. These kind of hands that could have some straights. He's got clubs as well to back him up.
Running good.
Could easily get the job done here as Watson just got Jack 9. Okay, looks like he's going to take one off in position.
75K. A man. 150 more into the middle as the river pairs the 10 and Schreiner's got the best hand playing the ace 4.
That is a rare sight, right? Like you've got 285 in the middle. Just a pair of 4s is good.
But actually, one table only has 4 players in.
He doesn't think it's good though, but can he get a better hand to fold? Suppose he's wondering how often Watson has like a 10x type hand, raise pot.
Horrendous,
Could be the dangler card.
Round you're gone.
Shriner. Not going to barrel.
Actually, you can hold on. You can go to the 9-handed. Get more hands.
Might be tough for Watson to bet here as a... Shriner could have like a straight that just worried when the board starts to pair. That might have some kind of pot control side call. However, last time he saw the 2 kings, it might have been blown off. So he's going to take a stance here. Watson just has to get it done, right? He's just got a pair of 4s.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Very nicely done, and obviously one of the luxuries one experiences when sitting on a big stack as the Canadian. Totally unimproved. Earned that one, courtesy of the turn call. And of course the Shriner shut down.
Dollar 1K?
Yeah. What you got?
I got 20.
28. You want to give me 50?
I don't know how you guys do the arithmetic in Australia, but maybe a tough bargain around here.
Silence in the room broken by Eddie Tran. Pots it from the cutoff.
Has been active. We are 10 remaining. Top 6 pay. 2 aces.
Gonna hear from Shriner.
Yeah, just gonna repump this one. It's a good pocket aces too. Got a king high flush draw in hand.
Fine. We made the FT, guys.
Pot declared.
$150, and you got about 300 left?
Yes, around 320.
Not much of a hand here. He's gonna lay it down.
Ace Jack 10. I don't know. I don't think that's a good
Car,
hand. But
car,
oh,
car.
See, they always have it. They always have it. I got Ace Jack running.
Another 105.
They always have it.
A little bit more than Tran wants to invest with his kid as Shriner. Able to haul one in.
What was that?
We made the final table.
Yeah.
Seems like the loss of Bogdan Kapitan at one of our outer tables means it's time for the final table redraw. There is a look at 5 of the remaining 9 here as we work our way toward the 6-player bubble. Bogdan, King, King, 9-7 up against Ace, Ace, Queen, Jack for Gergo Nagy as I'm looking at the Triton Poker Plus app. And we welcome you back to the desk here, continuing coverage of the 30K PLO. Randy's going to be stepping aside in just moments. And, oh, look who's joined the party. Thank you so much. You want another tea?
Yeah.
We'll take 2 teas, if you would. We're done with the fruit. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. The nuts we'll keep. Okay, that works as well. Henry Kilbane going to be popping in as the night shift is in full effect. Certainly hope you guys are enjoying it as we work into the wee hours here, just about a half hour before midnight in North Cyprus. So stay close. Just a few minutes time, we'll have the final table of this 30K Pot Limit Omaha. And as we go to that break, we leave you with the GTO Wizard quiz.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. You're in the early stages of an MTT. The cutoff opens and it folds to you in the big blind, holding pocket 2s. You're 20 big blinds deep. You fold, call, or shove. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker, the biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
He has similar kit, double suited ace king 9-7.
Yeah, really nice hand, obviously.
Fold.
Don't expect to see Ike folding. Maybe even just opting to run it here. Doesn't make sense though. Best to just see a flop, and given how shallow the SPR is, any connection is going in.
42.5 more invested by Ike, 277,000 in front of him, and he's got himself top 2 pair on a very coordinated board, which is threatened by the King 9 of spades, along with the
I had a big hand.
couple of straight draws.
I had those cards.
Major interaction in both spots, and we have our first collision. 411K.
I don't think I have a spade in my hand.
That's
7
covered.
spade, queen needed for Andre.
I don't think I
Note
had
the lead by Haxton, by the way.
Out of 7, though.
Rick turn.
King, queen, 9, 7 is right.
Still flipping, going to the river.
A river that delivers a spade, and Lubavetsky is going to double through and leave Haxton with just 137K.
The great game. PLO, ladies and gentlemen. Where when you're up against top 2 on the turn, you're still flipping. Lubavetsky up.
Ducks fly together. Damn, I wish I limped this hand. I would have busted you, Ike.
Just some of the post-mortems from Sean.
Oh man, I would love
Yeah, he had ducks
to play
on a
18
pond.
holes with Sean Winter.
Wait, wasn't that still at that table?
God damn.
Oh, it was a hand after
Being
you.
stitches.
Oh yeah, you're right. It would have been pretty hard for you to guess Jack 8, 7, 6 if you hadn't seen it.
No, I saw it.
He strikes me as the kind of guy
I mean, if you
that is a favorite
somehow
to
knew, I would have believed you.
inadvertently pipe up during your backswing.
Yeah, I could see it. Fun one for Ike.
2 limpers in front of him, and the Ducks flying together for the time being, at least in the pair formation. TBD whether or not they will evolve into a set. Yes, they will, on a very dry 7-4 deuce board.
No, Gergo very happy to play some marginal hands on the button. Probably believes he has, oh boy, a significant edge post as Kolosov turns the nut straight.
After the round of checks, and the ace-3 is there as well for Sean Winter. Trouble card.
Yeah, Sean with 2 8s in his hand as well, which is pretty insane, blocking the 8-6 heavily. See 2 straights higher than his. Snap call from Sean. Back to Ike, bottom set. In the bin, discipline fold.
Bet and the call of 25K in front of him. And he would have filled up on this river. We'll see whether or not 8-6 experiences any discomfort. Non-nutted.
No pair blockers in hand. Unblocking clubs. Gotta continue.
Why so small? 6'3"? They say a man with muscles never bluffs, but then I've seen Alex Foxen bluff a lot. That's what they say. A man with muscles never bluffs. But it doesn't. 6'3" of spades. Whoops. I regret it, but yes.
I'm not even sure Sean actually meant to call. He put the chips in his hand, and then they sort of plopped out, and the dealer asked if he was calling. It wasn't immediately clear given the positioning, but said, I regret it, but yeah.
You have no tattoos. A little bit of muscle.
How do you know I don't have any tattoos?
I don't remember seeing any.
Do you?
No.
Do you have any tattoos? Okay, that's why I called.
Yeah.
I didn't think you did. Okay.
21,000 to go, says Winter under the gun as he continues to hold court here at this PLO featured table.
Got a butterfly, if I'm not mistaken, Ali.
I know you're not talking to me.
Well, I did just say your name.
You are mistaken then.
No ink.
Zip.
Oh, sorry, you have tattoos. Well, you don't play poker.
Jack 10-9-7 rundown on the button for Ike Axton, the only customer, as we take the King 5-3 two-heart board. No notable interaction for either of these holdings. The quick check from Winter. We'll see what Ike thinks of it.
Ike has the 9 of hearts in hand. Pick up some backdoors.
All right, Galfond.
Checks through on the flop, deuce of hearts on the turn.
All right, Galfond.
Yeah. Shout out Uncle Phil.
Still no betting, and the 9 on the end hits Haxton. For the pair. Full shutdown from Winter.
Yeah, no heart, no pair blocker, no straight blocker. Happy to just give this one up.
Check.
Chop.
Pair of 9s.
Oh, nice hand.
Chop. Of course, always ambitious as a declaration.
I think it's reasonable. Ace queen, ace queen.
Man.
Come
Bravo.
on, how could we sleep on that?
Elliot saying Bowie effect. Bravo. Andy Wilson, certainly up there. Do apologize. Obviously, Mormon and Bowie. I mean, Bowie's like
Benny Glaser
disgustingly good.
in 9th on England's all-time money list.
Yeah, how could I forget Benny as well?
Jack Sinclair on the list.
There we go. Now we're coming up with some good names. Some names that we forgot.
Matt Ashton is on that list. Granted 34th, but one that is familiar to me. Pat's 41st.
Yeah, doesn't play much live, but has held #1 online several times throughout the years, especially in recent years.
Producer James Dempsey, 55th all-time on the England money list, 2.1 million and change. Very little of that still in his account.
All came from one tournament, of course.
Meanwhile, 2 bets have become 3 here as Nagy's open.
Yeah, again, late reg still open.
Goes to 69.
Happy to just spin the wheel, small blind V button. What Gergo wants to do here. It's got a nut suit. The fact that producer James Dempsey knows that I'm 3,323rd. It's his problem, not mine.
Well, far from a problem is this Ace-Queen-8 board for Nagy, who took the heat, comes up with top 2 pair. Haxton, Broadway Gutty, backdoor hearts, 8 dangler.
All in.
And he is going to jam his remaining 126K. Nagy, of course, will make the call, and Haxton is going to require assistance to avoid showering this bullet in a 402K pot.
Yeah, it looked like Ike was just happy to spin the wheel, either re-enter, get a fresh stack, or double up hit. Doesn't double. Comes brick, brick.
Sure does. And for Nagy, that'll be just fine, as he will pick up over 200,000 in profit in that pot, leaving him just shy of $500,000 and leaving Haxton searching for the re-registration desk, if we know that man. Not really always around.
The 4-card streets is his home, you know. He's just his main game, you know, his bread and butter. No surprise he's at the top of a massive chip lead. Does play his tournaments, going to be able to apply all the proper techniques to take this one down.
Ace-Jack 9-7, a 20K open. The technique of choice for the time being is Kevin Ing has got himself double-suited queens. Ace high in the spades department.
Even like the 25K, right? Yeah. Yeah, but there were like 38 or 39 entries. Yeah? It's still more than it should. They should stay just 5, yeah. Yeah, just paid 16.
Yeah, so 15% is
more friendly for everyone.
It's just
It's like 18.
I mean, it's 15% like super rounded up.
It's like 18%. Something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How much is the rate?
I mean, that's super flat.
Well, very warm, cozy, and snug welcome back to the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa here in North Cyprus. We are at the final table of the 30K PLO, the event number 13, Randy. Down to the final 9 with Sir Watts, fresh off that main event final table, leading the final 9. And Randy, the plan is to play into the money where 6 players will cash. So we are technically on the soft bubble coming into this.
Correct, but is it possible if you can refer to me as Nano for the remaining of today?
I can,
Okay.
Nano. I
Yes.
do apologize.
So, we are going to play down to the final, into the money, final 6 as you said, and yeah, it's PLO, it's 4-card, it's your game.
Can you refer to me as Kill the Game Bane for the rest
Kill
of
the
the
game
day?
Bane.
There we
I'll
go.
with that.
6 paid, 71,500 in cash with a first prize of 347,000 going to the eventual champion. So obviously some PLO today. Tomorrow we're kicking off the short deck La as well.
We are. That's also a 2-card game, but lots of fun. Yeah, Watson at the top.
Hang on, Randy. I believe our butler, Mr. Najad, is here with the goods.
Hello, good sir.
Little late night tea. Thank you very much, good sir. There it is, Turkish tea.
Oh, sugar. Pass the sugar.
Thank you, mate. That'll keep us going into the late hours of the night. Mr. Najad, absolute legend for delivering the tea to the booth. Now, Randy, looking at the stacks, obviously, just how deep it is, 38 big blinds, given that this is a pot limit game, both pre and post flop, could expect it to take a while to get into the money, right?
Of course, you know, in Palam Omaha, it's one of those kind of games in the tournament where equities run close, so people want to kind of play more narrow ranges. Lots of folding.
Without further ado, let's throw it down to the main stage for the final table of the 30K PLO, event number 13 here in North Cyprus. So Watts leading the field, but only just Laszlo Bojtas and Andriy Lubovetsky on his tail. Nagy in fourth, and a bit of a drop-off to the PLO cash game specialist, Tran. And then an even bigger drop-off to the bottom of the chip counts. Marius, Chris Brewer, and Daniel Perkasik at the bottom of the counts. So here we go.
We got double paired kings and 4s for Nagy.
Yeah, he's got chips. You can certainly see a flop here. Obviously, he is covered by a few of the players behind, but
Another double pair.
Does come with the limp. One of the chip leaders, Laszlo Wojtas, going to punish these limps, taking it north to 80K. So a three-way affair here, going to the flop. Certainly some set over set situations as we head to the Jack 8-6. Wojtas flopping top two. Torvaldsen with the open ender, Nagy with the overpair. Laszlo going to opt to check this one. It does check through. And how about the Jack of Spades on the turn? Laszlo just turning the nut full house. See what he comes with here. Feels like such a sick spot to potentially check it on over once more. But he is going to try and build the pot. Wants obviously get value from flushes that were pot controlling on the flop.
Yeah, some of the weaker flushes out there, they're going to feel committed against this kind of smaller bet. Can't really imagine these two other hands being able to continue, though.
Into the muck they go. So nice little pickup there for Wojtas. Overtaking Sir Watts now at the top of the chip counts. Just heard Ali's voice.
Who's listening?
The streamer.
Who's getting the info?
What do you think they're watching the stream on? YouTube, Twitch, or the Triton Poker Plus app?
Triton Poker Plus app.
I'd say so.
Yeah. I've seen some browsing around. Yeah. It's a cool feature.
It certainly is. Shout out to all of our viewers obviously watching on YouTube, Twitch, and the Triton Poker Plus app.
We're getting warmed up here already.
You have a much smoother, like a much more collected fold than me. I just spread my cards everywhere.
Eddie Tramp, by the way.
Playing short deck too?
Maybe. I haven't
Yellow
decided
legend.
Yet. I'm still heel, so maybe like I could play if I feel like it. I'm not particularly good. So
Who is? Okay, there are a few.
Yeah, I was like, there's some pretty good guys at it.
Fun spot here.
Yeah.
Single suited kings.
I like it.
For 18 bigs, one of the shortest stacks in the field. Probably 7th of 9.
Yeah, it seems like a hand that qualifies given how short he is.
It'd be fun if more PLO caught on at these.
Sub 20 blinds.
100%. Especially given that there is a big blind ante in this. If this was ante-less, it's a lot different. But
yeah, more to fight for, I suppose.
More to fight for, and also ante-less tournaments, you just see players blinding down to like 4 or 5 bigs just because of how insanely close the equities run. Because of ICM, so not surprised to see him take this spot. So what's with a bit of a spot here? I think not connected with enough with the 10-6. I think if it was like ace-king, 10-5, like to see him maybe just come over the top.
It's way less like dumb.
But this more inclined to
It used to be super dumb when there was no ante.
peel and potentially crack the kings of Marius. And well, with the ace in the window.
Although the king, he's got the king 10 in there, right? He's got Broadway, he's got king high flush draw. Not too far behind.
Cards on their backs, Randy. Marius looking for a king or a heart to scoop this one. A jack would obviously chop it. Running 9s and running queens also an option. 770 in the middle. All Been brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Deuce of spades on the turn changes nothing other than the equity now
Twice.
shifting
Twice.
in favor of Watson. Doesn't come, the 9 pairing on the river, and with that, we're going to lose Marius Torbergson in 9th, going home just 3 spots off the money. And Michael Watson, a sizable lead now over everyone bar Laszlo Bojtas, who's back up to 1st in chips. Those two creating a bit of a gap.
I don't know, I would take the ace king
between themselves.
Yeah. Okay.
You're right. I'm gonna go all in.
The non-set.
Sorry, can I kindly remind you, maybe we didn't tell you, that once you have cards, can you please not look at your phones, and can you not keep your phones ready?
Yeah, use it to put it to the side. Just wait there or whatever.
Already, can you please not watch the stream?
Yeah, sorry. Double.
Appreciate it.
I want to see what I play with.
I'll text you at least.
All right, thanks.
I can see everybody's cards, I'll text you.
Thank you.
Luca coming over, just saying to the table, no phones, no watching the stream. I'll text you what everyone's got if you need some information. But yeah, obviously looking to protect the integrity of the game as much as possible.
And you are seeing a lot of limps, especially at this stage of the tournament. Just 2 from the money now with that elimination of Torbergson. Feels like PLO is one of those games where having position is just so important.
What do we got here? I'm having to scan around the table.
See some king high flush draw for Shriner.
I see that. Not flush draw.
No ace in hand for anyone.
Laszlo could have a mystery hand. Could have like an ace king jack 7 rainbow, but I feel like that's just still gonna raise.
Yeah, so a button limp, I'm thinking it's unlikely.
Shriner and Lubovetsky with absolute rags. Not going to stop Shriner from leading out here, though, after it checked through on the flop. Obviously has equity drawing to the nut flush. Six places paid. Whoa, hold on. Lubovetsky with the check raise. Take your card removal, take your blockers. Not needed, just saying, I don't believe this whatsoever. And how about it?
Nice.
Power poker from the Ukrainian. Really leaning into Shriner, who's currently 6th of 8, can kind of sneak his way into the money. I've played a fair bit with Raphael. Very solid cash game pro. What's wrong, Randy? Talk to us.
No credit.
Hands are in the air. Stone cold face. What's going on? Come on, the night shift.
I don't know. There's this strange man in a robe just laughing.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird look. It's like, are you going to the spa or are you going to run 5 kilometers? I don't know. He's got the joggers on. He's got the trainers. Like, is he on his way to pick up the kids from school just after going for a couples massage or something? I don't know. It's just Ali Najad, mate.
So how long since you play Omaha? Since when you play Omaha?
I mean, I played occasionally, but not very often.
There you go. So what's just saying that doesn't play too often.
Yeah, he said earlier that he used to play some Omaha, but of course with all the no limit in the tournaments.
That's his priority, yeah. The focus is obviously on the no limit hold'em.
But he's not like just never played the game in his life, of course, and doing great. Current chip leader.
The last 11 years. And I found the table twice.
So Need some transferable skills.
Calling.
2 from 2.
The worst thing that can happen to you, you play a couple tournaments at final table
Hello.
and you think you're great at tournaments.
Yeah,
then you're
High
trapped.
flush draw for Wojtash, 1 over.
That's how they got me.
Lubovetsky with middle pair.
Yeah,
Some
downhill
good
ever since.
backdoor
He's 3 from 2 as
opportunities
well.
for him.
He actually won it. He won up the 25k.
Last year I played tournaments online. They're like, final table here, final table there. Here's another win. Have a 3 million.
Card.
Thanks.
Hooked.
Yeah.
So you think I should quit after today?
Yeah. If you win one, then just like walk away.
Yeah, it's like,
Keep
yay!
the perfect record.
Yeah, my dream ETF is I just have a portfolio that shorts tournament winners.
Backdoor diamonds.
Play 2 of
Rolling
them on
off
the final table.
for Andre.
I mean, dude, it would be the greatest performing stock ever.
Laszlo's reaching for some
The
value. Is that
tournament short.
potential diamond? The mystery card,
Yeah,
along with that
I
Queen,
love
Queen,
it.
Deuce. So nut flush, the second nut flush.
Yeah. I mean, the amount of people I feel like I know who just like being some 1,500 or 5K for somewhere between like 2 to 500K and just have negative 100K in a month.
Lubovetsky finding the value raise on the paired board with the nut flush. Nice having the 6. I think maybe without the 6 we expect to see him just call, but also against this sub 1/3 sizing.
Right, so the 6 blocks the full houses that you fear.
The king 6, pocket 6s. Laszlo's probably like, really? Really, mate? But does make the fold, and with that, Lubovetsky now moves up to 2nd overall. The shortest stack is the German pro, Daniel Perkasik. Just 14 bigs, and Chris Brewer, who took down the 25k PLO.
Yes.
The 2nd Triton title on 14 as well. Raphael Schreiner on 23, Eddie Tran on 36, Gergo Nagy on 43, Laszlo Wojtash on 61, Andrei Lubovetsky on 66, and Sir Watts, Mike Watson on 83 big blinds.
Feels like we got a nice mix of players here. You know, some no limit crushers, dabbling in PLO. Maybe we have some clash of styles, we'll see.
We got the 2 Hungarian crushers as well. Discipline fold there from Eddie with ICM. The Queen Jack 10 fold, double suited.
Yeah, when you're 2 away from the money, these things become very real and trying to slide in there.
Schreiner can't do it.
290.
90?
Oh, fun one between the 2 short stacks.
It seems like a hand you try to take a free flop here of 10, 10, 7 deuce, but ace, king, jack 5 suited seems good enough with the short stack to kind of just pump it up. Oh, did he raise, Brewer?
Did indeed.
No, it's a question because
60k to go.
for players it shows the real from there.
Just gets so many folds because of ICM. He has unfortunately run into top of range.
Yeah, and you expect this ace, king, jack 5 to just shovel it in there.
I am not happy.
It's all about saying I'm not happy with some chips remaining.
This was very light, and I was intending for you to fold. But I'm hoping I get a good flop.
Very upfront.
That's not a
It's
good one.
connected in the form of a 7. Daniel with top pair, some backdoors. Note the equities though, Randy, with 2 to come. PLO, 74% V26.
Pretty good in PLO.
Let's also have the backdoor diamonds working for him. So for Daniel to get back in this fight. All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Chris looking for a 7 or a 10 to eliminate Daniel Perkasik.
So
Doesn't find it. 9 of diamonds on the river, and with that, Daniel moving up to 6th in chips overall, overtaking Raphael and Chris. Brewer down to just 1 big blind.
Double suited run down. No, never fold that in cash game.
Eddie just saying the double suited rundown. Just never folding that in a cash game. Eddie known being a bit of a PLO cash game crusher, a lot of private games.
Yeah, likes to play a lot of hands too. And he's like, tournament. Hasn't played many PLO tournaments and knows how to make the proper adjustments already.
Yeah, PLO is certainly
that was not ideal.
His known forte. So Brewer, 1 foot out of the door.
Plan. Actually, I mean, equity wasn't that bad.
I was not ahead.
Yeah, I bet you're slightly ahead.
Yeah,
but bet you like 55.
Hello, ace, 10-6. It's rainbow. Doesn't matter. Laszlo, 3rd in chips.
A Badoogie.
Say that out loud, Nano.
Badoogie.
Badoogie aces.
Is that not a term?
Oh well.
That's
Those
also
are
2 aces.
Badoogie aces. Eddie starting the hand 5th in chips overall. There is the 1 big blind stack. From an ICM point of view, it'd obviously be an absolute disaster to bust now.
He's got the advantage having the ace high flush draw.
Yeah, 100%. The ace, 8-7 single suited. I think like maybe ace, 9-5 rainbow. Like the rainbow aces, the really bad aces, the disconnected aces.
Then you
was
may
just
slow down.
Yeah, but I think with the connectivity of the 8 and the 7 and obviously the nut suit, it's all going to work its way into the middle. And yeah, Tran.
I mean, if you got this far.
Yeah, of course.
Guess you're not laying these down. Here we go.
Non-nutted aces, but in they go.
Same, but yours probably better.
Same.
They are indeed 10%
want to
equity
change
favorite.
Carol.
$1.4 million. It would be a disgusting way to eliminate someone or to double up.
It's a huge pot too, 1.4 million.
Ooh, free roll for both.
A little bit of everything.
Wojtas looking for a king. Tran looking for an 8 or a 7. Backdoor spades also available.
Chop is fair.
Yeah, chop is fair.
I don't like chop.
Or some big cards maybe.
blood.
Ooh.
Sorry, buddy.
7 of diamonds on the river. Eddie Tran with the free roll. Well, the bigger free roll, I should say. Up to 2nd in chips. What a brutal way to double up. 2 off the money. Brewer sat there on 1 big.
To be fair, Eddie Tran did have the better free roll.
Did
Just
indeed.
pre-flop. Had about 8 to 10% more equity, I believe.
Yep. What a cruel game. All been there. Aces v aces. I think I am up infinite lifetime aces. I've definitely run.
You ran above EV.
Very pure on that side of the coin. Merit Poker Cash Game Festival, Randy. Had a good friend of mine reach out today saying, Henry, Merit Poker Cash Game Festival, should I join? It's like, mate, what kind of a question is that? Situated on the beautiful shores of the Mediterranean, the Merit Kyrenia hotels in North Cyprus deliver 5-star accommodations and entertainment year-round. He turned to me and said, Henry, I'm convinced. I said, hang on, I'm not finished. Beachfront cabanas, nightlife and gaming, all-inclusive dining options. Guests are looked after with pleasure. And if that isn't enough, Merit Poker Room provides Europe's biggest tournaments and best cash games. You can head on over to www.meritpoker.com to book your trip today and be part of the Merit Poker experience.
So with that last pot, Eddie's moved up to second place. Laszlo down to 5th with 26 blinds. Chris Brewer just on 1.
Laszlo with a hand that wants to do a few different things with ICM, just going to come along with limp. Oh my word.
More
Aces
aces.
galore. They are triple suited. That 6 dangler maybe of some concern. Rafael is 7 of 8. He's going to pot it to 100k. 110 rather. Brewer happy to stack off, of course. The dead money in there can more than quadruple up now. Especially if this pot size raise from Rafael thins out the field. That, of course, remains to be seen.
How much
Two
is the
off the
remaining
money.
stack?
Chris
Three?
Brewer.
No, that he's asking this, not me.
351.
It's 355, Rafael. There's no 1k chips in play. Nagy makes the fold.
What does ace 765? Looks like a decent piece.
Let's definitely defer to Laszlo Wojtas on that, one of the best Omaha players of all time.
Double suited, that helps.
It's just observing the other stacks.
Big concern, right? 2 from the money.
110.
Now he does cover, obviously, Rafael. Brewer all in.
145.
It will be a side pot. Chris can more than quintuple up here. That's a word. It's midnight. Oh, hello. 9-5 deuce. Middle pair, gut shot, and nut flush draw for Wojtas. 315 in the middle. Does he just lead for pot? Or does he want to check jam?
Looks like he is going to lead. And Rafael here with 2 aces is just
Not
got
bad.
too much of a hand to let go. So here we go.
Note the equities, Randy. Wojtas 3 ways with 60%. 7, 6, 5, 8, or a
It's not
diamond
great when I have no diamond in my hand.
needed. And yeah, no diamonds available.
That does not look good. We have 6 players left.
To get us into the money. Min cash of 71,500. After losing aces v aces. The ace of hearts on the turn, giving Rafael top set. Chris Brewer drawing dead with 1 card to come. Brutal.
Diamond.
3 of diamonds. Corner pocket. And with that, double elimination as Rafael Schreiner. Absolutely nothing he could do there. Out on the stone bubble.
Just a little.
GG's Rafael. Played a decent amount of him, really solid PLO player.
I don't want to play all day tomorrow. I gotta get to short deck.
Yeah, just play like.
Just play.
How far?
How long is it gonna take?
So it sounds like, Randy, sounds like the players want to continue.
They want
the
to
plan,
continue.
of course, was for us to finish once getting down to the money. We are now in the money. Everyone guaranteed 71,500. So what's saying, look, I don't want to play all day tomorrow. I've got some short deck to play. And I believe what's been decided is we're going to finish out this frame.
Understandable, especially for Watson, right? He plays all the short deck. Doesn't want to kind of miss an opportunity in the first short deck event. That starts tomorrow.
Does indeed. Obviously incredibly deep now. 57 big blind average. Mike Watson leading the field. Eddie Tran in second after his aces. came up in pole position against Lazu Boitash's aces. Shortest stack belongs to Daniel, 26 bigs. They're going to play 4 more 30-minute levels and then call it a day. So 2 more hours or so
You never come first.
on the clock. Could be over.
It could be. I
Could
mean, you heard
very
Eddie
easily
said
be
we'll be
over.
over in 30 minutes according to him, the way things are going. But you know what? The players want to play on, we play on. Let's
The
go.
show must go on, Randy.
We know you're capable of playing. So.
What kind of payouts we got going on, Henry? Can you let me
We
know?
got 71k. I mean,
Make it friendly.
2-4.
could turn on your hearing aid.
Sorry. More than 2x the buy-in.
Yeah, 71.5.
Yeah. Bang, is that
Sizable
two-
min
two
cash.
hands?
92,000 for second. 117,000 for fourth. 153 for third. 239 for second, and then the eventual champion going home with 347,000.
Eddie here, ace, king, 6-4, suited ace. Watson taking one out of position. Also double suited though.
Egy kis hullámvasút volt itt.
I was tripling and I finished 5th. Yeah, I got.
For you, it's perfect.
Yes, but I raised, and I got shoved at like 5 or 6 times during the bubble. And Shandeep said, I've never seen anything like that at the bubble, like with the regat. So.
Some conversation with Pavetsky there. Some previous tournament. Watson with the 10 high spades on the ace, queen, queen board. He's going to continue, obviously has boat outs as well as a live flush draw. So Tran with that king of spades, like things could get very interesting. 6 of clubs now giving Sir Watts 2 live flush draws.
Yeah, Eddie here's got ace, pair of aces still, 3 pair.
Fun turn card for Eddie. Obviously blocking the boats pretty heavily. It is a wider range, or at least perceived wider range on the button. He's going to check it back. And so Watts somehow bricks on the Jack of Diamonds river.
Does have that king 10 blocker, might come into play a bit. Needs to take a stance here if he wants to win this pot. Can't expect the 2-10 to be good at showdown.
Well, look at this, Randy, right on cue. As you alluded to, so Watts surely has to be aware that his 10s aren't good at showdown. Just try and fold out those ace-X, those river jack-X type holdings.
This is an incredibly tough call here, isn't it, for Eddie Tran?
He's blocking all the top of value, but this sizing from Sir Watts isn't saying top of value. He can definitely value bet a queen here.
Right, with the smaller sizing.
Can value bet a straight. Non-nutted boats, of course, hands like queen jack, pocket jacks. Trying with the king of spades in hand as well. Bit of an annoying one to hold. Although at the same time also blocking straights.
What a sick
Does
call
make
there,
the
Eddie
call.
Tran. PLO.
Okay, Tran, we see you. $71,500 locked up.
Level 16, which was generally very expected to be when to reach 6 players.
Yep.
Would leave you less time for tomorrow as well. If you do that.
Yep. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
By the break, the next break's an hour.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, then we can still.
Yeah, then we can
No,
decide.
no photo, final table, no. Okay. Guess they're holding the trophy then.
The plan is to play to the end of level 16 and then players will decide. I mean, we could just be here to a winner, Randy. They assumed that it would take to the end of level 16 to get into the money. That's what the floor had.
They're ahead of pace.
Yeah, sorry, I keep calling you Randy. I apologize.
Yeah, you
Nano.
haven't said Nano once.
Well,
Henry the Killbane. Was that right?
Kill the game, Bane.
Kill the game, Bane. Well, the good news is we've got some robes.
Kill Bane in the membrane.
Let's just go with Kill the game, Bane.
Okay, I'll let you off. Expect to see some very slow poker. Pot limit, of course. Very deep stacked. Some of the best PLO players. We got Mike Fern in the chat saying, hey everyone, enjoy the last days of this Triton Pokestop. I couldn't agree more, Randy. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure, of course, as we've called the action over the last 14 days. 3 more events after this, the short deck.
3 short deck events.
Then about 7 weeks between the end of this and the start of London. London, of course, starting on July 27th. But between now and then, Randy going to be very busy releasing some nosebleed cash games that were recorded here in North Cyprus. So if you haven't already, click that like button, click the subscribe button, as we promise to deliver even when we're not live at a series. Really helps us grow our channel. More importantly, helps us continue on our mission to bring the best poker content to the poker community free of charge. As it checks through on the Jack 6-3 ace all the way down to the river. Some fantastic pot control being displayed by both Nagy and Boytash.
Yeah, both players with jacks and 6s.
Comes with the block. Chop it up, gentlemen. Same hand for both players.
Chop, chop.
And given that these guys are just so ICM aware and exactly spots like this where maybe a lesser experienced PLO player will see like top 2 but no redraw and want to start building a pot, want to start getting money into the middle. These guys, very experienced. So in order to get stacks in the middle, it really is going to have to take a big collision. And even on flops where players are flopping like maybe non-nutted wraps or, you know, weak flush draws with some form of a wrap, not as inclined to get it in, given how deep we are.
And especially with the way the pay structure is laid out. You know, incentive to kind of just hang in there as well.
100%.
Blinds up, 10K, 25K.
Did you click like today, Randy? Sorry, Nano?
Nano will click like.
All right, we got a deal.
What about Henry Kill the Game Bane? Did he click like yet?
It's Killbane in the membrane, Randy. Get it right.
But, you know, of course, we still have several events, like you mentioned, you know, the short deck, 50K main, and giving out a Jacob and Co watch. It's a match that, a tournament that Jason has won twice in his lifetime, right? So, sure, it's going to be good stuff. A lot of splashing.
Yeah, certainly something that some of the Triton OGs are excited about, of course. Let's see Elton Tang in the mix. Bossman. Richard Young.
Pretty much every single one of them, yes.
All of the Asian contingent. Most of them are in the mix. Understandably so, as Andri. ISOs from the big blind. Flops top 2, but note the lack of connectivity with his other 2 cards. Maybe a spot to exert some pot control, although he does cover. Does also have backdoor diamonds. But note the equities as well, Randy. I mean, just runs so close in PLO.
I know, he just his top 2 is not that far ahead. But you do have to expect the defending player to not really go too crazy too, right? He's got 2 queens, little club draw.
Boytash does make the call. 3, 4, 5 in the middle. The 3 of diamonds does present that backdoor flush draw for Lubovetsky. Going to feel a lot more confident now in terms of stacking off SPR3 when it comes to stack off thresholds.
Yeah, of course, holding a nice 2 pair. No straights completing yet. Seems to be a good spot to extract some value. Of course, a lot of dangerous river cards. Not sure which one you're trying to dodge. Looks like we get a 255.
Of course, an interesting spot for Boytash. Could have the best hand. Blocking some of the semi-bluffs, like the king, queen, 9s. Could also be up against, like, ace-x of clubs. That's just trying to push him around.
He is out of position. Kind of a weak club draw as well. Let's see how he navigates this one out of position. Pretty deep stack. Tournament payout structure. He's out.
He is indeed. Don't go chasing non-nutted outs, as we were talking about. Now, Randy, maybe we could defer to the viewers to help us a bit here, as there's going to be some content going out, a reel with you and Ali in your robes. A bit of a dispute.
A dispute over what?
Dispute between what the caption for the video should be.
Oh.
I put out Spa Day in the booth.
Spa Day in the booth.
Producer James Dempsey came with Pot Limit Robaha.
That's pretty good.
It is
I don't
very
think
good.
I don't think we can beat that right now.
But the people from our social media team saying, we're going to have to go with Spa Day, because they'll never be able to explain Pot Limit Robaha. So if the chat, the viewers, can maybe help us come up with a better caption, although I am very much in team Pot Limit Robaha.
Me too. But let them try. Maybe it'll surprise us.
King, King, Queen, 9 for Tran.
It's actually double suited aces. Quite strong.
This is first v third in chips. So what does 3-bet? Oh my, Boytash having to let go of the Jack 10, 9, 7 single suited 3-liner. Back on Tran.
Very, very deep stacks here.
Yeah, people like Daniel, obviously 6th in chips. With just 26 big blinds getting to watch this from the sidelines. Tran gonna make the call. Clubs dominated. Well, Potential spot for Tran to lead into Sir Watts here. Queen 10-8, Rainbow. Tran with some very key cards. A queen blocker, has a 9, giving him a gut shot. He is up against the aces. Could certainly start putting on a ton of pressure to
It
naked
seems like
aces.
a tricky spot here for 2 aces, isn't it? Queen 10-8.
Really is. Not the flop Sir Watts was hoping for. Maybe Tran's thinking of check jamming, which would be even sicker. Just get Sir Watts to bet fold a hand like aces. So what Watts wants to do here, does have a pair blocker, but
oh, he's going to put some chips in there. 300K, just about half pot.
I'm very impressed that Sir Watts has found the bet on this board. Is he going to be punished by Tran? Obviously, not saying that Sir Watts' 3 bets are exclusively aces. Can certainly have Broadway rundowns. Hands like King, Queen, King, Queen, Queen, Jack. Tran does make the call as Sir Watts turns top set. Tran looking for a jack and a jack only. 2 very key cards. 3, I should say, blocking King Jack and blocking Jack 9.
Yeah, but Tran must be thinking that top set is a very real part of Mike Watson's range, given he 3-bet pre-flop. Big question here is whether Watson should feel compelled to bet his set of aces, but King Jack coming in, and of course the Jack 9 on the flop is obviously worrisome a bit. No heart draw in hand.
It has to be somewhat of a concern, obviously, for Michael. No straight blockers in hand. Also blocking 2 pair with that 10 and the aces. Slide the hand 3rd in chips. Obviously would have 9 outs once if he was behind. Really thinking this one through. He's going to check back. We're going to see a river. It's the 6 of clubs. Another straight getting there now. Action on Eddie with some very key blockers, Randy. He blocks every straight. King Jack, Jack 9, 9-7.
It mainly, I suppose, depends. Looks like he's going to slide out a lot of chips in here. Knows that 2 kings is unlikely to be good. 500K.
Yeah, it feels like a mandatory bluff from Eddie Tran. Got to give him credit for having the heart to pull the trigger here. So Watts kind of capping himself to 2 pair plus on the turn. Also going to have just some. Nah.
I mean, it's bad for Watson that he doesn't have a straight blocker in hand, right? Whether it's a king or jack.
See how Sir Watts proceeds. If he folds, be down to sub-average. 32 big blinds. Be tied in 5th. Along with the Hungarians, Laszlo and Gergo. Obviously, a lot of the rundowns be a big part of Eddie's open calling range. What's deep in the tank with this one? 3-bet pre at 300k on the flop. Eddie Tran came with the check call. Check, check, turn, and now Tran betting 500 into 1.18 million. Less than half pot on the river. So Watts can sniff this one out.
How many have I used?
6. And through 6 time banks, Cesar Watts just trying to get something from Tran. Tran giving him nothing. Stoic. That tower of white chips in front of him.
Wow, lays down a set of aces. Eddie Tran with the bluff.
With the bluff, Nano. Up to 2.3 million, almost double what second in chips has. Gets Sir Watts to fold the best hand.
Sigh of relief. And the smile from Eddie Tran. Well done.
What an absolute gangster play from Eddie. Bookmaker.eu, one of our proud sponsors here, has reduced juice, low vig, and minus 108 sides and totals on all NBA postseason games. You can open a new account at bookmaker.eu now. Get up to a $500 cash bonus with your first deposit. Professional and recreational bettors welcome. High betting limits, high payout limits, and live betting on all NBA postseason games at bookmaker.eu, where the line originates. Well, how about that then?
I'm stunned. That's a 6-6 hand.
Feels like a mandatory bluff on the river.
500k into what, 1.1 or so?
Blocking every straight. Unblocking
So
top pair,
sick,
top
so
set.
sick.
I love this nano. The nano that's just like so sick. You sound like Elky.
It was, wasn't it?
It was sick.
Eddie Tran.
How do the viewers find that?
Favorite PLO player now? That was he's just been doing bluff after bluff at our feature table.
Chat absolutely popping off, Randy. Loving that bluff from Eddie Tran, who now finds himself at the top of the chip counts. Overwhelming chip leader with 6 left in event number 13. 30k PLO, 34 entries in this one, with 6 places paid. How about that for a flop for Mr. Laszlo Boytash? Middle pair, open-ender, nut flush draw.
Once Eddie Tran is coming out swinging. Just always has his foot on the pedal.
Man does not slow down.
Eddie now picks up 8s and 6s. But Laszlo still has 45% equity. Favorite to win it.
And win it he will. Rivering
2 pairs.
Top and third pair. 2 pair for Laszlo. It's gonna be good.
What else? US?
Yeah, you're river me.
I mean, he did river you. You're not wrong, Eddie, but
you turned him.
There we go.
What's that?
Trapped all the way.
Ah.
That's what they're playing for, ladies and gentlemen. Triton Trophy chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker. Eddie Tran leading the field, Randy. Also cashed the other PLO event, if I'm not mistaken.
He did, final table.
20. Did indeed. Total prize pool, $0, but you know, there's 377k for the winner. They're all guaranteed 71,500 for their efforts. One of the biggest min cashes of the series so far, more than 2x return on investment. Of course, all eyes on the top prize, as well as that coveted Triton Trophy. Only 4 more of those up for grabs here in North Cyprus, including this one, then 3 short deck titles, including the 50k main. What a beautiful trophy. Beautiful piece of hardware.
So when you pot, you haven't got it. When you call, you trap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, another beautiful hand for Laszlo. Ace, King, 10-8 double. Aggie with the limp. Upstairs to 80k. Andrew with the Queen, Jack, 10-4 double.
No, stay out of the way.
Disciplined as he was dominated. Wow, another one, dude. What's going on?
Double suited, always good.
What is going on? Everyone's got a bit. 10-8, 8-7. Double suited. Shortest stack by a considerable margin. Does Daniel want to peel in position? Try and get back in this fight.
He's going to lay it down. Just the tournament aspect of the tournament just really changes things on how to approach pre-flop hand selection. Nagy, pair queens, 2 hearts would be no good. He doesn't know it. He did invest 25k, so we'll put in the additional 55, making it 220 in the middle.
Forgot to mention that Daniel Perkasek was also at that 25k PLO. Final table came third for 138,000. Of a PLO wizard. There's our boy Daniel. As Laszlo just
smashed it, didn't he?
Absolutely. That is the only way of putting it. Continues for 1/3. See a complete whiff for his fellow countryman.
Nice. Look at this.
Shows the table.
Wow.
That's how proud he is.
They all got so excited.
What an insane flop. Backdoor nut hearts, front door nut flush. Top pair, top kicker with a gut shot to Broadway.
I wait for those hands months probably. Here, 2 in a row.
2 tournaments.
Yeah, I haven't seen
I haven't seen it yet.
Nice.
Maybe next turn.
Are you that kind of guy, Randy? Sorry, Nano.
To what?
Someone shows a big hand, you're like, wow, I haven't seen aces in about 3 months. Must be nice.
I've done that before, I think. But you're the type of guy where you got to show when it's too good, right? Like,
yeah,
you know, you hit straight flush or
Not
quads or
everybody
something.
knows how I play. Show hands.
Very tight, very tight.
Very solid. I think we all play the same.
Still 6-handed here. We are in the money. Eddie Tran, the chip leader. Gonna peel one off on the button.
Same but different.
Let's invite Gergo along for the ride. So multi-way affair here. Certainly see some collisions with these hands as we head to the king. Sorry, the queen, jack, 9, 2 diamond board. Laszlo with the nut straight, with the redraw to the higher straight. Eddie Tran with top pair and an open ender.
Yeah,
Straight blockers in hand.
The straight blockers could be some trouble for him if he wants to get involved.
1/3 C-bet. I think with like backdoor hearts, maybe we could float to get creative in position.
No, Eddie just wants to just take away every pot he can. He's been just bluffing away against his opponents. It's going to be tough to get the king 10 down, but he's going to attempt it.
Nagy folding the live flush draw to go heads up to the turn. It's the 8 of hearts now gives Eddie the second nut straight.
Trouble.
Disastrous turn card. Trying, especially given that he is holding 2 10s. 3-5-5 in the middle.
Waiting.
Laszlo looking to play for it all. Going to the river. That's 280. SPR to less than 1. Should Eddie call. Eddie drawing dead. The second nut straight. So of course the king would give Laszlo the ace high straight. There are still ways Eddie could win this hand. Not many. Needs the board to pair. A diamond to roll off. Does hold a queen.
He's feeling that Laszlo's pretty strong to fire out 280 into this pot. Still going to make the call, but proceeding with caution.
And what a disastrous run out for Eddie Tran, Randy. Oh, situational run good in tournaments as he flicks in the snap call and gets shown the king 10 of Wojtasza. 2.4 million chip pot going Omaha for rolls his way, and he finds himself as the overwhelming chip leader now.
Oh, tense.
Yeah.
We'll run out again.
Nice hand.
Tran was obviously cruising after getting that bluff through against Sir Watts. Now finds himself down to 3rd in chips.
Oh, how about 2 10s?
5, 7, 6.
What do we think, Randy? Just unavoidable 2 10s in hand, given the SPR.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing he's thinking about, you know, and
nice hand.
So much in there. You saw he snap called. It's a player who's just so capable too, right?
That's feel a bit ropey, calling for a chop. Those of you just joining us in the late hours, coming up to 1 AM local time, may be wondering, why is there 4 cards being dealt? What happened to the 100K main event? Jason Kuhn, title number 7.
Yes.
Taking it down after making a deal with Sam Greenwood. 2.45 million. And Jason's way, 7th title, and now finds himself top of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Jason crossing the 50 million in lifetime earnings, Mark. Let me
Another
let me just
feature.
double
Yeah.
check that. At least closing in on it.
The thing is, the curveball is, they're wondering why we're getting 4 cards today. Then later tomorrow, they're like, why just 2? And why just half the deck?
He's overtaken Eric Seidel. It's up to 5th now with 47,000. 47 million.
Just 47,000.
47,389,000. Now on Stephen Chidwick's tail. Only a 500k gap between those, and obviously both of them chasing after Daniel Negreanu, who is comfortably sat on 50 million plus in lifetime earnings.
So Jason and Stevie are war on 2 different leaderboards at the same time.
Indeed.
Okay.
2 pair. Nagy getting there on the river.
Scary board, right? 3 spades, straights out there.
Let's have the ace of spades, but yeah. Happy to check this one over to Laszlo.
Super.
I think he knows once he checks that it's good. So Watts, of course, was also at that final table. So new level, 15, 30, 30. Price of poker becoming more expensive. Average stack has now dropped to below 40 bigs. Still incredibly deep here. Tash going to complete. Buvetsky with the rainbow ace king jack 9. Going to check behind. What's best on the ace 8-3 rainbow? Mid-back does get called from Boytash.
Wow. Just 2 sevens.
Yeah, I mean, backdoors can steal it away on certain runouts. Not on the 6-6 runout. Lubovetsky with top. See if he goes value hunting. Now beating hands like 8-3, ace-3. Gonna try and squeeze out
just
some
a little
thin
bit.
Value. Yeah, a little 1 BB on the river. Little pickup for the Ukrainian. Another one of those names that is just always in the mix when it comes to PLO. Over 2 million in live earnings rather.
Yeah, you know, they saw an opportunity where Triton running 2 PLO tournaments. Not too many high stakes PLO events just going on, right? In the live street, so why not give your shot at a Triton title?
Two-time bracelet winner.
PLO?
No. Funnily enough, no. Had a 3rd place in the 10K PLO Poker Masters online over on GG Poker. Does love the great game. Daniel the shortest by a considerable margin now, down to just 13 bigs. It's such a trashy hand, but he just knows that he's going to get to realize his equity more often than not.
Yeah, the shorter you get.
Does flop.
Open-ended?
Yeah, mid-pair, open-ender, backdoor clubs, 2 overs as well to, you know, improve the bigger 2 pairs if he's up against a hand like 7-5, 7-4.
Yeah, it's crossing his mind, taking a stance here. Going to lead out. And I'm going to suppose the big blind kind of hits these boards more, most likely to flop a straight. Laszlo getting in there.
Well, the 10 on the turn, giving Laszlo top and bottom. Now Daniel drawing to an 8, a 5, a 3, or a jack. The king would get him in trouble. Or 5 in the middle.
Gotta make a stance here.
Count with.
Wojtash gonna ask for a count after
One.
improving on the turn. Always drawing live, of course. I think he can fold.
It feels committed at this point, hitting the gin card for him. Occasionally he's up against some weaker 2 pairs, so he's in. What a card.
Daniel knows it's bad news. Once Wojtash makes the call. So jack, 8, 5 or a tray for the German to double up to 935k. If Laszlo can hold, it's going to be the overwhelming chip leader with 5 left. 1 card to come. It is the 7 of clubs. Doesn't improve. Bergsik, who's going to bow out in 6th. The good news is he's heading home with that 2x min cash, north of 2x, 71,500 for the German. GG's in the chat for Daniel, of course. Came 3rd in the 25k PLO. Now another final table here
Now I'm scared
in the
of you.
30k.
You said you're scared of me.
Because of this
And
play?
we now have an overwhelming chip leader. None other than Laszlo
Yeah.
Wojtash, Omaha for rolls.
Reverse
Being
psychology.
double second, Lubovetsky.
30. You're scared of me. That's why you bet with me. The nuts on the way 3 streak. I'm like, no diamond, no diamond. Damn, should be diamond. Diamond, you check. And I bluff.
Why you bluff? You had it straight.
No bluffing.
Couple aces here. Very deep stacks.
Yeah, 1st and 2nd in chips. The only 2 players with north of average stack. Currently sat at just shy of 50 big blinds.
Why not last time?
Because when you have it, he can't have it. This time you haven't got it, he can have it. That's what I've learned. Patrick told me that. Because every time I have aces, he never raised me. I go, why? He goes, it's very hard for me to have it when you have it. Which is true.
Free alpha from Eddie
Right?
Trap.
Last time you had it, right?
Yeah.
So it's very hard for him to have it. Unless you and me did before. Aces. So I am the 15.
Raise 75.
Looks like Laszlo's been opening up the last few pots.
Yeah, it makes so much sense, right? Now he has the overwhelming chip lead. Can really just lean into everyone else. Does flop best on the Queen 6 tray, although Zawat's with more equity. That bottom pair, open-ender, backdoor club's going to check through. Now trip trays for Michael Watson on the turn.
Yeah, his hand's looking pretty good. Did see a flop check through. Gonna go for a check though. I suppose if your opponent's checking back this flop as a pre-flop raiser, it's not really the type of board they'll have too much of a piece, so maybe he'll take a stance. Looks like he is gonna give that rope. It is taken.
Bit of value, bit of protection from Boytash.
We have 1530 and shows 10, 20, 20.
Next section okay?
Huh? Yeah, yes, I just go with it. Everything is
Pretty,
fine except
pretty disguised hand here.
Ooh, Trouble River for Laszlo.
Thank you.
Ace of spades, giving him 2 pair aces and 6s. With 10 kicker. I joke. Queen kicker. Calm down.
But a stronger pair of aces and 6s, right? In case his opponent has an ace in hand.
Yeah, now beating Queen X.
220.
He's going to go for some value. 2/3, and he's going to end up value owning himself. So what's snap calling?
Ace 6.
Going to get shown the ace 6. You see, boys.
Yeah.
Kind of like, when I get snapped, I don't know if I'm ever good there. We've all been there. Just value owning himself a little bit. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, he felt confident to bet it, but the second he got snapped
Yeah,
off,
when you
it
get
was
snapped,
like
you're just like, ace queen, 3.
same hand.
Yeah, that's what you're rooting for,
Yeah.
right? You're like,
Same
please have the same hand.
No, okay, I lose. But a nice check there from Watson, extracting extra value with the trip 3s. Didn't get too greedy. Allowed him to get more chips on that river card. Nicely done.
Mad dog. So again, the plan of action is to play down till the end of level 16. That's the plan, Randy.
You say the plan.
I don't
like
want to
is,
jinx
is it not locked in?
It's not locked in. That is the plan. We obviously
So if they want to play more, we may continue.
take care of our players. Players take care of us.
Is it
They will
only
be
me?
asked, and there's probably a good chance they're going to say,
They kind of want to play.
yeah.
That's the vibe I'm getting based on why
Yeah.
we're playing till the end of level 16 at the moment.
Yeah, it's 1 AM. The night shift started. You've been playing all day. 10 hours now they've been playing. You've locked up some money, you're feeling good. Why wait until tomorrow?
I mean, some of these guys only showed up for the PLO, so they're pretty refreshed.
They are indeed.
I feel like the only player who's actually fatigued here is Watson, who's played all of the no-limit and Hold'em events from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that if they do decide to play down to a winner, let's just dive back into this for a little bit, because we got the bottom set nut flush draw for Nagy. Got Tran with the open-ender and 10 high spade draw. I'll get back to my speculating how things are going to play out. See what Nagy comes with. Has a 9, blocking some of his boat outs, but he's happy to just run this.
Big favorite here, 85% versus 15%.
Yeah, it's tough to do. Tran looking for a non-spade, queen or 7. Doesn't even know if the 7's any good, obviously.
Yeah, it could be up against queen 10 already. He's
Right.
crossing his mind. Discipline laydown, well done.
Yeah. Case in point, don't go chasing non-nutted outs. But yeah, the good news is that the 25k short deck ante only doesn't start until 2 p.m. tomorrow, which means that we wouldn't be starting until 3 with the hour delay. So if they do play this out, on break we run, grab red balls, we come back in, we lock in, as Joey Ingram would say, we get dialed in, and we play it out with the boys. Maybe until 4 a.m., maybe until 3:30. 30-minute clock, very deep. Again, up to the players, basically, after the end of level 30. So
TBD.
TBD indeed. And then we just get Randy, Ali to...
Solo.
Solo, yeah.
Marvin?
A walk. There we go.
Have a look. It's a very good
Now we
result.
need to look.
Obviously very cagey out there. Given the chip counts, average stack 45 big blinds, shortest stack belonging to the Hungarian Gergo Nagy with 23 bigs. Chip leader. Top stack belonging to the Hungarian Laszlo Wojtas, aka Omaha for rolls.
Do not recommend you play 4 rolls with them in Omaha.
That's some sound advice there,
Yeah.
Randy.
He's taken a lot of rolls in his career.
Look at this pot, by the way, from Nagy.
Yeah.
King, Queen, 9 deuce, rainbow.
Oh, but look at the big blind's got a pair of kings, suited king.
Has been limping a lot of buttons.
Not going to shake Laszlo.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting now because the Buvetsky might want to try and ISO get it in against Nagy.
You know how much you play? 750?
Yeah, 70.
760
Maybe a
total
bit
at the start of the
more,
hand.
80.
Yeah, ideally he gets it heads up with the original razor. But if Laszlo gets involved, that could be a very tricky spot post-flop. Call we go.
A three-way affair. Nagy very dominated pre. Note the equities 3 ways as it comes. Ace, Queen, 6. Top pair for Wojtas, but...
Top and bottom.
Oh, well spotted, Randy. I do apologize. It's 1 a.m. Top and bottom for Laszlo.
But no one with like a really amazing piece.
No.
As it stands.
Nagy with the 9 of hearts. Also, Queen blocker is pretty relevant here. Blocking Ace, Queen, Queens. Has a king as well, blocking hands like Ace, King.
Your friend told you about the hand?
Oh man, the stream delay catching up.
Watson just had to give him a nod.
It's showing already.
Look at this.
Nagy going for it.
175.
It's for For a small continuation. 1, 2, 5 into the field.
Yeah, so he saw weakness from the two opponents in this 3-bet pot, and I suppose it's those blockers you mentioned, exerting strength. Kind of a tricky spot given that the big blind here has got quite a big amount of chips, 1.5 million for Laszlo, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the issue here, obviously, for Laszlo is that 10 and 8 not
coordinated, yeah. Folded the top and bottom, and what a steal here of King, Queen, 9 deuce.
Fantastic pickup for Nagy, up to 1 million now. No longer the shortest stack. That hand could have played out many ways.
So what did you guys have in that hand?
Yeah, what did you have? Kings, naked kings?
No.
I guess because
How naked?
it should be naked. Should be.
Oh, sick read from our man Nagy. Shout out to our Triton free roll holder, our title sponsor, GG Poker, where you can qualify into future Triton stops. We also have our new player sign-up bonus offer, the promo code Triton_2023. Offer for new players only. Is of course the home of the GG Poker World Festival, which is deep into it, running all the way through to the 6th of June. 200 million guaranteed in the biggest tournament series ever.
It was not even one SPR on the.
He bet the turn or fold, yeah.
Use the promo code or the promo link. Deposit minimum of 20 bucks. Receive the full welcome bonus.
Not straight with flush draw or something.
Some post-mortem.
that was my original thought. You maybe induce him. It was so much time to spend. Maybe whatever.
Yeah. No, it's interesting to listen to discuss that aces, king's hand.
Mine is also possible.
I mean,
you
just have to snap off. Right?
What about flop straight?
The turn was really shallow. You have to just, like, it was not even one SPR.
Yeah,
we only have one bet left. So if I got a straight there, I'll jam, yeah.
Not everyone knew that except me. What? Maybe you had him beats.
Who? I don't know.
What? No, I had king, queen, 9.
Maybe you had the best 10.
No, he had a set.
Aces.
He had aces.
It's on the stream already.
Yeah.
Ace 10 4.
Can't lie now.
So what's with the deadpan humor? I'm glad everyone knew.
I have to check if you bluffed me or not. Then.
Pot?
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, you know, Watson hasn't played much PLO
both
in a
hands.
while.
2 hands.
No, I never bluffed.
He admits it. But definitely has all the tournament experience that can, you know, reduce that
Always have it.
perceived edge.
I
with
make
other
some
players.
huge flaws.
Yeah. Stop folding against me.
Both players flopping bottom pair. Eddie's kicker does currently play, but note the equities. Michael Watson, the open-ender, and the 2 live backdoor flush draws.
Man, Eddie Tran going to work here.
Eddie's just relentless, man.
He really is.
Something
Just
left.
fires away.
Which one?
2 pair.
Jack 10?
Yeah.
Let's make the call,
Yeah,
so all of a sudden, sizable pot
against
brewing
that and,
between
I was in good shape.
What did you have?
two of the shorter
queen,
stacks
queen
and
clubs.
Tran
And nothing else.
turning bottom 2 now.
Some bluff potential.
Is out position.
A tricky one to play.
Really tricky. Like, you've dug yourself a bit of a hole here. Could definitely be just dead to 3 outs. Sorry, to 2 outs.
Pot.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm very, very surprised to see that. But I think blind v blind maybe just reducing the amount of ace-10, ace-9 that Sir Watts can have, although, I don't know, man. I felt a bit dicey.
Sometimes
Let's
you
get the
just go
fold.
for it.
Yeah, I think at that SPI is just happy to deny some equity, and if Sir Watts does have the goods, then so be it.
He's like, I'll be at the cash games then.
It wouldn't surprise me if this is over soon. I mean, these guys have been playing some pretty sizable pots with marginal holdings.
Mm-hmm.
That's that with the ace, king, 5 deuce.
Scared of you.
Eddie gonna let one go.
So we'll play 4 more minutes or?
No, 34.
Okay, so end of 16.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying that they're happy to play more. I don't know, Randy.
We'll find out later.
Open ender, well, wrap. 3-card wrap for Nagy. Any deuce, 4, 6, or a 7.
And obviously the wraps are nice in the sense that, you know, you got clean outs.
That's no plays so fast. I love it.
It's all that experience.
Turning a pair of 10s. Laszlo with the gut shot to Broadway. Gets there. Jack of Diamonds on the river, and Boytash somehow converting this. Things were looking bleak across flop and turn. Shit.
Strong hand on the flop. But just draw. Strong draw.
KB in the chat saying, is that the same watch that Uncle Paul had on the other day? Here's the white ceramic RM. Randy, what would it take for you to spend 300k on a watch?
I just can't do it, my friend. I'd rather just spend on some Triton main events.
If someone gave you 300k,
Okay.
don't look at me like I'm about to hand you 300k, all right? But if someone gave you 300k and said you have to spend it on a watch, would you do it?
75.
Well, I mean, if I have to, what are my other options? Just don't accept it and be like, no, you keep it?
Yeah. I mean, you're not a watch guy, right?
No, I'm not.
Double suited aces with Bavetsky.
It wouldn't entice me, I'll say that.
Oh boy. Bad timing, Eddie Tran. Got some 3-betting chips. Is he going to 3-bet?
No,
Alright,
just counting down his stack.
Alright, checking the itinerary. Does allow Boytash to defend his big.
Yeah, but Eddie likes to play post-flop in position. Oh, it's hard to navigate these 2 aces in single raise pots.
That's a fun flop.
That's top 2 for Eddie Tran.
It is indeed. To go along with his gut shot, backdoor clubs. Lubavetsky, backdoor hearts, as well as a gut shot. As Boytash has got to come firing with his double gut shot. 1/3 pots. Just realizing that he rarely gets raised on this board. Doesn't want to call a larger bet.
Well, Eddie's thinking about pumping it up if he gets to him.
Top 2 with backup.
Pot.
Does
There we go.
announce pot, and
Eddie playing fast.
yeah, he's going to push out this 50% equity.
That's a big win.
It's a huge win. That is a huge pickup. Uncontested across turn and river for Eddie Tran. That's annoying. I wanted to see a turn. I'm a bit annoyed by that.
You're annoyed. You think Laszlo isn't annoyed? He didn't get to see a turn card for a good price?
God damn it, Boytash. Okay. Just check it round to Eddie.
That's true.
Omaha for rolls. Doug asking, Henry healing up? I am indeed, mate. Thank you for asking. And no, will not be in Vegas until the end of the year. Be in London, though, for Triton. Be back at Merit in August.
We do it all again in London.
We do indeed, mate. London is going to be insane. Like, you think this was big?
This was already pretty insane.
This is 16 events. You think this was insane? Wait till London. End of July. July 27th all the way to August 10th. They've pretty much fit Triton in for the 13 days of sunshine that the UK gets per year.
It's a good time to go. I'm not complaining.
Bring your sunscreen.
In our downtime, we can take a stroll.
Well, it depends what time of day, mate.
Are they going to be playing PLO in the wee hours of the night, I suppose?
Yeah, I'm not going for walks after the stream, okay? I'm getting Uber to and from the hotel.
But before?
In the morning, sure. You want to go for a little stroll, get some coffee, I'm down for it. I'm not getting mugged. All right, been there, done that. I might mug you.
That's strong, huh?
Because I got 300K for a watch of my choice.
Well, maybe. There's that.
You just want to mug me?
No, I didn't say that. I just said I might. The inner Londoner might come out of me.
Okay.
Lubovetsky with a pretty one. In the small blind. Queen 10, 8, 7 double.
Here we go.
Everyone guaranteed 92,000 for all their efforts so far. Some real PLO talent here. Two Hungarians. Lubovetsky, a two-time bracelet winner. Eddie Tran, a high-stakes PLO cash game grinder. And, of course, Mike Watson needs no introduction.
Yeah, kind of a nice mix of characters for this final five.
Shout out to Sir Watts once again. To Justin Bonomo and Sam Greenwood for all stepping in and doing some commentary for day 2 of the Lux on Pay Invitational. Obviously head over to our YouTube channel and rewatch the highlights. So that's some world-class insights being provided from all three guests.
What? 140.
And let's not forget, David Yap today jumped in. Main event, final table.
Do we have any favorites in the chat that they're rooting for at these final five?
I would like to know. Hopefully they can answer your question. Let us know in the chat who you guys are rooting for. Not necessarily who you think's the best, but who you're rooting for.
Who are you rooting for?
I wouldn't mind seeing a new timer winning a trophy.
I believe Laszlo's got some trophies and Watson. The others do not.
Believe you are correct. Laszlo with 1 title, 5 cashes. His title came back in Madrid, if I'm not mistaken. The final event of the series, the 50K Turbo for 630,000. Sir Watts with 18 cashes and 1 title. His title coming back in Vietnam in the 50K short deck.
Correct.
Towards the end of the series as Lubovetsky opens the Ace-King Jack-Jack. Single. Well, yeah, Gergo's only played a couple of events. Or 1 event, rather, 25K earlier on this series. It's his first Triton Super High Roller Series. Eddie Tran, who just ran terribly in that 200K.
Yes.
Did cash the 25K for 106,000. Sizable SPR.
Yeah, the jack's in the lead, but the 10-9's got that straight draw. But however, the 2 jacks he's looking for in the holdings of his opponent.
Yeah, I think on a 2-tone board texture, can't really go too crazy with this. 2 of our perceived 8-outs could be cooked. Could be up against, a bigger straight draw with a flush draw, where we're just absolutely fried. Andrew continuing here. See what Gerdigo wants to do. To defend the big, so he's going to have more 2 pairs, more sets. Are of course some heavy ICM implications. Yeah, just lets it go. That's a disciplined fold there from Nagy. Love to see it.
Yeah, very disciplined, huh?
Just realizing that the SPR going to the turn unimproved just gets really dicey. Doesn't really get to realize all of his equity, and yeah.
I guess some of his outs like causes some trouble as it brings in the flush as well.
Yeah, exactly. Nice little pick up there. Lubovetsky comfortably in second. Chip leader is Laszlo Bojtas. 57 bigs. Nagy down to 20 bigs, so what's on 22? Eddie Tran on 35. A few responses to your question, Randy. Got Mike Amara rooting for Eddie, as is Lightning Soul. Kappa Boy rooting for Omaha for rolls. Hampton rooting for Eddie. Don Coates rooting for Eddie. Bradley rooting for Nagy. Nillis rooting for Watts. And given that no one said Andrew Lubovetsky, I'm rooting for Lubovetsky.
Okay. You didn't want to leave him out?
Didn't want to leave him out.
Double pair, double suited. It's a pretty looking hand for Nagy. Very similar-ish hand. Laszlo, Jack 10-9. 6. Both players with the Jack 9. However, 8 could be trouble in case they're holding King Jack.
Well, Laszlo drawing to the higher straight as he has that 10 in hand.
Right.
Should a king come, Nagy would just have the king high straight, whereas Laszlo would have the ace high straight, hence the 33% equity.
The 2 jacks here, it's definitely a candidate for firing away as you block into King Jack, though, I imagine. There we go.
A little free roll for both players. Offsuit king needed.
Clubs.
For Laszlo. Clubs for Nagy. .430 in the middle. Would be a disgusting way to go. It's definitely one of the sickest parts of this game, Randy. The same hand on the flop, same hand on the turn, and the free roll going to the river and get all the chips in.
We saw that earlier with 2 aces,
Yeah.
Eddie and Laszlo. Looks like he is going to cut out some chips in this pot. 140. Trying to extract some value. 2 pair type holdings.
Yeah, I'm blocking all of the pairs. See how Laszlo proceeds with his second nut straight.
on him.
Wow, what a sicko. Pots it, asking Nagy for all of it. The second nut straight and the redraw.
Yeah, the major concern, of course, is King Jack, but he's got 2 jacks in hand, so you know he's blocking that hand. Here we go. A nice free roll for Nagy.
They are going to tie this 70% of the time, of course. 22% of the time, Nagy looking for a club. Laszlo looking for a non-club king. All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Big river incoming for the 2 Hungarians as the board does pair. 10 of hearts on the river. They're both free rolling.
When you tag it, yes.
Chop it up. Heading into the final level of the day, Randy. 5 left, all guaranteed. 92,000, little 3x return. Next pay jump will be to 117,000. So this payout, the last of the 5-figure payouts. Long old day for Sir Watts. Return today around 12:30. The final table of the 100k main. The pre-show interviews.
It's 40.
The emceeing from Ali. The final table walkouts. Straight into the PLO after busting 7th. Fast forward, 1 AM. Still in the hunt for a title. Pretty hand for Eddie.
Scared of you.
Ace Jack 7-6.
Check it down. Check down.
Can we? Is it colluding?
Double gut shot for Laszlo. Jack high diamonds, middle pair, backdoor clubs for Eddie as it does through, and a bad turn card for Wojtash. Picking up clubs to go along with his double gut shot.
Yeah, he feels compelled to make a stance here, and Eddie with, you know, 2 flush draws now.
Well, to the river we go. 2 live flush draws. That's looking for a non-club diamond 9 or a 7 as the King of Diamonds gives Eddie a second nut flush on the paired board. See what Omaha comes with.
Well, looks like gives up.
You win, I think. Jack 10. Oh.
I want to see these 2 play cash. That's what I want to see. 6 max cash game. Rob Young, Tom Dwan, Laszlo Wojtash, Nacho Barbero, Eddie Tran, and a wild card.
Just a wild card.
Just gets every hour, hour and a half.
The player
gets
just
rotated.
changes.
I would watch that. Randy, make it happen. You're the man that makes these lineups happen.
I would love to see a Rui count in a PLO game.
Oh,
with them.
there we go.
That'd
That's a
be fun.
fantastic wild card, Randy. See, this is why you're the man. That would be an epic PLO cash game. Laszlo with an ace on the button. 100k to go. So the blinds have gone up to 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante.
Look at this
Average
hand.
stack has dropped down to 34 bigs, yeah. Queen, Jack, 10, 9, single suited rundown. It's going to peel. Out position. Trying with the rainbow hand in the big. Getting laid a pretty good price.
Try to find a 9.
Oh, how about that for a flop, Mr. Andriy Lubovetsky?
99%.
That is pretty insane. Eddie's both outs are dead. His straight outs are dead. King of diamonds on the turn. Front door flush draw does get there.
It is scary for now, right? Now that he can lose to a flush.
Yeah, king, jack, kings. Kings are definitely going to check at a decent frequency. See if Laszlo takes a stab here. The ace of diamonds, uninterested. As the fourth diamond rolls off on the river. So all of the straights bricking. Lubovetsky's trip jacks. And his opponents with sub 1% equity on the flop.
Looks like he's found a spot for a value bet.
80k into the pack.
Contemplating some bluff raise here for Laszlo. Ace of diamonds being a key card.
Does now have a pair blocker. Has to be somewhat concerned though, like Lubovetsky's going to have some dry kings, some dry jacks, hands like this from the small.
Good bluff.
Cheap.
Mike Fern saying thank you, Triton
Oh,
Poker. You guys are awesome.
Only nuts every time.
Yeah.
Never bluff.
Adeline saying yes, make an epic PLO cash lineup, Brandy, if I'm not mistaken. There've been quite a few of those recorded here in North Cyprus. Going to be released next month.
Yeah, I'm sure they're trying to get that footage out as soon as they can. Of course. They've been recording a lot, whether it's PLR or no limit, but certainly some good stuff incoming.
Got Mike in the chat saying Laszlo 0%, even though he had the ace of diamonds. And for those of you that are new to PLO, feel free to ask questions in the chat. You do need to use 2 of your 4 hole cards, unlike in Hold'em. 2 from your hand, 3 from the board. So having that naked ace of diamonds with 4 diamonds on board, unfortunately, for Laszlo, did not give him the nut flush.
Ooh, look at this. Pocket aces for Eddie Tran. Super deep stacks.
Yeah, this is a potential fun one. This is first, second, and third in chips as Sir Watts and Nagy just get to watch on. Potentially see the 3 biggest stacks play a big pot. Laszlo gets out of the way.
Double paired, 8s and 7s.
Lubovetsky going to check the Triton Poker Plus app just to see the size of the stacks.
Couple clubs off, obviously helpful. Seeing the pot probably has a good understanding of what range Eddie Tran would have post flop. Maybe find some ways to maneuver. Call we go, and playing a huge pot here. Over $1 million.
Here we go. The 2 shorter stacks potentially looking at a ladder here as the SPR is less than 1. And an 8 in the window, Randy.
Couple sets.
2 sets for Lubovetsky. Tran with the overpair and ace of spades in hand. Gonna look to just deny equity on this board.
Oh, that much?
1,060,000 in the middle.
I mean, at this point, he's committed after what looks to be a bet incoming.
I believe 700,000.
Huh?
Lubovetsky with a snap jam and a snap call.
Big all in. All right.
As rough as it gets for Eddie Tran, as the two shorter stacks potentially laddering here. They will be 90% of the time. 3.1 million chip pot.
Is a miracle. You didn't hit one.
I
hit
love
two.
Tran. What a character, man. What personality.
Red ace, eh?
2 cards to come. A red ace needed. No help on the turn.
Red ace.
Doesn't come on the river.
You cover me, yeah?
The 10-10 run out, Lubovetsky did indeed cover Tran, and with that, Tran adds another PLO final table to his efforts, going home with 92,000 after coming 5th in event number 13, the PLO 30K. Nothing you can do there. See ISOing pre with the aces, SPR less than 1 on the flop. Running into not 1, but 2 sets, Randy.
Yeah, brutal. The ever so lively Eddie Tran is down, unfortunately.
He really is. Just fantastic personality, always taking beats and bust outs on the chin like a champion. Nagy and Watson, of course, loving that result as they both ladder. Everyone now guaranteed 117,000 for their efforts. Here's Mike Watson, the shortest stack with 19 bigs, and obviously Lubovetsky, the overwhelming chip leader now, after scooping a massive pot and eliminating Eddie Tran.
I mean, it was hard to make 1 set. He made 2 sets on the flop. Pretty unheard of. Lubovetsky, he's got the pocket aces. Against a very similar hand that he did some damage to Eddie Tran.
Yeah, 1 ace folded behind. Laszlo comfortably in second. Does come with the limp call. Spades are dominated. Wojtasz. As it comes 10-6 tray rainbow. Wojtasz adding 4 additional outs. In the form of a gut shot.
This is a single raise pot, so 460K in the middle.
It's like 1/3 of the Ukrainian. See how Laszlo wants to proceed here.
Seems like enough piece to continue inside straight draw. Backdoor spades working. Set, draw. Here we go.
Does opt to check call. 760 in the middle now. 2 cards to come as the 7 of hearts gives Wojtasz almost a lock on the hand. Lubovetsky drawing to 1 out. As we saw an ace folded in the blinds.
Nice thing for Laszlo, 2 of 2 nines is blocking the 8-9, obviously. Helpful. Looks like he's thinking about taking the lead.
Yeah, no heart in hand. Denies some equity. As he does come out firing 2/3, 500 into 760. Obviously a terrible card for Lubovetsky's range.
Yeah, potentially even drawing dead.
The issue is that he knows Laszlo's good enough to semi-bluff these spots. Some picked up hearts on the turn with the straight blocker. Pair and straight blocker as well as a flush draw. These kind of hands. It's Omaha for rolls he's up against. Gonna look at the app, seeing how the chip counts stand.
Yeah, we got two kind of shorter stacks out there, 20 and blinds or so. Watson and Nagy. If he lays down here, we'll still have the chip lead. He's out.
Nice fold. Lubovetsky always tough against someone like Wojtash, who is going to have some of those semi-bluffs, but just remaining disciplined. 4 players left, 117,000 guaranteed. 43 big blinds is the average stack. Andre on 76, Laszlo on 56, then a massive drop-off to go Nagy on 20 big blinds, and then of course Sir Watts, currently 4th with 19 bigs. What a beautiful looking hand. Wow, I say that.
Not bad
For
though.
sub 20. Ace, Queen, 10-7 single on the button. It's gonna limp.
Laszlo's got 2 aces in the big blind. It's great too, given that he's up against these shorter stacks. Look to pump it up and, you know, the highest equity hand pre-flop.
Has Laszlo even looked yet?
I don't believe he did. He is now.
Hello, aces. 160 out there.
Nice.
Pot.
Additional 120 to go for Watson and Nagy. That does thin the field.
Yeah, well, by limping for Watson pre-flop, he's allowed himself to not have to necessarily commit on flops. Contained it a bit. Still 400 in the middle, though. See what he gets.
Yes, indeed. 595 behind as he connects in the form of top pair, and I think this is just going in, Randy.
Yeah, he's got too much.
Gut shot, backdoor clubs, top pair. Wojtash putting Michael Watson all in. 62% for Wojtash, 37 for Watson. Looking for a queen, 7, or a king.
Fair fight.
All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Wojtash just looking to hold. King on the turn.
Broadway.
Straight on demand for Sir Watts as the deuce pairs on the river, and Sir Watts turns the Broadway straight, doubles up to 1.6 million, puts a dent in Laszlo's stack, and in fact now covers Laszlo. One of the final hands of the evening, Randy.
Nice job, Watson.
It'd be nice to continue the game, but
Nice get there.
Nice hand. Yeah.
I guess.
There we go.
Sometimes, you know, it's better to be lucky than good. We've all been there.
He's just sliding all of the white chips over. He's not even gonna stack them up.
What did you have?
Are we done?
Sounds like it. They were just asking if it's going to be one more hand bags being brought over by the floor, and with that, Randy,
799. No worries.
end of the day for these final 4 players.
Aces with a 6. Not much.
Maybe I bet smaller.
GG's to the final 4, of course, all guaranteed 117,000 in event number 13, the 30K PLO, led by Andrew Lubovetsky. Michael Watson, after doubling up through Boytash on the final hand of the night, be coming back tomorrow second in chips after final tabling the 100K main. The 2 Hungarians at the bottom of the chip counts, the shortest stack, of course, belonging to Gergo Nagy with just 19 bigs. Eddie Tran and Perkzik, the players eliminated so far in the money, was, of course, Brewer, and I was going to say Eddie Tran, but he made it into the money.
He did.
It was Schreiner busting out as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy, as expected, a lot of limping, a lot of people trying to just, pot control. One of the biggest hands was that Boytash v Eddie Tran collision, the nut straight against the turn second nut straight, and all the money going in on the river.
Yeah, Eddie Tran, he was a chip leader at one point and lost a lot of chips in that hand. And then to finish him off, he had 2 aces against the double paired. His opponent flopped 2 sets, and that was it for Eddie Tran.
Can we put a word in with the team? Can you just dress like this every day, man?
You like it.
You look like an absolute stud, Nanonoko. From us here in the booth, it is going to be good night, but tomorrow, same time, same place, 2 p.m. local time, we'll be playing down to a champion. And then, of course, for the short deck fans, the final 3 events of the series, we will be obviously picking up coverage in the opening short deck event. For myself and Nanonoko and the entire production team, I'm going to wish you good night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.